Chapter 541 De Luo Demon Lord. In a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a palace of bones floated up and down, exuding monstrous demonic energy, covering the sky in all directions, forming an extremely terrifying demonic realm. The powerful pressure is comparable to the Taishinshin of 10 Taichin sects. Obviously, the demon god's cultivation level in this demon realm has reached at least the middle stage of golden immortal. Boom! A huge mountain-like bull-headed demon god appeared out of thin air and slammed into the boundless sea of blood, causing a blood wave thousands of feet high. In the blood wave, various demonic bones were flying everywhere. If you take a closer look, you will see that these magic bones, which are large or small, colorful and strangely shaped, are actually pregnant with clusters of precious light. It seems to be various secret treasures of demonic elixirs. Every one of them is no worse than the immortal fruit from Xuanyan Immortal Palace. The bull demon has something important to ask to see the demon god. At this time, the bull demon god kneeled respectfully in front of the bone palace and said with great excitement, "Bold demon! How dare you disturb the demon god's cultivation?" An angry shout turned into a terrifying sound wave, which came out from the bone palace and hit the bull-headed demon. There was a loud bang, as if being hit by billions of stars. The bull-headed demon god flew backwards and slid for hundreds of miles on the sea of blood before he came to a stop. Puff! The bull-headed demon god spewed out a mouthful of demonic blood, and his soul was almost dispersed by the roar. But his face still showed a look of great respect and excitement. He knelt down and begged again. The ox-headed demon god has something extremely important to ask to see the demon god. This matter regarding Lord Demon God's breakthrough to Demon Lord. What? There was a sound of surprise in the bone palace. The words just fell. The waves of the blood sea surged, forming a huge whirlpool, and swallowed up the Minotaur demon god in one fell swoop. Next moment, the Minotaur demon god appears in a mysterious space that is as boundless as the starry sky in the universe. Ahead, countless giant demons clustered together like bees, forming a hive of terror like a honeycomb, emitting astonishing fluctuations. Tell me, what exactly is related to my breakthrough? A demonic thought of merciless killing came from the demon nest. The demonic thoughts were conveyed, and the bull-headed demon god was extremely frightened. He could only forcefully calm down and said, "Master Demon God, I went to Geo the Immortal Gate today to inquire about information. I didn't expect that a Buddhist monument fell from the sky. It actually has extremely miraculous immortal power and can evolve. Kung Fu. Huh? Evolution technique?" The demon lord in the demon's nest was obviously stunned for a moment. That's right. When the bull-headed demon god said this, he immediately became excited. It's the evolutionary technique. That Buddhist tablet can directly evolve an ordinary demon technique into a direct pointing technique in just a few moments. The supreme technique of Tao. Looking for death. How dare you fool me? You really don't know how to live or die. How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? I'm afraid even the demon lord can't do it. But a broken monument can do it? The demon lord became angry. The terrifying demons immediately roared out of the demon nest, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed around the bull-headed demon, just like a group of piranhas seeing fresh meat. They open their sharp teeth and bite the living creatures in front of them to pieces. Lord Demon Lord, how dare I deceive and fool you? This is true. I really tried it, and got a demonic skill that directly points to the Supreme Road. So I came to report it to you. It was passed down to me by Lord Demon Lord that great magic skill of infinite demon transformation has now been transformed into a supreme demon skill. If Lord Demon doesn't believe it, I'll tell you now. The Minotaur demon god was extremely frightened and quickly explained. Huh? Really? Tell me. But if you can't tell me, I will let you try the painful torture of eternal life. The demon king still didn't believe it. Yes. The bull-headed demon swallowed, opened his mouth, and began to speak out the skills. I saw that every time the bull-headed demon recited a skill, the sound came out of his mouth, and it manifested into strange snake-like demon characters in midair, twisting and crawling, and some were even biting and devouring each other, like living creatures generally. Huh? It's really the great magic power of infinite demon transformation passed down by me. But it's a little different. The demon lord in the demon's nest heard this, and let out a surprised sound. Soon, as more and more demonic characters appeared in the air, the demonic energy began to gather, covering all the demonic characters. A strange scene appeared. These demonic characters were contaminated with demonic energy, and each one began to expand and explode, turning into individual demons, making terrifying sounds in all directions. How come? The demon lord was surprised. Finally, as the bull-headed demon spit out the last demonic word and transformed into a heavenly demon, all the heavenly demons suddenly roared to the sky and exploded one after another, like stars exploding. However, after the explosion, the demonic energy rotating like a nebula suddenly collapsed and transformed into a palm-sized black demon god. It is small and exquisite, but it exudes an evil aura of killing and devouring, which is terrifying. This is impossible! At this moment, a huge and terrifying demonic energy suddenly rushed out from the demon nest and turned into a 100-foot demon god with a body and scorpion tail and 4 pairs of black pincers. The aura is terrifying, 1,000 times that of Taishinshin, Golden Immortal Peak. This. The magic technique to transform demons. This is really a supreme magic technique that points directly to the Great Road. This is actually the great magic technique that I created to transform infinite demons into freedom. How is this possible? The scorpion-tailed demon stared with 2 bloody eyes as big as water tanks, extremely shocked, staring at the small black demon in front of him in disbelief. Lord Demon God. It's true. I definitely didn't tell lies. That piece of Buddha tablet, in just a short time, transformed the infinite demon transforming freedom-based demonic skill I spread into a supreme demonic skill. Name transform him into the great demonic power of freedom. The Minotaur demon god on the side said excitedly. How can this be? The scorpion-tailed demon still had a look of disbelief on his face. He stretched out a claw that could crush the sun and the moon, and carefully grabbed the little demon transformed by the technique. A strange green demonic light began to appear in his bloody eyes. The green magic light shone on the little demon, as if it was detecting something. Seeing this, the Minotaur demon god immediately shut up, and did not dare to disturb him. However, when it saw the scorpion tail that kept swaying behind the demon lord, and the almost invisible demon thorns exploded from the scorpion tail, it knew that the demon lord was very worried at this time. Shocked, to the point of doubting life. After a long time, the scorpion-tailed demon opened its sky-swallowing mouth and swallowed the little demon in one gulp. Bloody eyes closed. It seems that he is savoring the flavor of this technique. But the bull-headed demon god knew that the Lord Demon Lord had already begun to practice this demonic skill, and personally began to verify the authenticity of this demonic skill. I still felt a little uneasy in my heart. Isn't this skill a fake one, created by that bald donkey to fool people? Next moment, bang! An astonishing wave of waves spread out from the scorpion-tailed demon god. It suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a huge and terrifying demon god. Its aura was frightening, and the power of the great law was extremely pure. Okay. This is really a supreme magic skill that can be practiced. If the hundreds of millions of demons in this world practice this magic skill, it is estimated that at least 1/10 of them will break through to the realm of demon gods. Good. Well done. Okay. Take that stone tablet back quickly. The scorpion-tailed demon ordered with great satisfaction. Aye. The bull-headed demon god was stunned on the spot, pointed at himself, and said weakly, Master Demon God, that stone tablet is at the gate of Jolie's Ironfang City. There is a golden immortal station there. I'm afraid I can't get it back. Huh? Waste. It seems that I have to go there in person. Just in time. Take this opportunity to see how good the old man from Jolie's Yemen still is. The scorpion-tailed demon smiled ferociously. The words fell. With a sudden change, a burly man in black appeared in front of the bull-headed demon. At the same time, deep inside the Jalixian Gate Forbidden Area, in a stone mansion, a mysterious figure with an indistinguishable male and female appearance and a transparent body is slowly emerging. Disciple Sherfu. Pay homage to Patriarch De Luo, the golden immortal old man of Jioli Immortal Sect. The old man in white is bowing his hands to the figure respectfully. His voice was very soft, for fear of disturbing the shadow in front of him. What disturbed him while asleep? An extremely weak divine thought came out from the mysterious figure. It gives people the feeling of being extinguished by death at any time as a candle in the wind. Please forgive me, Patriarch. This matter is so important that the disciples had no choice but to enter the forbidden area to awaken the Patriarch star. Just now, a Buddhist monument flew from the sky and could actually help people modify the evolutionary technique. An ordinary technique. It only takes a few breaths to evolve into a supreme method that leads directly to the path of cultivation and becoming an immortal. The price required is just a little incense and willingness. When the old man in white said this, His expression still showed a bit of shock. Huh? Ridiculous. How could such a thing be possible? The immortal king back then had boundless power. But it was still impossible to fully explain the Tao. How could this mere Buddha steel be more powerful than the immortal king? Could it be that this Buddha steel, was it transformed by the fallen immortal Emperor Buddha? The mysterious figure didn't believe it at all. Grandmaster, I don't dare to make this up. It's all true. I've tried it hundreds of times. And it's all been successful. In other words, in this moment, there are already 100 more sects in the immortal sect that point directly to the Great Road. Immortal techniques. Moreover, they are all modified from the ordinary cultivation techniques in the sect. If the master doesn't believe it, the disciple will tell you some improved supreme immortal techniques. The old man in white said with great solemnity. Huh? This is serious. How is this possible? The mysterious figure still didn't believe it. At this moment, the old man in white spit out mysterious syllables one after another. At the same time, he grabbed a brush out of thin air and wrote gold and silver immortal seal characters in the air. For a moment, the entire stone mansion was filled with gold and silver immortal seals flying in random directions. And there were bursts of immortal sounds. Huh? Isn't this the Wind and Luo Heart Sutra that I created myself? There is also the Great Holy Gods War Book, but there seems to be some differences. The mysterious figure made a sound of surprise. Under his gaze, the gold and silver fairy seals flying in the sky were arranged and combined, and finally condensed and merged into 2 jade plates, floating in the air. If you look carefully, you will see that the jade board is filled with immortal energy, and between gathering and dispersing, there are vague shadows of 2 gods of war. It exudes an extremely pure aura of the law of the Great Avenue. These are really 2 immortal techniques that point directly to the Great Road. They are actually improved from my 2 techniques. The mysterious figure's figure, like the curling smoke from a kitchen stove, immediately stood up straight, and its transparent figure became solid. Finally, a thin old man with 3 fairy eyes appeared in front of the old man in white. There was a trace of immortal and supreme aura lingering on his body. It is the aura of Daluo Jingxian. The great Luo Jingxian was still looking at the 2 jade slabs in disbelief, and murmured, "How is this possible? These 2 techniques of mine were created when I broke through the golden immortal to spy on the avenue of eternal life. Even now, I am still without understanding any of the secrets. These 2 techniques were transformed into immortal techniques. How could a mere Buddhist tablet be modified into a supreme immortal technique in such a short period of time? How incredible. Master, my disciples feel that Buddhist steel should be a powerful person in the Buddhist world who is using the power of incense and vows to regroup and become a Buddha." At this time, the old man in white expressed his speculation. Huh? A great power in the Buddhist world? Please elaborate. The 3-eyed old man was shocked again. The owner of this Buddhist steel is called the Buddha of Infinite Kung Fu. As long as you offer a little incense and aspiration, you can improve your Kung Fu. Moreover, if you worship him, you can practice any supreme Kung Fu. In this way, the power of the incense and aspiration is endless. And I am afraid that within 10,000 years, another Buddha will reappear in the world. The old man in white said solemnly. The infinite Kung Fu Buddha in the world? The infinite world? What a big name! This Kung Fu Buddha actually dares to claim such a title. It seems that he really has some Taoism. However, isn't the great power in the Buddhist world looking for the seeds of Tao ancestor? Why? This Kung Fu Buddha appears again? Come and take a look. The 3-eyed old man was surprised and suspicious. Next moment, a moment of time and space shifted. The 2 of them had already appeared at the gate of Jiuli Xianmenfang City. At this time, the gate of Fanshe was already crowded with people, and the Buddhist monument was completely surrounded, with hundreds of layers inside and hundreds of layers outside. Immortals, fairies, demons, witches and monsters, thunder spirits, real dragons. Monks from all over the world have appeared, extremely noisy and lively. What are you doing? Line up! Senior, my wife is waiting for me to go back to have my 2nd child. Can you let me go first? Go away! Believe it or not, I will slap your brains into your stomach. Don't you monsters naturally hate the Buddha? You actually come here to offer incense and vows to this Buddha with countless skills in the world? It's simply shameless. Shameless. Dear fathers, let me go first. I want to learn the Buddhist skills. The 3-eyed old man couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw a bunch of immortals, demons, gods and monsters crowded together in front of him. pushing and shoving each other like old ladies fighting for eggs in a vegetable market. What about your demeanor? But think about it. Just a little incense and willingness can be exchanged for a supreme method of cultivating to become an immortal. Who wouldn't want to? I was afraid that if I were a step too late, the Buddhist monument would fly away. By the way, are there any conditions for joining that disciple? The three-eyed old man asked with a frown. No. Just follow the 3 precepts of Buddhism after you get started. Don't steal. Don't kill indiscriminately. And don't fall into evil spirits. After you get started, you can get a supreme skill from the Buddha who has countless skills in the world. Just now, you have many casual cultivators worshipped him on the spot. If this continues, I am afraid that the Buddha will really become a Buddha. The old man in white sighed in shock. Not bad. Not bad. Moreover, this Buddha monument is unshakable and seems to be integrated with the demon crossing tower. It seems that the Buddha is really reincarnated in the Buddhist world, and he is going to become a Buddha through incense. Well, is there a demon king coming? The expression of the three-eyed old man changed. Chapter 542, The Great Immortal Technique of Senin Sending Children. The Dharma eye between the three-eyed old man's brows flashed with colorful divine light. In his perception, a demon with an extremely powerful aura transformed into a human form, flew from a distance, and landed at the gate of Fanshi. Fortunately, he is not the real demon in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. It's just the peak of golden immortal. But it is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the body of this demon god seems to be unusual. It is scorpion-shaped, and it is obviously poisonous. The demon god also came down with a bull-headed demon god. He looked around the whole place, and immediately saw the three-eyed old man and the old man in white. Fierce murderous intent suddenly burst out when their eyes met. But soon, the two powerful figures looked away, knowing that the other party only appeared in a clone, and the real body did not appear. The two of them just looked at each other warily. Then both focused on the stone tablet at the gate of Fanshi. Next moment, the burly man transformed by the scorpion-tailed demon teleported out and stood in front of the Buddhist monument. The powerful pressure was suddenly released, pushing everyone out of thin air 100 feet. The originally noisy Fanshi immediately fell silent, and everyone retreated with fear on their faces. Although there are some complaints in my heart, this is definitely the existence of the golden immortal peak. Can't be offended. Master! When the old man in white saw this, he immediately became anxious and looked at the three-eyed old man beside him. The three-eyed old man was quite calm. Don't worry. That Buddhist monument will not be taken away so easily. Even if he picks it up, I can still find a way to keep the Buddhist monument. After hearing this, the old man in white felt relieved. Boom. Only a loud noise was heard. The scorpion-tailed demon slapped the Buddhist monument. The ferocious power actually blasted the Buddhist steel with countless cracks, covering the entire Buddhist steel. Click. Under the gaze of everyone, the Buddhist steel collapsed on the spot and shattered into gold nuggets all over the ground. Ah! Everyone was stunned. And then a trace of anger arose. Is this supreme Buddha monument destroyed like this? However, before everyone could recover, a trace of golden Buddha light appeared out of thin air. And in a flash, the phantom of the Buddha with infinite skills in the world appeared again. The gold nuggets of the Buddha steel that fell on the ground seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, flew up into the air, condensed and fused again, and turned into a complete Buddha steel. Amitabha! This devil! Please don't be naughty! Buddha Shuang said calmly. Interesting. The scorpion-tailed demon sneered. It seems that you, the Buddha, do have some virtues. Okay, let me see what you are like. As he spoke, the scorpion-tailed demon suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the Buddha's shadow and the Buddha tablet directly into his stomach. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked again. The three-eyed old man also frowned, hesitant to take action. At the same time, deep in Yumingxianzi, a scorpion-tailed demon god unexpectedly emerged from a Buddhist crystal in Lu Li's body. It raised its head and saw what it saw. It looked through the Buddhist crystal and saw an astonishing scene. Astonishingly, it is the fruit of the condensation of thousands of great avenues, just like the stars that existed from ancient times, shining with incomparably vast and mysterious brilliance. Just like the great road exists forever and runs smoothly. Okay. You actually want to collect all the avenues in the world, act on behalf of heaven, and become the real way of heaven. What a courage! What a courage! The scorpion-tailed demon couldn't help but marvel. The same scene appeared in the crystals of billions of Buddha kingdoms. Every powerful being who came here forcefully through the medium of the Buddha's steel was greatly shocked when he saw the fruits of the Great Tao. All practitioners in the world interpret the Great Way and use its power for their own benefit. No one imagines that he can replace Tao. Because, among the great avenues, the way to eternal life is the supreme mysterious avenue that all practitioners cannot comprehend throughout their lifetime. If you understand eternal life, you will not die. Immortality is the way. Immortal Emperor, Buddha, Demon Ancestor, I don't know how many reincarnations I have lived, just to pursue the mystery of eternal life, but they have all failed. Now there are actually people who want to collect all the laws of the world and calculate the only remaining road to eternal life. This kind of courage is indeed extraordinary. However, this Kung Fu Buddha doesn't seem to be very powerful yet. Find him. Then, kill him. These fruits of the Great Avenue belong to you. After refining, you can definitely break through to the realm of De Luo Jingxian. Many demon gods and demons at the peak of the golden immortal level have evil thoughts. They immediately wanted to leave. Fellow Taoists, you are here. Why don't you stay and have a cup of fairy tea? At this moment, Lu Li's voice resounded through hundreds of millions of Buddhist crystals. On the Bodhi tree, vines hang down, which are made up of countless Taoist talismans condensed and entwined. Suddenly, they are entangled in these powerful distractions that generate malicious intent. Then, their distractions were directly swallowed and refined, turning them into the power of the great avenue required by the Bodhi tree. A few blinks of an eye, there are hundreds more fruits of the great path condensed on the wonderful Bodhi tree. What a Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world! Please enter the urn. Buddha of immeasurable skills in the world? I remember you. When the war between the heavens starts again, this demon lord will come to see you for a while. You wait for me. You will be cursed, and your bones will fall into the underworld. Before the distractions were destroyed, they left behind all kinds of terrifying curses and threats. Lu Li didn't care. On the contrary, I was a little happy. This wave of refining directly condensed hundreds of Tao fruits, coupled with the techniques offered by monks from all over the world. Approximately 700 Tao fruits were cultivated, and the number of Tao fruits on the Bodhi tree reached 11,000. In other words, in just 7 days, his magic power increased by 1/10 out of thin air. It's a pity that no one offers powerful magic. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He now only has 2 immortal arts: the great immortal technique of thunder destruction and immortal slaying, and the great immortal sacrifice of 10,000 immortals, both of which are extremely powerful. However, the great immortal technique of lightning destroyer and immortal slayer consumes a lot of mana. At least 1/20. The great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortal sacrifice is even more terrifying. Spend half the mana at once. This is because he is merged with 10,000 Tao, and his magic power is 10,000 times that of the peak level of ordinary tribulation. So he can barely use it. Now that the mana has been increased by 1/10, it will be much easier to fight against enemies in the future. At least, he can use 2 moves of 10,000 immortals holy sacrifice great immortal technique, which is enough to scare ordinary immortals. What's more important is the endless supply of incense. Lu Li had a look of joy on his face. In his perception, endless incense and wish power poured from the void, pouring into the crystals of the kingdom of God, and were constantly strengthening each crystal of the kingdom of God. His body is getting stronger all the time. It already has some artistic conception of the Buddha's Vajra indestructibility and immortality. Moreover, this time, he divided his thoughts into Buddha monuments and descended on all levels of the Demon Crossing Tower, recruiting many disciples of casual cultivators. These disciples come from all races in the world. Some are strong and some are weak. The strongest one is an immortal, although he was in the early stage of becoming a heavenly immortal, and was planning to become a disciple of the Supreme Master. He still silently recited the name of the Buddha of infinite skills in the world all the time, and generated a lot of incense and aspiration power. The weakest nascent soul, although its cultivation level is a bit low, is valuable because of its large number of people in piety. The incense and desire generated by these disciples are also pure. Given time, his physical body and the billions of Buddhist crystals will probably turn into a vast and endless ocean of incense and aspiration. If the power of incense is never exhausted, he will be immortal. Furthermore, these disciples are scattered on all floors of the Demon Crossing Tower. They can also inquire about news and so on. By the way, I wonder if there are any disciples near the leader of the Tao Alliance. Hey, the master of Yu Palace has the magic secret book of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Said over? Lu Li's eyes lit up. Immediately, he separated into a clone and floated out of the cave. After a while, a pile of fairy books written in gold and silver fairy seals appeared in the crystal of the kingdom of God. Xianyin's great magic of sending children? Lu Li's mind swept away, and he couldn't help but feel a little interested. This is the easiest magic to practice in Xianyin Immortal Palace. And it is also the most famous magic in Xianyin Immortal Palace. As the name suggests, this is an immortal art that uses the supreme immortal sound to penetrate into the enemy's body, fuse the enemy's inner avenues, causing the avenues to expand and explode, causing the body to die. Because when the body explodes, the belly swells first, giving the appearance of pregnancy. So it is named the Great Immortal Technique of Xianyin Sending Children. Practicing this celestial art requires 99 and 81 great laws. They are all common great ways, and seem to be quite easy. However, the power of this magic depends on which of the great laws of the enemy and ours is stronger and weaker. If the immortal sound enters the body, and the power of the law cannot be stronger than the enemy, and the power of the avenue is forcibly integrated into the enemy's body, causing it to swell in chaos, then the magic is useless, and the magic power is in vain. There is another key point. That is, among the immortal sounds that are transferred out, it is best to have the avenue for the other party to practice. In this way, after Xianyin enters the body, it can integrate the power of the avenue in the enemy's body more quickly, making the enemy unable to defend and self-destruct. But Lu Li didn't have this worry. He has 10,000 combined ways, and the average opponent really doesn't have as many ways as he has cultivated. This is quite suitable. Let's practice this immortal technique. When we go to the demon domain of that demon lord, I'm afraid we will encounter endless demon gods. This immortal sound sending sun technique is most suitable for group attacks to destroy those demons. A steady stream of demons come to die. Lu Li thought about it carefully, closed his eyes, and began to read the fairy book in his hand. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Li seemed to have some insights and understood some of the secrets. A fairy bodhisattva is faintly formed above the head. During this period, Palace Master Yu sent word that the demon slaying conference had already begun. Lu Li was at the critical moment of comprehending the magic of immortality. He responded casually and ignored it. He only sensed that the entire cave abode turned into a scroll of immortal paintings. He was rolled up by Palace Master Yu and flew away from the mountain gate to attend the Taipei Palace. The demon-slaying immortals of the Qing dynasty have gathered. The Demon Slayer Fairy Club seems to be very lively. The Taiqing sect seemed to be quite capable. They invited a Daluo Golden Immortal to come out on the spot, plus a complete Supreme Immortal artifact, which directly shocked the forces of the big and small immortal sects, as well as all the various tribes in the world who had temporarily attracted them to have their own thoughts. The supreme immortal weapon is called Sun-Splitting Bow. Although the name is ordinary, there are countless Daluo Jinxian demon lords and demon gods who died under this immortal bow. There are also 2 fallen immortal kings. It is a real killing weapon. Although the great Luo Jinxian of the Taiqing sect had just woken up and seemed to be still recovering from his injuries, no one dared to object to the Taiqing sect's rebuilding of heaven under the threat of this supreme immortal weapon. The name of this new heaven has been established. Chapter 543 Entering the Demon Realm. Lu Li did not see how majestic the new heaven was. As soon as he came out of seclusion, before he could stretch his legs, the golden immortal Taishinshin from the Taiqing sect suddenly appeared in front of him. Also following was Palace Master Yu. You are the Daluo Jinxian seed inherited from Luguan Immortal King? You are in Xiaishinting. Takingman. Taishinshin. Taishin performed a salute solemnly, with a look of surprise on his face. He couldn't even see through Lu Li, a cultivator at the peak of transcending tribulations. When I opened my Dharma eyes, I could only see a vast expanse of golden light and entwined avenues, and I couldn't see anything at all. It is indeed the seed of Daluo Jinxian. I've met Senior. Lu Li returned the gift without any nonsense and asked directly, Senior, why are you here this time? Heavenly Court has begun to prepare to encircle and suppress the Demon Lord. However, there are many demon gods gathered around the Demon Lord, and the large and small immortal sects need to work together to wipe out these demon gods. I heard that fellow Taoist is preparing to fight for Xianyin Immortal Palace? Palace Master Yu on the side couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Exactly. Lu Li nodded. He has received a lot of benefits from Xianyin Immortal Palace, and now he naturally reciprocates the favor and contributes a little bit. Moreover, by killing some demon gods, you should be able to refine some Dao fruits to enhance your own strength. Soldiers are very quick. Since fellow Taoist agrees, I will take fellow Taoist there right away. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. You will be responsible for clearing out the demon gods outside the demon realm together with several true immortals from other immortal sections. The map there and the demon gods' cultivation has been thoroughly investigated, so there won't be any danger, Tei Shinshin said solemnly. Good. Lu Li thought for a while, but did not refuse, just to test his strength. Friend Lu, be careful along the way, Palace Master Yu reminded softly. Thank you, Palace Master. I will. Lu Li nodded. Immediately, the two people soared into the sky and disappeared from the eyes of Palace Master Yu. I hope fellow Taoist Lu can return safely. Palace Master Yu looked at the disappearing light of Lu Li and prayed secretly. After a while, Lu Li was already standing on a white jade fairy boat, surrounded by thunder and lightning, like a ball of bright sun, speeding at a high speed. The demonic energy in front gradually became stronger. Yes, he is already on his way to the Demon Lord's demon realm. The Taiching Sect was really very fast. After giving Lu Li a bunch of things, he directly arranged Lu Li on a ferry boat to kill the Demon Lord. At this time, Lu Li realized that the outside world had changed drastically. This level of the Demon Crossing Tower was almost polluted by the Demon Lord's demonic domain, turning it into a vicious place filled with demonic energy. Looking down, the plants and animals on the earth have all kinds of strange magic patterns condensed on their bodies, exuding the aura of killing and cruelty. Apparently he has been demonized. Some places that were once the cave heaven blessed land, Lingshan immortal water, have now become a mess of demonic energy, making it impossible to practice at all. No wonder Taiching Sect has gained the name of New Heaven. It turns out that this level of the Demon Crossing Tower has been almost completely polluted by the Demon Lord. All the major forces have to rely on the protection of Taiching Sect. Otherwise they will have no place to stay. It seems that the Demon Lord is really a Deluo Jinxian level existence. Fortunately, this time he was only in charge of the outside of the demon realm, so he shouldn't encounter any danger. But let's make a divination first. Lu Li raised his brows, and 7 ancient copper coins flew out of the sky in the crystal of the kingdom of God, connected with the power of the law of the Great Avenue, and finally fell down. Appears in the shape of a bowl. This hexagram is a Jin hexagram? Shock is like thunder. The middle and upper hexagrams are calm in the face of danger. The hexagram says a golden bell is in the mud. Suddenly a bell hangs up and a loud sound is known to the world? Lu Li was thoughtful. This divination technique is a treasured secret book of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. It is called Inyang Hun Tian Miao Swan Gong, after the evolution of Taoism. It is Hun Tian Gong. Lu Li seemed to be very talented in practicing this magical skill. In just 1 month of practice, the Bodhi tree also bore the fruit of the Great Path. I just don't know if it works or not. Moreover, the teammates traveling with him this time seemed a bit weak. On top of the immortal boat, besides Lu Li, there were 8 people. These 8 people were all together in pairs and divided into 4 groups. It seemed that they all came from the same immortal sect. The strongest group consisted of an old man in the middle stage of being a celestial immortal and a young man in the peak stage of a true immortal. These 2 people were wearing snow-white gowns, and the belts, jade pendants, and hair crowns they wore were all shining with precious light, giving people an extremely powerful pressure. They were obviously real immortal weapons. It looks very luxurious, especially the 2 people holding a white seal and a black inkstone floating in their hands. Their auras are so powerful that they are almost the same as those of Palace Master Yu. As expected, they were 2 high-grade immortal weapons that were about to transform into immortals. Moreover, the 2 of them have practiced the way of life and death and are very consistent with these 2 immortal weapons. They have obviously cultivated them for many years, stimulating the power of the immortal weapons and adding a third of their power. On the other side, there is also a combination of a heavenly immortal and a real immortal. It's just that the early stage of the heavenly immortal leads to the later stage of the true immortal. Both of them were wearing long green dresses, and both looked like 16 or 18-year-old girls. They had beautiful facial features, the same eyebrows, eyes, and corners. It's a pair of twins. These 2 people were very simple. They did not wear any gold, silver or jade ornaments, and only used a jade hairpin to hold their hair in a bun. Lu Li discovered the deeply hidden power of yin and yang in the 2 of them. As expected, these 2 people, one of them practices the extreme yang immortal technique, and the other practices the Xianyin immortal technique, and they work together to fight against the enemy. I am afraid they are not afraid of the average peak immortal. Both groups were quite arrogant. They said nothing on the ferry boat and did not talk to anyone else. In addition to these two teams, there is also a more conspicuous team, all of which are men with a height of 2 feet, burly and majestic, covered in copper, like ancient gods of war. They all carry 2 giant axes on their backs. The blood flowed on the axe, and there was a scream of the wronged soul, which was terrifying. At this time, a slightly middle-aged man, holding a map in his hand, was seriously instructing the slightly younger man. That map was the map they wanted to use to clear out the demonic realm. It was extremely detailed. Luli sensed it carefully, and the 5 elements avenue in his body was immediately ready to move. It seemed that the two of them were cultivating the 5 elements avenue. The last group is more weird and unique. It is a golden monkey riding a boy. The boy was about 5 or 6 years old, with a round face, tall pigtails, and a round tiger fur coat. He was holding a bunch of fairy fruits in his hand and munching slowly. The fairy monkey riding on top of him has 3 eyes and 6 ears. He is doing some meditation with his eyes closed. Like the statue on the altar, it reveals a trace of Buddha nature. However, Luli could not help but raise his brows when he felt the surging power within the body of the boy and the monkey. This child-monkey combination should not be underestimated. What you practice is the pure path of power that makes your body holy. While he was observing these 8 people, they were also observing Luli, feeling a little surprised. A guy with only the peak level of transcending tribulation actually ran with them to the demon lord's demon realm to wipe out the demon god. Or alone? Are you here to die? Looking at his fair and handsome appearance, if he fell into the hands of the devil, he would probably end up worse than death. Dofong of Panga's sect. My friend, where are you from? Are you sure you are here alone? At this time, the middle-aged burly man carrying a giant axe frowned and asked. The demon god in this demon realm has begun to be extremely cruel. Henley, your cultivation level has skyrocketed under the influence of the demon lord's demonic energy. The weakest ones have reached the realm of true immortals. If you go there alone, your life may be in danger. This guy is a bit warm-hearted. Penguman? There was once a great immortal sect like the Xuanyun Immortal Palace, and it seemed that the two of them had some strength. Luli nodded and smiled. I am from a small world, and my sect is just an ordinary Huangquan sect, not an immortal sect. This time, I am indeed here to kill the demon god alone. Huangquan Song? Hearing his answer, the 8 people were stunned for a moment, but they did not remember that any immortal sect in the 36th heaven was the Huangquan sect. It turns out to be a wild little sect. No wonder there is only one person. However, this boy has a mysterious aura and seems to have some strength, but he doesn't know which avenue of power he is practicing. At this moment, the strongest old man from heaven spoke. It is very dangerous to destroy the demon god this time. I'm afraid I won't be able to help this fellow Taoist. Same for us. Can't help. The twin girls spoke together with cold and arrogant expressions. Don't look at me. My monkey brother is very cruel. Most people will get bitten by him if they get close. If you follow me, you will probably be eaten by my monkey brother before you are swallowed by the devil. The boy on the other side took a bite of the fairy fruit, pointed to the 6-eared monkey above his head and said, the demonic energy in this demonic realm is overwhelming and unpredictable. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid we can't help you. However, we all have the immortal map distributed by the Tai Ching sect, which shows the location of the demon god. As well as you can even leave a message on the location. If you are in danger, you can just leave a message on it for help. If we are nearby and have enough energy, we will come to save you. The middle-aged burly man named Do Fong smiled sincerely. It seems that these people are afraid that Luli will follow them and hold them back. Luli smiled, nodded and said, Thank you all fellow Taoists. I dare to come to the demon realm to kill the demon god, so I still have some means of self-protection. Several people nodded when they heard this, and without saying anything else, they began to test the map's message function. Luli also unfolded the map given by Tai Shintian. In the middle of the map is a black hole. That was the dangerous demonic realm where the demon lord was, and it was not marked to prevent daring guys like Luli from breaking in and seeking death. On the periphery of the black hole, mountains, rivers, seas, volcanoes, swamps and other landforms are clearly outlined, and tens of thousands of red dots, large and small, are flashing. These red dots are demons. After a little sensing, the red dot demon's information immediately appeared on the map, with weaknesses and danger levels also specially marked. The weakest one is only the yellow level one, and the strongest one is the heaven level one. a crested demon god at the peak of immortality. After the demon is killed, the red dot will turn into a green dot. At this time, lines of gold characters continue to appear on the map. There are so many demon gods. This demon god may change its location. The map information is not accurate, so please be careful. We still have to be careful of those demons and immortals. Even though those demons and immortals are killing the demons with us, they might be doing something behind our back, just like in the previous battles in the fairy world. Which guy is slandering us fairies? Stand up and I'll kill you. Everyone, you should try your best to kill the demon gods. After all, as many demon gods as you kill, there will be rewards. The Sect can get more good things in the new heaven. 5,000 immortal jade, plus an invisible immortal weapon, begging for the most precious treasure of heaven and earth. 7-hearted ginseng. If you have any fairy beauties from the cat tribe, come to my place and I'll treat you to some fairy fruit. You can only eat it without touching it. Ha ha! I found a poisonous magic grass. This lively scene made Luli think it was an autumn outing. However, this also made Luli understand that they were not willing to be a burden. Killing the demon god could be exchanged for rewards in the new heaven. And it was also a proof of strength and merit. So everyone is a competitor. So, these demon gods are all living and breathing treasures of heaven and earth. Luli couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha! Luli! Come on! I'm already an immortal weapon. Let's kill these demonic powers together, and let others follow us and eat our stinky farts. GK also shouted excitedly. Yes. After it swallowed a trace of the original energy of the Shiantai immortal cloud, it transformed directly into an immortal weapon. Although it was just an ordinary low-grade immortal weapon, it could still easily kill ordinary true immortals and demons. After all, after hanging out with the land carp for so long, so many good things are not in vain. Before he started to move, the immortal old man said, Several fellow Taoists, the front has entered the demon realm. The demonic energy is filthy. I will kill the demon god first. Please take care of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man took the young man beside him and flew out of the ferry boat. A cloud of golden light erupted from his body, and he fell into the dark cloud-like devilish aura in front of him and disappeared. The strong demonic energy has begun to affect people's minds, making them have the desire to kill. The remaining people couldn't help but look serious. Although these demonic energies are only on the periphery of the demon realm, they are still very terrifying. If there is even a trace of them, the immortal body may be demonized. If it is light, it will be cut off. If it is serious, it will pollute the soul of the immortal power. In this demonic realm, if the immortal soul is contaminated, the consequences will be obvious. Please take care of it. After flying for another distance, the twin girls coldly dropped 4 words, and with a flick of the brush, they formed a ball of gray light and fell into the devilish aura. Only Luli, the master and disciple of the Pengus sect, and the boy and the monkey were left on the immortal boat. Hey! I can't let the devil snatch it all away from you. The boy and the monkey seemed to be eager to kill the demon god. After saying a few words, they jumped into the demonic energy. Fellow Taoist, there are more than 1,000 demon gods in this area with a radius of millions of miles, and they are all divided among a few of us. Now those Taoist friends have chosen a direction to kill the demon gods, and we can't. I'm free. Fellow Taoist, this place has officially entered the demon realm. Demon gods may appear and attack at any time. You should be careful. You should also put this ferry boat away. Also, don't rush into the demon realm. The middle-aged burly man cupped his hands and reminded. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I know. Luli nodded. Then, goodbye. The middle-aged burly man turned over his hands and grabbed the 2 giant axes on his back. Then, he took the young man beside him and suddenly flew into the sky, rushing directly into the demonic energy in front of him. The 5 elements of light emerging from his body were cleverly integrated into the black demonic energy, as if water droplets merged into the sea. Perfectly dive into it. Seeing this, Luli glanced at the map, and with a flick of his hand, he put the immortal boat into the Divine Kingdom crystal. Crash! Without the protection of the immortal boat, the demonic energy around him surged forward like a torrent, trying to engulf Luli whole. The next moment, Luli was indeed engulfed by demonic energy. However, what is shocking is that after invading Luli's body, the poisonous demonic energy that all immortals feared like a poisonous snake turned directly into the purest source of demonic power, and was directly swallowed and refined by the colorful Bodhi tree. It is transmitted to the fruit of the holy demonic way refined by the Brahma demon true holy art. The mana is increasing bit by bit. This is like a fish returning to the sea and a dragon flying to the sky. Without hesitation, Luli turned into a golden light and rushed towards the nearest demon lair. Chapter 544 Single Brushing. There's something wrong with the demonic energy in this demon's lair. In a magma underground filled with the poisonous gas of earth fire, an old man in the middle stage of the celestial immortal stage wielded the white seal immortal weapon and smashed it against the fiery red giant crab demon in front of him. On the other side, the young man who was at the peak of his true immortality held up his black ink stone, scattering patches of ink light, covering a 10-mile radius, and was sweating profusely trapping a giant shrimp demon. This giant shrimp demon is only in the early stage of a true immortal. But it seems that the young man is struggling. Master, the demonic energy spewed out by this demon can actually swallow up half of the power of the immortal weapon. It is still eating away at the body-protecting immortal shield. How could this happen? The young man took out an elixir and swallowed it in one gulp, barely keeping his mana full. I'm afraid that the demon lord's demonic energy has nourished these demons. Their magic power can defile and cannibalize all the power of the immortals. The immortal old man suppressed the cancer demon god easily, and his brows could not help but frown. Although this cancer demon god is only at the peak of the true immortal realm, its body is hard, and the demonic light and demonic energy it emits can withstand half of the power of the immortal magic weapon. Coupled with the blessing of the demonic array in this lair, it can even be forced to hold up under his hand. Stay for one stick of incense. If this continues, it may be dangerous. If he encounters a demon in the realm of immortals, and his strength is greatly reduced, let alone protecting his precious disciple, he may even be lost here. We need to find someone to join forces. Thinking of this, the old man raised his hand, summoned the map, and entered it with a spiritual thought. Suddenly, a line of gold characters appeared. Fellow Taoists from Jade Cauldron Sect, fellow Taoists from Panga Sect, and fellow Taoists from Qingshu Immortal Palace. The demon god has changed. The magic is weird. It can actually swallow the power of immortal weapons and immortal magic. Why don't we work together to eliminate the demon god? Subconsciously, he ignored Luli. In this strange demonic realm, Luli, who was at the peak of his tribulation, faced an ordinary demon god. Under the influence of the demonic energy, his strength was probably only combined. He was probably swallowed by the demon god as soon as they met. And he has already fallen. Okay. My sister and I are coming over right now. At this time, a line of gold characters appeared on the map. The twin girls from the Jade Cauldron Gate agreed. Obviously the situation is not good either. This demon has definitely mutated. It's extremely ferocious. It's even more terrifying and powerful than my monkey brother. Where are the seniors of the Heavenly Book Sect? I'll bring Monkey over here. Whoa! 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 You poisonous snake demon. Wait. I'll wait, someone will come and chop you down. Almost at the same time, the boy's spiritual thoughts turned into golden characters and emerged. We're coming too. The spiritual thoughts of the burly man from Panguman followed closely behind. This situation also happened during the war between immortals and demons. With the blessing of the devil's demonic energy, the demons will become more powerful, and the strength of the immortals will be greatly reduced. With each increase and decrease, the immortals will also fall to the true immortals, in the hands of the devil. So it is more important to save your life and join forces first. The immortal old man glanced at the other demon realms, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Some people have already begun to die. It is indeed not that easy to kill the demon lord this time. By the way, where is that fellow Taoist from the underworld sect who has reached the peak of his calamity? At this time, a line of gold characters appeared on the map. That man only has the peak level of transcending tribulation. He probably can't even withstand the demonic energy of the demon god. So he will be directly demonized. Don't worry about him for now. Fellow Taoists, gather in my direction, the old man said anxiously. He sensed that the cancer demon god in front of him was emitting a magical thought, sweeping in all directions and rippling away. It looked like he was summoning other demons. Once other demon gods come around, he may have no choice but to run away to save his life. Good. We'll come over now. Don't worry. Fellow Taoists, be careful of the traps set by the devil on the road. Several other people responded one after another. At this moment, the green light suddenly flashed on the fairy map full of red dots. A red dot marking a true immortal and demon god turned directly into a green dot. The immortal old man from the Heavenly Book Sect, the twin girls from the Jade Cauldron Sect, the burly man from the Penga sect, and a child and a monkey from the Qingshu Immortal Palace were all stunned. The next moment, the boy's exclamation appeared on the map. Our demon god has been destroyed? Who is it? Who is it? The immortal old man and others were also stunned. The burly man's surprise immediately emerged. Who killed this true immortal demon? I remember that this demon was a demon with 3 dragon heads on its head. It had the cultivation level of a true immortal. Who strangled it so quickly? Senior of the Heavenly Book Sect? Is that you? The twin girl asked. Dot! The old man from Heavenly Immortal frowned as he looked at the giant crab demon god who was attacking Bai Ying crazily. Finally, he sent a divine thought towards the immortal map to deny. It's not me. I'm still entangled with a demon god. Could it be that the Tai Ching sect has sent someone else? Fellow Taoists from the immortal sect are here to kill the demon god? No. Before setting off, I checked with people from the Tai Ching sect to confirm again and again that there are only a few of us from the immortal sect in this area. They are all forces from the celestial clan in the past. Immortals from other forces will never be sent here. The boy said very firmly. In this way, you are not my Jade Cauldron sect, nor a senior of the Heavenly Book sect, nor a Taoist friend of the Qingshu Immortal Palace, nor a friend of the Penga sect. You can only be. The twin girls spoke slowly. See this line of gold letters? The immortal old man, the burly man, and the boy could not help but widen their eyes. A look of extreme shock and confusion appeared on his face. Could it be that young man from the Huangquan sect who only had the peak level of transcending tribulation? Indeed, that fellow Taoist was the last to leave the ferry boat. His location seems to be not far from the 3 dragon-headed demon. The burly man from Penga Gate was filled with turmoil in his heart. Impossible. The old immortal man subconsciously questioned. I sacrificed a middle-grade immortal weapon. But under the suppression of the strange demonic energy around me, I still couldn't kill a demon god at the peak of a true immortal. How can it be possible for him to reach the peak of tribulation? It is indeed impossible. Together, our sisters can only seriously injure a 1,000-eyed demon god at the peak of the true immortal. It is indeed extremely difficult to kill it. This demon god's physical body is too strong. And there are also cunning rabbits escaping in all directions. It is difficult to kill it. Don't live. The twin girls from the Jade Cauldron Gate echoed. I feel the same way. Looking at other demon realms, only a few red dots turned into green dots. In other words, many immortal sect elites were dispatched to kill a few demon gods. How could he reach the peak of transcending tribulation? The boy also nodded repeatedly, seeing the golden characters appearing on the fairy map. The burly man thought about it carefully and felt that it did make some sense. Thinking back to the great war between immortals and demons, even if the demon god in the demon world was seriously injured, he could recover most of his injuries as long as he devoured and refined a trace of the devil's original energy. Almost immortal. At that time, a demon god at the peak of the true immortal realm could suppress several true immortals from the immortal realm. Now, in this demonic realm of the demon lord, how could a person at the peak of his tribulation kill a true immortal demon in less than a quarter of an hour? It's impossible even to think about. Maybe there are really people from other immortal sects running over. At this moment, a line of gold characters appeared on the green dot of the immortal picture. Fellow Taoists, I just killed a demon god and found some highly poisonous magic dragon grass. If these fellow Taoists are in need, they can exchange them for various magical secrets and fairy weapons. Everyone was stunned. Fellow Taoist is? The immortal old man asked in surprise. A line of gold characters immediately appeared, shining brightly. I am the fellow Taoist who came from the Huangquan sect. Several fellow Taoists separated just now. You shouldn't have forgotten me so quickly. Right? The world seemed to be quiet. What? The next moment, the old man's eyes were as white as copper bells, and his mind was unsteady. The white seal immortal weapon he controlled trembled, and was directly hit by the cancer demon god and flew back, hitting him, and blasting him into the drama. The poisonous magma stirred up huge waves. It's you? How can this be? What the H.L.? Are you at the peak of your calamity and killing the true immortals and demons? At this time, the twin girls, the burly man, the child and the monkey who were rushing towards the old immortal all shook their bodies wildly. Their eyes widened. Their immortal power lost control, and the protective immortal shield almost collapsed and fell into the sky. In the demonic aura, he was obviously shocked to the extreme. They stood there, the two sisters looking at each other. The burly middle-aged man and his apprentice stared at each other. The boy and the monkey were so surprised that they could open their mouths so wide that they could stuff several large watermelons into them. Crash! The immortal old man flew up from the lava, quickly took out a ball of immortal dew, wiped it on his face, wiped out his burning eyebrows, offered the immortal seal again to suppress the cancer demon god, and immediately asked, "Fellow Taoist of Huangquan Sect, could it be that you secretly brought along a heavenly fellow Taoist? Otherwise, with your cultivation, how could you kill a true immortal demon so quickly? No, it's just me. Besides, isn't this the basic operation of a genius? Transcending tribulations and killing true immortals? Haven't a few fellow Taoists tried it? It's quite easy." Lu Li's answer quickly appeared on the immortal map. The immortal old man. Dot. Twin. The burly man. Dot. One child and one monkey. Dot. Several people were speechless for a while, and at the same time, they were extremely shocked. Overcoming the tribulation means overcoming the tribulation. A true immortal is a true immortal. The former is a human being, and the latter is an immortal. The laws of true immortals have been transformed into the power of the true original laws of immortality and magic. And flesh and blood have also been transformed, living as long as the sky and shining with the sun and the moon. In other words, the magic power of a true immortal is 1,000 times that of a tribulation, even 10,000 times. Ordinary tribulations are impossible to match against true immortals. A true immortal can crush the tribulation to death as easily as an ant with a random spell. This is the difference between a true immortal and a transcended tribulation. It's the real difference between heaven and man. There are indeed legendary deeds in the world of overcoming tribulations and killing true immortals, but most of them can only be accomplished with the help of supreme immortal weapons. Relying purely on one's own magic power, it is almost impossible to kill the true immortal through the tribulation. Could it be that this young man from the Huangquan Sect has a supreme immortal weapon in his body? That's right. That should be it. No wonder he dared to venture into the demon realm alone. At this time, in a huge demon palace, thunder was rolling in the sky, and a young man in golden clothes stood on the 9 heavens, holding a supreme thunder city in his hand. Countless terrifying fairy thunders erupted from the thunder city, hitting the 1,000-handed demon god in front, making him howl. This 1,000-armed demon is like an octopus, with no head and body, only thousands of demonic hands. If you look closely, you will see that this demonic hand exudes an evil light. It's actually a Buddha's hand. This demon god unexpectedly found thousands of Buddha's hands from nowhere, devoured and refined them into his own demon body. With each palm and punch, it was extremely powerful. Great Nirvana Buddha Fist. The palm of the destroying Buddha. Great Reincarnation Light Barrier. What is astonishing is that the move played by this demon god is the supreme Buddha move left in the Buddha's hand. When it is blasted out, the Buddha's light illuminates the world in all directions. The Buddha's light also contains traces of sinister and strange magic light, which is specially designed to swallow up the power of immortal weapons and magic. This is a demon in the early stage of immortality. Unfortunately, around it, real immortals in golden clothes sacrificed various immortal weapons and formed a giant dragon of immortal weapons, blocking all the attacks of the demon god. These immortals are all disciples of the Tai Ching sect. The Jade Purple Roulette Great Nirvana Destroying Immortal Technique. At this moment, the young man in gold suddenly raised his hand and pointed. 2 rays of light, one green and one white, suddenly appeared on the 1,000-armed demon god. They circled gently at an indescribable speed, and a mysterious roulette shadow emerged. During the rotation, countless immortal laws trembled, and the long river of time also trembled. Go back. If you look carefully, you will see that the 3 supreme Taoist ancestors are carved on the wheel. Ouch! The 1,000-handed demon god seemed to have suffered a huge attack. Roaring with extremely violent pain, and terrifying magic light erupted from its body. It's going to blow up. However, the phantom of the roulette wheel just turned slightly, and all the magic light turned into 2 curls of green and white fairy energy, and was sucked into the roulette wheel. With another turn, thousands of Buddha's demonic hands shattered like broken glass, with a loud bang, and exploded into demonic energy filling the sky. Receive. The young man in gold had a cold look on his face, blasted out countless mana, and forced the roulette magic to be turned violently, sucking all the demonic energy into the millstone. In this way, a demon god who was in the early stage of being an immortal was suppressed and killed by a group of true immortals. Call. The young man in golden clothes let out a sigh of relief and quickly took out an elixir and swallowed it to restore his immortal power. Mr. Chiu, 8 demon gods have been killed in other demon realms, but they are all real immortal demon gods. Only the celestial demon gods we have killed. A true immortal old man from the Tai Ching sect flew over, spread out the immortal picture and said, "Good." The young man in gold glanced at it and said calmly, "This time, our Tai Ching sect has summoned all the forces to surround and kill the demon lord. We can only succeed and not fail. Our Tai Ching sect cannot lose its reputation. We must be first in everything. Only in this way can we destroy and suppress all forces and become the master of the new heaven. Don't worry, Mr. Chiu. With your supreme immortal skills, no one should be faster than us," the old true immortal said with admiration on his face. The Jade Purple Roulette Nirvana immortal technique just now is one of the 3 major immortal techniques of Tai Ching sect. Cross the border and kill with no disadvantages. Above it, there are only 2 great immortal arts, Shunqing Destroy Emotion and Tai Ching Destroy Tao. In this level of the Demon Crossing Tower, under the Golden Immortal, I am afraid that no one can be better than Mr. Chiu in front of me. Correct. The true immortal old man suddenly remembered something, and his expression became solemn. Just now, the 3 dragon-headed demon gods in this demonic realm, with true immortal cultivation, were actually killed by someone who was at the peak of transcending tribulation. This person may be a variable. What? Under the devil's aura. He was not demonized at the peak of crossing the tribulation, and he crossed the border and killed a true immortal demon? Oh, I know who it is. Don't worry about him. No matter how strong he is, he can only cross the border. It's just a tribulation. Let's go on to eliminate the demon god, and then enter the demon lord's palace. The demon lotus that the demon lord has raised for so many years is about to mature. Let's rush over to help the master. We can't let those who are hiding. The old guy didn't do anything but took advantage of our Tai Ching sect. The young man in golden clothes waved his hand, didn't take it to heart, and led the people to fly out. Chapter 545. Do you dare to agree if I call you? At the same time, Lu Li stood on the head of a huge magic dragon as big as a mountain, chewing a blood-red magic grass at the corner of his mouth. The violent poisonous power exploded in the body. These poisons are like living creatures, penetrating through billions of divine crystals, and worming their way into Lu Li's soul, and the colorful Bodhi tree, like ghosts entangling them. Unfortunately, this poison that should have killed the true immortal instantly was directly absorbed and refined by the colorful Bodhi tree, turning it into the nutrients of the poisonous Dao fruit. The poisonous avenue is getting stronger. It tastes quite sweet. It's good to keep it and grow it yourself. With a wave of his hand, Lu Li put the 2 demon dragon heads under his feet into the crystal of the kingdom of God, and the remaining poisonous magic grass was planted directly on the body of the demon god. In this way, this demon god in the late stage of true immortality was directly transformed into the soil of the medicine garden in the crystal of the kingdom of God. As for the demon god's soul, it is kept within the crystal of the kingdom of God, allowing it to roar and curse crazily, and the emotional power it generates is always nourishing the demon sword Dao fruit of the 25 sword of the demon. Not bad. Not bad. Although this demon is a bit useless, it is still somewhat useful. My trip was not in vain. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. After he put away the immortal boat, he rushed directly to the nearest demon god's lair. Unexpectedly, a demon god suddenly appeared halfway and attacked him, swallowing him in one bite. It was the 3-headed dragon demon god that he had just killed. There is something about these 3-headed demon dragons and demon gods. One head manifests between heaven and earth. It is intangible and insubstantial. Even Lu Li almost didn't notice it. However, it swallowed Lu Li into its belly because of its own misfortune, and actually thought of using the devil's demonic energy to pollute and corrode Lu Li's protective light, and was directly swallowed and refined by Lu Li. The next plot is almost the same as Sun Wukong entering the belly of Princess Iron Fan. After a lot of trouble, the 3-headed dragon demon ran back to his cave. The golden cave that had been ripped out of his chest swished 3 times, and then his head fell. Then, ashes returned to dust, earth returned to earth, and all the treasures in the cave were put into the bellies of GK and Lu Li. Lu Li! This demon doesn't have anything good at all. He only has an ordinary fairy weapon, which is not enough to eat. The golden sword on the side is coiled into a golden sword pill, wrapped in a ball of flame like a python, and the fan-like demonic weapon is devouring the power of the law refined in it. This demonic magical weapon is an attacking magical weapon. One fan is filled with magic fire, Another one is covered in ice for thousands of miles. And the last one is filled with yin and yang power that sweeps across the world, which happens to correspond to the original law of the three-headed demonic dragon's demonic path. It seems to be very useful. But it's a pity that it's just a low-grade fairy weapon. There is no need for the land carp. So just throw it to Gene K to eat and refine it. Let's go to the next demon's place. Luli took out the fairy picture and took a look at it. There are quite a lot of people paying attention to him on the immortal picture. But most of them are questioning him. Beat the real immortal at the peak of transcending tribulation? Is it fake? He must be hiding his strength. This guy is dishonest. He probably secretly took his seniors with him to kill the demon god. Maybe it's a top-grade immortal weapon. However, someone still recognized him. Could it be that fellow Taoist? A Taoist friend at the peak of tribulation in Xuanyun Immortal Palace? It turns out to be him. Fellow Taoist, are you coming by the way? Our Holy Spear Sect is happy to help you kill the demon god. See these floating gold letters. Many people guessed it immediately. His. Could it be? The seeds of Daluo Jingxian? No way. Is it really that fellow Taoist? That man from Xuanyun Immortal Palace? No wonder, no wonder. Fellow Taoist, are you still in need of some errands? I am a true immortal at the peak of my cultivation. I know everything about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, arranging flowers, making tea, squeezing legs and shoulders. You only need to pay 1,000 immortal jade, and I will do the work of a dog and a horse for you. This is simply unreasonable. A true immortal actually works as an errand boy for others? How shameless. How shameless. I'm free. Huh? Rolled up? I'm going to stick an immortal weapon on you. I support two Taoists. The immortal old man, the burly man, the twin girls, and a boy and a monkey were completely dumbfounded when they looked at the gold characters that kept popping up on the immortal map. I was even more shocked. The peak of the underworld sect's tribulation just now was actually the legendary Daluo Golden Immortal Seed. The Daluo Jingxian seed worth 10,000. No wonder he dared to come to the demon realm alone to kill the demon god. In an instant, several people felt regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have made a good friendship. They subconsciously thought that the son of the great Luo Jingxian would not risk his life and come to a dangerous place like the demon realm if he did not bow down to the throne. Unwise. What a mistake. Who could have expected that he would actually come? At this time, is it too late to run over and become familiar? This time I really showed up. Luli looked at the extremely lively immortal picture, shook his head, turned his eyes, and looked at the nearest red dot on the immortal picture. A demon god at the peak of the true immortal level. Although the demon god in the late stage of true immortal just now was weak, it also contributed to him the powerful power of the poisonous Tao Law, which directly increased his strength by 1,000. Moreover, this three-headed dragon demon also contributed a lot of pure demon energy. Luli estimated that as long as he refined the demonic energy of 3 more true immortal demons, the holy demonic avenue would be able to blossom and bear fruit directly, condensing the fruits of the holy demonic avenue. The holy demonic avenue is the avenue of the 72 demon gods and the bone demon god. As long as this Tao fruit is condensed, the body will be immortal and its power will be infinite. That's not even the most important thing. What's more important is that in this demonic realm, he transformed into the bone demon god, attracting thunder and punishment from the fairy world. Under the protection of the demon lord's demonic energy, the power of the thunder and punishment from the fairy world was greatly weakened. As long as he kept refining the demon lord demonic energy is an immortal existence, there is hope of breaking through to become a true immortal. Walk! Thinking of this, Luli started to get excited, grabbed the golden K, turned into a golden light, and shot out of the air, heading towards the nearest true immortal peak demon god. Soon, Luli crashed into a place shrouded in black mist. The dense demonic energy billowed up from below, completely covering thousands of miles around. The sun and the moon lacked light, and it was impossible to see even one's fingers. Even the consciousness cannot extend an inch outside of the body. As long as the spiritual consciousness is released, it will be directly corroded and polluted by the black demonic energy, lose sanity, and become the food of the devil. Moreover, these demonic energies are so weird that they can also swallow the power of the immortal's fairy shield. Obviously there is a demon here that has been strengthened by the demon lord. Is the demon lord demonic? Just fill my stomach. Luli didn't talk nonsense. He just had an idea. Behind him, a huge Kunping Dharma appearance appeared out of thin air, opened its mouth to swallow the sky, and sucked it in suddenly. Crash. The demonic energy with a radius of thousands of miles, together with the demonic array arranged in the cracks in time and space, were completely swallowed up by the whale. Leave nothing behind. A rust-red plane was also revealed before Lu Li's eyes. Who is it? Who swallowed the devil's demonic energy? Almost at the same time, a violent and ferocious demonic thought was conveyed from the depths of the plane, exuding an endless killing atmosphere. At the same time, the pure demonic energy of the demon lord emerged from the ground like steam from a hot spring. Dignified demon god! Stop hiding and come out! Lu Li suddenly stamped his feet. Boom! The huge force, like a divine sword that penetrated the earth, directly tore the plane into a chasm thousands of miles wide. The next moment, Buddha's light emerged from the ground, and a 1,000,000-foot-tall Buddha statue slowly grew out of the ground, instantly stretching the planes thousands of miles apart and falling into pieces. Ah! How dare you destroy this demon god's cave! With a roar, a group of demons, as big as the sun, rose into the sky from the depths of the earth, covering the sky in all directions. If you look closely, you will see that this mass of demons is made up of the flesh and blood limbs of countless creatures, including dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, immortals, Buddhas, glued together into an extremely terrifying monster, like a pot of boiling molten quagmire. Just by looking at it, one feels extremely fearful, and one's 3 souls and 6 souls are going crazy and collapsing. Very evil. You devil. You are so ugly. If I call you, do you dare to agree? Lu Li looked at the terrifying demon in the sky and said with disgust. Huh? You actually only have the cultivation level of the peak of transcending tribulations, and you dare to come and die? It turns out that the Buddha in the Buddhist world has practiced the devouring way. No wonder he doesn't know whether to live or die. I will kill you with one look at this demon. Destroy the demonic light in all directions. Kill, kill! The flesh and blood demon roared ferociously, and the demonic body suddenly separated on both sides, and a green demonic eye as big as a mountain suddenly appeared. However, before it could take action, it felt the power of the great law in the body vibrate inexplicably. The infinite power of the law, like the Milky Way bursting its banks, forcibly washed away and poured into its body. The next moment, this flesh and blood demon god was like a star exploding. The demon body expanded violently and uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it expanded tenfold. No! Why is this demon's power of law rioting out of control? Why does it feel like it's going to explode? Flesh puppet! Get up! The flesh demon suddenly became frightened. As its body squirmed, a streak of blood flew out of its body and manifested into a palm-sized puppet in the air. This wooden idol is made of a scarecrow, with a nose, eyes, hands and feet. I saw the flesh demon god spurting out a breath of pure demonic energy, hitting the scarecrow puppet. The puppet opened its eyes suddenly. An endless red light shot into the sky, shrouding the flesh and blood demon that expanded to the size of a star in the blink of an eye. The power of infinite laws poured into the body was inexplicably transferred to this puppet. Without any hesitation, this flesh and blood demon was about to cast a spell to move time and space and escape directly. You've already come, but you still want to leave? Lu Li sneered. Uh-huh. A ray of golden light, like a giant axe sword that split the darkness of the universe, struck directly at the body of the flesh demon god, splitting it and the dark green demonic eye in two. It's Gene K. Endless edge. Before the flesh and blood demon could react, Lu Li punched through the air. Boom. The powerful magic power of 10,000 avenues directly hit the body of the flesh and blood demon, erupting with extremely terrifying power of the laws of the avenue, exploding continuously, shattering thousands of time and space. The demonic body of the flesh demon god directly shattered into dust and mayfly-like particles at this moment. Ah! This punch of yours actually has 10,000 Tao laws. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can there be such a terrifying peak of transcending tribulation in the world? Ah! I know. You are the great Luo Jingxian seed in New Heaven. He also practiced the holy demon path. The flesh and blood demon's body was shattered by the fist that was fused into one by the 10,000 magic powers. The flesh and blood demon let out a shrill roar of incomparable pain. A beam of blood flew out of the demon's eye and was about to escape hundreds of millions of time and space away. However, the land carp opened its 5 claws and grabbed forward. Countless golden Buddha lights emerged as the big claws, and condensed into real dragon claws that covered thousands of miles. instantly enveloping the heaven and earth, together with the demonic soul of the flesh and blood demon. It was also directly imprisoned in this time and space. Ah! Don't even think about suppressing me! The flesh demon let out an extremely crazy roar, and his soul burned directly, turning into a blood-stained rusty red arrow. Above the arrow, surrounded by demonic energy, the souls of countless immortals, Buddhas and demons were howling in pain. This is a sharp arrow that has killed countless immortals. Call out. I saw a flash of white light from heaven and earth. This arrow broke through the imprisonment of the Buddha's light dragon claw and escaped thousands of miles away. Good stuff. It's just mine. Luli took one step forward, and in the void, the golden lotus of Buddha's light emerged, shrunk to an inch, and the person appeared in front of the rusty red arrow. When he opened his mouth, he spat out the terrifying divine thunder in the sky. It is the supreme destructive divine thunder that Luli collected during his tribulation. It is the most powerful, and the most powerful. The power is terrifying. The rusty red arrowhead was struck violently on the spot and trembled violently. Before it could react, the surrounding space and time were spinning. When it reappeared, it was already surrounded by billions of crystals from the kingdom of God. Thousands of roots, like dragons and pythons, wrap around it. In an instant, the flesh demon god felt as if his remaining demon soul had been inserted into tens of thousands of straws, and all the power of the great law was drained out in an instant. When it came back to its senses, it had become a neighbor with the soul of another three-headed dragon demon god. The rusty red arrow also had its soul imprint wiped away and disappeared without a trace. The great immortal technique of Xianin sending children is indeed a good magic technique with endless magical effects. It directly forced out the devil's trump card. Luli played with the rusty red arrow and looked quite satisfied. Luli, this puppet smells so stinking of the devil's original aura. I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. At this time, Jink's sword light struck and flew the scarecrow puppet's head over. This is also a good thing. Take it. Luli flipped his hand and put the two demonic artifacts into the kingdom of God crystal, imprinted them with his own mana, and slowly cultivated them. After doing all this, he took the golden K and fell directly into the depths of the ground, and began to collect the demon's treasures. After a while, Luli flew out of the ground with a look of surprise on his face. There was a round, golden thing in his hand. Buddha's light shines. This turned out to be a relic of Buddha. The relic should have condensed the Buddha's millions of years of supreme Buddhist origin, but they have been refined by the devil and are empty. But there is a Buddhist magic left inside. Mingwang 10 Realms Fist. After practicing, he condensed his immortal power and exploded with 10 times the power. Luli endowed 10,000. Although their magic power is as powerful as the peak of a true immortal or even a heavenly immortal, the power of the laws of the great Tao has not been completely integrated and has not exploded exponentially. This Mingwang 10 Realm Fist, with one punch, can unite all laws and have the power to destroy the 10 realms of reincarnation. Practiced, Luli swallowed the relic in one gulp and began to understand the supreme Buddhist magic in it. The figure flashed out without hesitation and killed the nearest peak-level true immortal demon god. He could tell that this demon lord should have participated in the war between immortals and demons back then. This demonic realm was one of the ancient battlefields back then. These demon gods probably picked up a lot of treasures left over from the war that year, and maybe even fragments of the supreme immortal artifact. Moreover, Luli has refined the demonic energy of this flesh and blood demon, and his body is ready to move. And he can't wait to break through to the true immortal. Chapter 546 Mingwang 10 Realm Fist. In less than a quarter of an hour. Kill a demon? Are you sure? At this moment, the 8 immortal elders who gathered together had just joined forces to kill the giant crab and giant shrimp demon, taking advantage of a moment of rest. They couldn't help but be shocked at how quickly Luli killed the demon. It takes these 2 demons a quarter of an hour to join forces. How did Luli, who was at the peak of his tribulation, kill a late-stage true immortal demon god so quickly? It's really unbelievable. Yes, I'm sure. The burly man still looked shocked and said, that fellow Taoist was the last to leave the ferry boat. Let's estimate the time it took him to arrive at the demon god's lair and the time when the demon god was destroyed. It should not exceed a quarter of an hour. Hiss! This is too fast. Even faster than Brother Monkey's group of monkey concubines who favor him. Oops! The boy gasped. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was hit hard by the 3-eyed monkey riding on him. Hearing this, The twin girls were completely shocked and couldn't help but ask. He died. How did he do it? The seeds of Daluo Jinxian, with 10,000 combined powers, should have about the same mana as us. However, we are suppressed by the devil's demonic energy, and he should not have this restriction. The immortal old man touched his chin and said in deep thought, Senior, are you saying that this Daluo Jinxian seed has cultivated the demonic god's avenue? Isn't he afraid of the demonic god's avenue's backlash? The burly man gasped. This is the demon lord's demonic domain. If you encounter a demon in the realm of heavenly immortals, or even in the realm of golden immortals, as long as the other party invades the soul of the great golden immortal seed and pollutes the demon god's avenue that controls him, you can directly turn the great golden immortal seed into the demon god's puppet. This is the devil's special skill, hard to guard against. It is for this reason that the immortals in the heavens dare not practice the path of the devil rashly. Once they practice, the devil will immediately sense it. If the devil accidentally invades the heart and soul, the thousands of years of hard work on the path have become a wedding dress for others. The gain outweighs the loss. Don't worry, since that Taoist friend dared to enter the demon realm and arrogantly killed the demon god alone. I'm afraid we have already prepared various means to defend against the demon god's attack on the soul. There is no need for us to worry about him. Let's kill him first. Let's talk to the devil. Otherwise, all the devils in our area will be killed by him alone, and all the treasures will be looted by him. The boy was a little anxious. There is no need to worry. That Taoist friend is strong, but at most, he is equivalent to an early stage immortal. Even if he is not suppressed by the demonic energy, can he still be better than a few of us working together? The immortal old man will now start to calm down. Upon hearing this, the others realized that this was indeed the case. Their magical weapons were indeed suppressed by the demon lord's demonic energy, and their power was halved. But with their joint efforts, they were still able to temporarily dispel the demon lord's demonic energy. In this way, a true immortal and demon can be killed in a quarter of an hour. It's nothing extraordinary. Hey, are there green dots again? Another demon god has been destroyed. Let me see. The boy suddenly glanced at the immortal picture and couldn't help but be surprised. The next moment, his mouth opened and dislocated with a click. Seeing his appearance, the immortal old man's pupil shrank, and he took out the immortal picture and looked at it in disbelief. Suddenly, he was so frightened that the white beard on his chin was broken. Could it be that fellow Taoist again? The burly man seemed to have guessed something, and took out his fairy picture. Then, he showed a wry smile. The real Daluo Jinxian seed. The twin girls looked at the immortal picture blankly and murmured. The demon god at the peak of the true immortal was destroyed? The previous demon god was destroyed, only a quarter of an hour away. Is the Daluo Jinxian seed really that strong? Mr. Chiu, that fellow Taoist killed another demon at the peak of a true immortal. A sea of demonic clouds. The young man in golden clothes from Tai Ching Sect led a group of true immortals, and were surrounding and killing a huge demon god with dragon horns like a whale. What? When the young man in gold heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, with a look of disbelief on his face. The immortal power that was brewing and preparing the Yuching roulette immortal technique almost lost control. It is true. The old true immortal was also shocked and said, 2 green dots appeared in that demonic area, and 2 demon gods fell. One was killed by the Tianshu Sect, Yuting Sect, Qingshu Immortal Palace, and Panga Sect, and the other one was probably killed by that Taoist friend. Now, all the people in the immortal sects are in turmoil. Mr. Chiu took out the fairy picture and looked at it. Lines of golden characters kept popping up. Killed another demon? Or one at the peak of true immortality? Daluo Jinxian seed. So terrifying. This fellow Taoist. Are you interested in going there with me to practice? This fellow Taoist. Are you interested in going there with my fellow Taoist to practice? Me too. Question mark. This Daluo Jinxian seed was not suppressed by the demonic energy, so he could kill the demon god so quickly. He must have practiced the demon god's way. He dared to come to the demon realm. He is really brave for a skilled man. I admire him. It's indeed powerful. But be careful of those insidious demon fairies. They are probably eyeing the seed of the great Luo Jinxian. Who is slandering us fairies? Stand up and I will kill you. Taking Man's limelight was completely stolen. Mr. Chiu frowned. His face became solemn, and his eyes were sharp. All brothers and sisters, go out with all your strength to kill the demon god. Wait, we are going to kill the demon god in the immortal realm. Yes. The disciples of the Tai Ching sect responded loudly. At this time, a mountain of bones 10,000 feet high. Lu Li was majestic, like an ancient Buddha coming to the world. His whole body was shrouded in Buddha's light. He punched out a fist that shattered the world and hit the bone demon god in front of him. This white bone demon god is more than 10,000 feet tall and indestructible. He is actually a white bone demon god who cultivates the pure holy demon path and has infinite power. It is also the peak cultivation level of a true immortal. Unfortunately, under the bright fist of Buddha's light, he was still beaten back. Finally, he fell hard into the bone mountain. Roar! The bone demon god was angry, stood up, and with a backhand thrust, a white bone spear more than 1,000 feet long, burning with green fire, stabbed towards him. Unstoppable. Boom. The fist where the Buddha's light was condensed was actually directly pierced by the bone spear, and it collapsed into a sky full of Buddha's light, which was then burned by the dense green fire and turned into nothingness. This is obviously a strange and sinister demonic fire. Interesting. With a thought in Lu Li's mind, the Buddha's light in his mind rose into the sky like a bright sun. Thousands of Buddha's fists blasted out, covering the sky and the sun, and penetrating the universe and space. This demon has killed countless Buddhas. You will also become the victim of this demon, and you will never be reincarnated. The bone demon god roared wildly and stabbed out with a spear. In an instant, the sky was full of fire spears, green shadows, golden light, and Buddha's fists colliding. The strange thing is that all the golden Buddha fists, when lightly stabbed by the fire spear, are like bubbles stabbed by sharp needles, which are burned out with a sound. Then, a faint green light, like a poisonous snake, poked out from the green fire spear shadow in the sky. Suddenly, it pierced Lu Li's body, protecting Buddha Dharmakaya. In an instant, it touched the center of Lu Li's eyebrows. Golden Tower! Lu Li called out softly. Hey! A ray of golden light pierced out from Lu Li's cuff like lightning, arriving first and leaving no trace, like an antelope hanging its horns. It hit the green light with great dexterity, making a clear tinkling sound. Taking advantage of the neutral position, Lu Li raised his hand and made a move. Endless divine thunder rolled from the sky and crashed down. Halfway through the path, it turned into a 9-foot-long, half black and half white, twined with silk. The terrifying long sword with colorful divine thunder struck hard on the head of the bone demon god. The next moment, all kinds of Taoist talismans erupted from the body of this thunder sword, turning into countless thunder threads, wrapping around the white bone demon divine power. If you look closely, each of these thunder threads is a thunder sword that kills immortals and gods. Wherever the thread of the thunder fairy sword passed, even the indestructible white bone demon body was entangled and cut into cracks. Even the 2 soul fires inside the head were numbed by the divine thunder and lightning on the thunder sword thread, and were about to be extinguished. The great immortal technique of thunder killing and immortal killing. Ah! It's actually a great magic! The bone demon god let out a heartbreaking scream, feeling that his soul was about to melt like winter snow under the scorching sun. The demonic body also seemed to be suffering as much pain as one Jinling Qi. And life was worse than death. Just when it was about to inspire the demonic fire to counterattack, the holy demonic avenue within the body suddenly lost control and rioted. A force of holy magic that did not belong to him suddenly poured in and washed away, filling every one of its demonic bones in an instant. Crackling, crackling, violent and powerful mana surged in, causing the demon bones to expand and become stronger as if they were blown by air. Then, under the shock and slash of the terrifying thunder sword threads wrapped around the demon body, they shattered and exploded into bone fragments all over the sky. Humph! You really think that my immortal sound and sun-sending immortal technique is just nonsense to you? Kill him while he's sick. Lu Li took a step forward, raised his big palm, and shot out a palm in the air, with endless Buddha light, like a divine axe that created the world. He slashed hard on the soul fire of the bone demon god, directly shaking the soul fire violently, like loose yellow eggs. Before the bone demon god could recover, the endless Buddha light enveloped him and condensed into a dazzling golden divine crystal. Then, the white bone demon was taken into the body and buried deep under the colorful Bodhi tree. And the origins of thousands of demons were turned into the nutrients of the fruits of the avenue. Jin K, go and search. Lu Li closed his eyes and gave instructions casually. The words just fell. Jin K has turned into a golden light and rushed into the demonic mountain of bones. When it came out, On top of the colorful Bodhi tree transformed by Lu Li's soul, a Dao fruit beat violently like a heart. The terrifying roars of countless heavenly demons, earth demons, and human demons emanated from it, as if pregnant with a statue. The terrifying demon who kills the world. The fruits of the Saint Demon Path are about to mature. On another branch, there is a statue of the Ming King Buddha, holding both fists in his hands, as if he is wrathful and destroying the world, and is also shining with the incomparable sacred light of the Buddha. Not bad. Not bad. This demon not only makes the holy demon path a step further, but also increases my progress in understanding the Mingwang 10 realm fist by more than half. I guess I can understand it later. Lu Li's eyes revealed thousands of lights. Once he has mastered the Mingwang 10 realm fist, he can directly transform into the Bone Demon God, gather on the path of saints and demons, overcome the thunder and punishment of the immortal world, and be promoted to a true immortal. Jinke, let's go and find the next demon god who practices the holy and demonic path. Moreover, I killed 2 demon gods one after another, which probably attracted the attention of some enemies. They will come over to look for trouble. Let's cross the demon realm and go other Xianmen territory. With a thought, Lu Li turned his light and flew to the other side. Go to other people's territory to rob the devil? Ha ha! Just what I want! Go for it! Jinke was also extremely excited. After a while, one person and one sword appeared on a real ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, there were huge pits all over the ground. There are also various remains of immortals, Buddhas, demons, gods, and immortals, as well as various broken immortal weapons. And their auras are dim. At this time, a huge white bone demon god flapped 8 pairs of black and white wings, turning into streaks of lightning in the sky that were too fast to catch, and was violently attacking the 3 immortals. These 3 immortals hid under a basalt turtle SH.L, pouring their immortal power into the turtle SH.L immortal weapon desperately, protecting 100 miles in radius. However, they seemed to have suffered considerable injuries. Their breath was weak, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. It's a pity that the faint blue light of turtle SH.L Xuanmu will be dimmed every time it is attacked by the bone demon god. Senior brother G, think of a solution quickly. The wings of this bone demon god are the immortal weapons of the divine Phoenix clan, and they were actually refined by them. Attack tens of thousands of times in an instant. The black tortoise immortal shield can't resist it for long. One of the middle-aged men, who was at the peak of true immortality, was sweating profusely and shouted anxiously. Don't worry. I've already asked for help on the fairy map. The old man in black and white robes beside him said calmly. However, his pale face was obviously filled with panic, because no one answered. 2 senior brothers, why don't you run away? I'll stay and hold off this demon. The last thin girl gritted her teeth and said firmly. Junior sister, don't do anything stupid. When the 3 of us from the Tianling Sect come out, the 3 of us must go back alive. That demon has those divine phoenix wings, and we can't outrun it. Hold on. Someone will come. The old man in black and white talus robes quickly stopped and said. Just saying. There was a shocking bang. The blue light shield of the basalt turtle SH. I was pierced directly by the bone demon god holding a bone spear. This time, it's over. The 3 of them could not help but feel deep despair in their hearts as they looked at the ferocious demon god who erupted endless demonic energy above the 9 heavens and completely disappeared. At this moment, a heavenly sound echoed throughout the earth. Mingwang 10 realm fist. In the void, a golden figure stepped out of the Buddha lotus. Like the sun and moon in the sky, the Buddha came to the world and punched the demonic energy in front of him. In an instant, time and space shattered. This is an eternal punch that penetrates thousands of universes. Boom! All the demonic energy in the sky was destroyed by this punch. The body-protecting magic light of the bone demon god also collapsed under this punch. The terrifying cracks visible to the naked eye were like spider webs, spreading all over the bone demon god's body in an instant, as if it would shatter on the spot the next moment. Even the wings of the divine phoenix behind were penetrated by the power of this terrifying punch. And the feathers exploded, leaving only wing bones. Ah! The white bone demon god let out an extremely painful scream. It felt like the entire demon body was about to be shattered, and the soul fire in the head was about to be extinguished. It was obviously a huge injury, but it did not retreat but advanced, and the whole body was blasted. The black demonic fire burned up in a flash, bursting out with astonishing demonic power. He raised the demonic spear, flapped his wings and flew high to assassinate the attacker on the spot. You evil beast! You still want to resist? However, the moment it took off, a heavenly fairy sound washed through its broken bones like ripples, and the violent power of the laws of the holy demonic way erupted like billions of stars. The mana was out of control on the spot. The bone demon god was horrified and lost his mind. Before it could react, Luli stepped forward, splitting mountains and rocks, stepped on the top of the bone demon god, bent down and punched it hard. When? This punch was like the roar of 10,000 Buddhas, with boundless momentum and infinite power, hitting the skull of the bone demon god. The black demonic fire burning all over the white bone demon god was directly annihilated under this punch. Then, a gust of wind blew. The white bones of the head turned into flying ash, followed by the neck, torso, hands, feet. In the blink of an eye, they turned into extremely small powder. There were only 2 soul fires, weak and transparent, shaking violently, as if they would disappear in the sky the next moment. Ah! Die together! The bone demon god was still thinking about self-destruction, and his soul fire expanded violently. Receive! Luli's big palm was like a Buddha covering the sky to suppress the heart ape. With a slight pressure, the soul fire was completely destroyed and stored in the crystal of the kingdom of God. Turning back and gently flicking his sleeves, the sky filled with clouds. The powder of the bone demon god, together with the magic spear and the winged fairy weapon, were all tucked into his sleeves. Just like that, a demon god at the peak of true immortality was suppressed on the spot. Incredible power. Witnessing this scene, the 3 people hiding under the basalt turtle L opened their mouths and were stunned. Chapter 547, Immortals and Demons. What did they see? A person at the peak of transcending tribulations appeared out of nowhere, and killed a demon at the peak of a true immortal into scum on the spot in a few seconds. It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. How shocking this is. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were in an illusion. Fellow Taoists, are you okay? At this time, Luli glanced at them. Seeing a few people stunned, he opened his mouth and asked. A grunt. The old man in black and white robes swallowed his saliva, finally came to his senses, and hurriedly bowed and thanked Xiong Wei of Tianling Sect. Thank you Taoist Lu of Xuanyun Immortal Palace for your life-saving grace. At this time, he also guessed the identity of the mysterious and powerful man in front of him. It's that man. Dalio Jinxian Seeds. Tianling Gate Stone Level. Thank you fellow Taoist for helping me. Tailingman Rolingwa. Thank you fellow Taoist. Your life-saving grace will be remembered forever. The middle-aged man and the girl also came to their senses at this moment, their faces full of gratitude and ecstasy of escaping from death, and they all bowed to express their thanks. It's just a little effort. If nothing happens, I'll leave first and see you again if we have the chance. Luli waved his hands and was about to leave. Fellow Taoist, wait! The old man in black and white robes quickly shouted to stop. Huh? Is something wrong? Luli froze. We can't repay fellow Taoist's life-saving grace, so we will give this basalt turtle L artifact to fellow Taoist. Although this basalt turtle L artifact is only a low-grade artifact, its defense is invincible. The higher the mana, the stronger the defense. If it is left in our hands, it is considered buried. Please take it away. Otherwise the 3 of us will not be able to feel at ease. The old man in Taoist robe said, and with a slight wave of his hand, the mountain-sized basalt turtle L shrunk to the size of a palm and flew towards Luli. Yes! Fellow Taoist, please accept it. The 3 of us are going back, and will not go further into the demon realm. There is no use keeping this Xuanwu turtle L. The girl beside her blushed and spoke in agreement. In that case, okay. Just when Luli was about to refuse, he suddenly thought about it. He just needed it to break through to the true immortal. So he grabbed the Xuanwu turtle L away with his big hand. After thinking about it for a while, he flicked his finger, and a bit of golden light flew out, turning into a golden divine crystal, and landed in front of the old man. This is a fairy crystal with condensed mana. Throwing it out can trap a demon for a moment. Also, thank you for keeping my whereabouts secret. After Luli finished speaking, he cupped his hands and ran away in a flash. Don't take away a single cloud. Dot! The old man in Taoist robe stretched out his hand to hold the falling divine kingdom crystal. Looking at Luli's figure, who was reporting the news, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! With such strong men, Why worry about the displeasure of heaven? Yeah. It's so strong. When I was at the peak of the tribulation, I was probably scared to death when I faced the demon god at the peak of true immortal. He actually defeated the demon god in just a few strokes. Yun Dan Feng Qing. It's so strong that it's unimaginable. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh. This fellow Taoist Lu is really elegant and elegant. With the air of a fairy. The girl admired. Ha ha. Junior sister. Don't think about it. This Taoist friend probably has more Taoist companions than the demon gods here. It's not your turn. The old man in Taoist robes teased. When the girl heard this, her face turned red, and she secretly decided, I will look for Taoist companions like this from now on. At this time, Luli didn't know that he had stolen the heart of a girl who was tens of thousands of years old. And his eyes were searching the immortal map. Jean K. Try to find this early-stage demon god? Luli quickly decided. Just go! What are the immortals? Luli. It's as easy as killing the peak true immortals to eat and drink water. Your magic power is simply boundless. You can dominate the immortal world in less than 3 days. When the time comes, you will also kidnap the demon ancestors of the demon world to be your maids. Go! 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 Jean K was chewing on the pair of divine phoenix artifacts with excitement on his face. Good! Luli didn't waste any time. He turned his light and rushed towards the west, directly escaping through billions of time and space to kill the nearest early-stage demon god. At the same time, deep within the crystals of the kingdom of God, extremely pure immortal energy washed down, soaking all the basalt tortoise SHL immortal weapons. Refining is completed directly. It is indeed a good defensive weapon. Luli instantly sensed the densely packed fairy formations inside the basalt turtle SHL. They were layer upon layer and mysteriously integrated together. There were at least 1 million of them. Moreover, deep in the immortal formation, there is still a breath of vitality that surpasses all the heavens. Yuan Chi. This basalt turtle SHL actually has a trace of Yuan Chi. Nice one. If the guess is correct, the raw material of this basalt turtle SHL is definitely a Daluo Jinxian level basalt SHL piece, using boundless and tyrannical magic power to push it to the extreme. This magical weapon can definitely withstand the defense of the immortals. By saving someone this time, I can not only get a treasure, but also get enough demon energy from the demon lord. The holy and demonic avenue is about to take shape. Not bad. Not bad. Satisfied, Luli flew directly past the lair of a true immortal peak demon god and headed deeper into the demon realm. Is he going to kill the immortals and demons? At this time, deep in the Taichin Gate, in a mysterious void, clear arises and white air sinks, like the sun and the moon upside down, and the universe rotates, which is extremely mysterious. A vast fairyland unfolds in this mysterious void. This immortal picture is the immortal picture in the hands of Luli and others. However, the immortal map in front of them was more detailed than the one in their hands. Even the cave of the demon lord in the depths of the demon realm was extremely clearly depicted. Pieces of water curtains appeared above the immortal picture, and they were clearly members of the immortal sect, as well as the scene of the forces of the heavens fighting in the demon realm, clearly revealed before their eyes. The top piece of water curtain is showing the figure of Luli, seeing his route, heading towards an early-stage demon god. The man floating under the huge immortal map couldn't help but frown. This is a man also dressed in gold, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, a jade tree facing the wind, a feather crown on his head, standing with his hands behind his back, as if a god is alive. The powerful aura lingering all over his body is unfathomable, hundreds of times more powerful than Taishinshin. It was actually a being at the peak of the golden immortal level. This Daluo Jinxian seed is really brave. He dared to kill the demon god in the realm of immortals at the peak of his tribulation. Unfortunately, this immortal demon god is not that simple. It has boundless power and some weird magic weapons in its hand. If we really want to fight against it, I'm afraid this Daluo Jinxian seed will suffer a lot. The man in gold smiled and shook his head. I don't think so. Suddenly, an extremely ethereal voice sounded. A green air settled down. A white air floated up. And between the gentle entanglements, a graceful figure condensed and formed. This is a woman in gold. Her appearance was blurry, except for a pair of bright black eyes, which seemed to be filled with the birth and death of countless stars and the universe. They were deep and terrifying, but they also seemed to possess all the wisdom and eternal power in the world. Master! When the man in gold saw it, he couldn't help but bow respectfully. This woman is clearly a Daluo golden immortal. The woman waved her hand, looked at the lily on the water curtain, and said lightly, "If I am not wrong, the holy demon Tao in him has been fully cultivated. He is preparing to use the demon lord's power in an early stage demon god. She, directly transformed into the bone demon god, attacking the true immortal. Well, he wants to attack the true immortal?" The man in golden clothes was also stunned when he heard this. The thunder punishment caused by his 10,000 alliances in the immortal world is so terrifying. Even if the demon lord and the demon realm resist it, the power will destroy the world and destroy the earth. The peak of the true immortal is also under this thunder punishment. It will turn into ashes in an instant. How can he resist? He is Buddha. The Daluo Jinxian woman blinked lightly, as if she had seen through all the mysteries in the world. Mingwang 10 Realm Fist. It is impossible for ordinary people to successfully practice it so quickly. It is obvious that he is not only a Daluo Jinxian seed, but also the reincarnation of a Buddha. I see. The man in gold was completely relieved after hearing her words. For a Buddha in the Buddhist world, as long as you don't want to die, it's really difficult to die. The power of incense is too overbearing. May the power continue, and the golden body be immortal. What's more, this Daluo Jinxian seed also has the inheritance of Luguan Immortal King. Luguan Immortal King. That is the man who walked out of the Immortal Sect. People who receive the inheritance of Luguan Immortal King are not so easy to die. Master, that Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world. The man in golden clothes suddenly remembered something, and asked with a solemn expression, "This Buddha, who came out of nowhere, can really help people improve their martial arts, and can also absorb the power of incense and fire from all the heavens. Will it help us rebuild the Taiqing sect? Impact on the heavenly court? Our Taiqing sect has gathered 36th level immortal sects in other layers of the Demon Crossing Tower. It should have attracted many children of luck. But now, there are many peerless geniuses, and Luck his son was taken in by the Buddha of infinite Kung Fu and became his disciple, causing our Taiqing sect to suffer a lot. I can't even count the Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world." The Daluo Jinxian woman shook her head. Suddenly, the man in gold couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Even Daluo Jinxian couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that the Buddha of infinite skills in the world was at least a Buddha king. That is, the powerful existence of the immortal king. Maybe even more powerful than King Buddha. It is the reincarnation of the legendary Buddha in the Buddhist world. We don't need to pay attention to that Buddha with infinite skills in the world who is cultivating his way. We can't pay attention to it. The most urgent task is to find the reincarnations of those immortal kings first, as well as the Tao Saint who the devil has worked so hard to cultivate. Lotus. This demon lord is transformed from the spirit of the chaos demon god, one of the 72 demon ancestors. It wants to use this sacred lotus to break through to the realm of the demon ancestors, replace its ancestors, and become one of the 72 demon ancestors. 1. If it succeeds, the chaos demon god among the 72 demon ancestors will wake up, devour it, and recover completely. Speaking of this, the look of the Daluo Jinxian woman also became solemn. In the war between immortals and demons that year, although the demon world won, it was a tragic victory. The 72 demon ancestors, especially the 9 great demon ancestors, were almost in despair and are still sleeping until now. However, as long as a demon lord is promoted to a demon ancestor, the 72 demon ancestors will sense and wake up, devour the promoted demon ancestor, and recover a large number of injuries. Therefore, it is necessary to kill the current demon lord and snatch away the holy lotus of the avenue. Master, you still can't figure out whose hands this great Tao sacred lotus will fall into? The man in gold asked with a frown. It really can't be calculated. The Daluo Jinxian woman shook her head. This sacred lotus of the great Tao was transformed from the great Tao of heaven and earth, and was watered with the blood of the immortal king, Buddha king, and the demon immortal emperor. The cause and effect are chaotic and hazy. I am afraid that even the Buddha's action cannot be accounted for. However, the variable is probably those guys who are hiding their heads and tail, preparing to pick peaches. Humph. Those guys, especially the demon lord of the demon immortal realm, are still so vicious and cunning. They obviously don't do anything, but they are still preparing to secretly intercept the holy lotus of the great Tao. It's really shameless. The man in gold couldn't help but get angry when he talked about this. They are monsters and beasts. So why do they want face? The Daluo Jinxian woman shook her head and smiled. His eyes suddenly focused. Above the water curtain, Luli had already arrived near the demon god's lair in the early stage of the celestial immortal. This is an endless sea of blood. The sky is filled with a smelly and highly poisonous blood mist. Ordinarily, if a true immortal is infected with even a ray of blood, his flesh and blood will fester and die. Luli could tell at a glance. Hidden here is a demon who practices the blood demon path and feeds on the flesh and blood of all creatures. The devil in the early stage of immortality. The moment Luli appeared, the blood mist, like a shark smelling blood, automatically wrapped around him and enveloped Luli. The Buddha's light protecting the body was unable to withstand it, and it instantly turned black and lost its aura. It is worthy of being the blood demon avenue that can defile everything in the world. However, it's just what I want. Luli took one step forward and fell directly into the sea of blood. White light appeared all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall bone demon. Two giant white bone hands thrust into the sea of blood. Wow! The blood of the sea of blood was swallowed and refined by him, winding up along the bone hand, covering the whole body in a moment of breathing, condensing into a pair of blood armor, ferocious and fierce. Then, with him as the center, a huge whirlpool of blood condensed and expanded rapidly. Visible to the naked eye, the entire blood sea level began to drop. I don't know how much blood was directly absorbed by the land carp. He is clearly devouring the sea of blood. Deep in the crystal of the kingdom of God, on the colorful Bodhi tree, a bright red bud is imprinted with various mysterious and strange magic patterns, and is slowly growing up. Of course, the traces of the demon lord's demonic energy that blended into the sea of blood were also successfully absorbed by Luli. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of the demon god in the blood sea. Who is so bold? How dare you break into Lord Blood Demon's demonic realm and devour the sea of blood? With a shocking roar, the sea of blood ahead set off huge waves, and a huge demon god, who looked like a black bear riding a blood dragon, appeared in the sky. Middle. It was holding a bloody halberd, with poisonous green mist lingering around it. And its aura was strong. At least as many as 3 palace masters. It is the pinnacle of a true immortal. It was a miscalculation. I thought there was only one blood demon in the early stage of celestial immortality here. But I didn't expect that this blood demon has subordinates? In that case, Huntian demon ape, go and play with it. Luli looked up and opened his mouth to spit. And an ape flew out of the huge mouth of white bones. Boom. The ape fell on the sea of blood, suddenly raised its head to the sky, and let out a roar like the ancient times. It beat its chest with its fists, and made a loud sound of dang dang dang. Blood light shot up from its eyes into the sky, and its body looked like it was blowing air. It expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a bloody demon ape standing tall appeared on the sea of blood, exuding an infinitely terrifying aura of the great demon. A pair of ape eyes, like a pair of bloody suns, exudes an extremely terrifying aura of violence and cruelty. It's the Huntian demon ape. This ancient demon, who was once expelled from the demon world and suppressed in the demon world, was cultivated in Luli's body. It benefited from countless benefits, and has long since recovered from its injuries. His cultivation level has also returned to the peak of true immortality. This is also one of Luli's confidence. Without waiting for Luli's instructions, the Huntian demon ape suddenly jumped up, stepped on the huge waves, used its giant hands to capture dragons and phoenixes, and killed the black bear demon god. How brave! The black bear demon god sensed the evil aura of the Huntian demon ape, and did not retreat. He swooped down with the blood dragon in his hand, and the blood halberd in his hand slashed out a bloody light that created the world. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. This ancient vicious ape and the black bear demon are fighting together. Fighting to the death. Chapter 548 Blood Demon. Above the sea of blood, huge waves surged. 2 terrifying existences like ancient behemoths were fighting against each other. Each punch and palm had the power to destroy the world. One is a peerless evil monster. One is the demon god of the demon realm. They are all fierce and invincible monsters who are not afraid of death, especially the blood dragon ridden by the black bear demon god. Every time he opened his mouth to spit out, a ball of blood as blazing as the bright sun would hit the Huntian demon ape, causing a wound hundreds of feet wide and deep. However, the more injured the Huntian demon ape is, the more ferocious it becomes. On the 2 big claws, the power of yin and yang burst out, tearing the heaven and the earth apart, ruthlessly tearing away large pieces of flesh and blood from the black bear demon god with every grip. The blood dragon condensed in the sea of blood couldn't resist it at all, and its body collapsed as soon as it was caught. The power is so great that it is simply terrifying. Even though the black bear demon god's blood halberd slashed out thousands of bloody light attacks that shook the void, it was still unable to repel the Huntian demon ape. It can be said that they are comparable. On the other side, the bone demon god transformed by Lu Li was still devouring the sea of blood. The vortex underfoot has spread to tens of thousands of miles. The level of the blood sea dropped by at least 100 feet. The strange thing is that the blood demon god in the early stage of celestial immortal still hasn't appeared. However, on Lu Li's blood armor, at some point, bright red and strange clover flowers were blooming. Thousands of blood threads sprouted from the roots of these charming clover flowers, which were so tiny that they looked like living creatures, deeply rooted in the bones. In fact, bloodshot threads were already appearing around the two soul fires inside the white skull. These two soul fires are where the soul of the bone demon god lies. Once the soul fire is extinguished, the body will die and the Tao will disappear. It was obvious that the hidden blood demon god had already taken action and used some strange magic to secretly wrap Lu Li's body, even close to where his soul lies. A majestic immortal. It would be too shameful to deal with someone like me, who is at the peak of transcending tribulations, and still has to hide his head and use small tricks. Lu Li sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, a ball of flame suddenly erupted, sweeping through his body like a fire dragon. In an instant, the clover attached to the armor was burned to ashes, along with the blood threads. Ah! You are? The divine fire of the Golden Crow Avenue in the fairy world. What on earth are you? You actually practice the immortal way, the demonic way, and the Buddhist aura that I hate most at the same time. In the void, a soul-stirring cry of pain sounded. Before the voice fell, the vortex in the blood sea in front condensed and turned into a ball of blood lotus, holding an extremely graceful woman in front of Lu Li. What a beautiful woman this is, with perfect facial features, tall and exquisite, covered with a red gauze as thin as cicada wings, and her eyes are like water. A pair of jade feet, exquisite and clear, better than the most precious gems in the world. The moment he saw her, Lu Li was in a trance. He seemed to see Ling Jianshuang, Ru Ji, Ji Rong, the leader of the Tao Alliance, and Fan Yinli, the foodie, approaching. Huh? Fan Yinli? Lu Li suddenly woke up from the illusion. What a demon! He looked back and smiled. He actually practiced the inner demon path and evoked people's inner demons in an instant. Lu Li raised his brows, and sacred golden light emitted from his head, condensing into a sun disk, hanging behind his head, emitting circles of halo. Suddenly, all inner demons disappeared without a trace. The slave knows who you are? The blood demon woman smiled charmingly. You are the great Luo Jingxian seed of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, who has a combined power of 10,000. TSK. You are really bold. With the cultivation level of the peak of transcending tribulation, no matter how strong the magic power is, you can only reach the peak of a true immortal. You actually dare to enter the demon realm and come here to the new family? Now that you are here, the new family cannot let you run away. The new family has not tasted the flesh and blood of Dalio Jingxian. Between the smiles, the blood on the edge of the sea of blood suddenly rose into the sky, hanging in the sky like an inverted rolling curtain. The entire sea of blood immediately turned into a cage. Are you afraid that I will run away? Now that I'm here, I won't run away. Lu Li was very calm. At this time, the blood armor covering the white bones began to condense into muscle textures, acupoints, meridians, etc. Meat and bones. This bone demon god of his is about to break through to the level of a true immortal and transform into a real demon god. Giggle. It turns out that you came here to the slave family to devour the demon lord's energy in order to break through. Why do you have to work so hard? The slave family can help you. As the charming woman spoke, she raised her jade hand and grabbed Lu Li in the air. Suddenly, countless blood beads condensed on her fingertips and shot out suddenly, turning into thousands of blood lights, overwhelming the sky and pouring down. In the bloody light, a cold air that makes people's hair tremble penetrates directly into the soul, as if it wants to penetrate directly into the 3 souls and 6 souls of the person. It's obviously a sharp magic. Well done! Lu Liqing shouted, and golden light shot up into the sky, manifesting a wrathful Ming King Buddha who destroyed the world. A red gold fist blasted through all the worlds and struck out fiercely. Crackling, crackling, The bloody light hit the fist and exploded violently. The violent concussion actually directly shattered the Ming Wang Tin Realm fist on the spot and exploded into golden light that filled the sky. The magic power of the gods is so powerful. Lu Lahito's 10,000 mana burst out with 10 times the mana. And he was not an enemy in one round. However, Lu Li seemed to have expected it. He grabbed the air with his other hand and drew the golden sword in the air. He cut out thousands of sword lights in a billion seconds, forming a sea of sword lights. Every sword light is the power of a law. Yin and yang. Life and death. 5 elements. Collapse. Very poisonous. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light rushed across the sky. And all the blood and light was consumed into nothingness. Huh? Your fairy sword is quite powerful. It can actually resist my blood curse. That's all. I won't play with you anymore. Your soul is so fragrant that I can't wait to catch you and use it like a spider. The blood will wrap you up into a ball. And you will enjoy it later. It makes me shudder just thinking about it. The charming woman became completely excited, and her eyes radiated with a terrifying greedy blood. The words fell. She raised her right hand, and a string of bells appeared in her palm. What a terrifying bell it was! It was made up of the heads of immortals, Buddhas, demons, witch ancestors, real dragons. Each head retains the painful appearance before death. The charming woman grabbed the bell and shook it gently. Jingle bell, 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 bell. A cry of mourning immediately sounded before heaven and earth. It is the cry of the fallen immortal. It is the lamentation of the Buddha's death. It's the death cry of the devil. It is the painful cry of the witch ancestor's true dragon whose flesh and blood has completely disappeared. At this moment, Lu Li's mind was shaken, and he couldn't help but feel all kinds of pain and sorrow. He only felt a breath of death and withering coming towards his face. Everything was vain, and his soul was like withered flowers and grass. 3 souls and 7 souls were ringing in the mournful tone of the bell. Split apart. At the same time, tens of thousands of hectares of blood rose into the sky and condensed into a huge axe. There are actually 72 demon gods branded on both sides of the blood talisman. With the blood demon woman's mana infusion, the 72 demon gods came to life directly and broke free from the giant axe. The boundless demonic power immediately enveloped the entire audience. Then, the 72 demon gods scrambled to entangle themselves in the blood on the handle of the axe. Just like that, the 72 demon gods raised their axe handle high and struck down on Lu Li's head. In an instant, the gods cried. Buddha trembled. What a powerful magic! With boundless magic power, he summoned the 72 demon gods to come, sacrifice the axe that created the world, and cut apart everything in the world. This is the full blow of the celestial blood demon. Lu Li will be killed on the spot as soon as he takes action. Not good. The man in golden clothes who was far away at Tai Chin Gate couldn't help but change his expression. And he was about to take action. Wait a minute. However, the Daluo Jinxian woman stretched out her hand to stop her, with a sharp light in her eyes. The Daluo Jinxian seeds are not that easy to die. Before he finished speaking, a colorful beam of light broke through Lu Li's head and appeared between the open air and the ground. It turned out to be a huge and colorful tree. As soon as it appeared, it was like a tree of the world. The tree crown reached the sky of the Blood Sea prison, and the boundless tree crown enveloped the entire Blood Sea demonic realm. What is amazing is that among the branches and leaves of this colorful giant tree, there are flowers of different colors and shapes. There are still fruits hanging on it. Every fruit is surrounded by the pure and ultimate power of the law of the Great Road. It is mysterious and mysterious, wonderful and wonderful, as if it is the origin of the Great Road in the world. Stab! The huge, sharp axe fell from the sky. It was a miraculous workmanship, opening up the universe and directly splitting this colorful giant tree in half. Then, the bone demon god was also split into 2. You are really asking for your own death. Do you really think that Daluo Jinxian seeds can challenge this demon? Why don't you die under this demon's 72 demon gods killing immortal technique? The blood demon woman couldn't help but sneer when she witnessed this scene. But soon, she seemed to sense something, and the bloody light suddenly brightened in her eyes. She immediately saw that the split colorful giant tree and the bone demon god disappeared like phantom foam. What remained in place was a spiritual talisman that shattered into jade powder, and a scarecrow puppet split in half. What? You actually trained your soul into a tree of great avenues? And you blocked my ultimate killing move? How is this possible? The blood demon woman was shocked. She was absolutely certain that the 72 demon gods killing immortal technique hit Luli accurately. However, this supreme killing move, which could kill an immortal in an instant, was actually blocked by a magic form transformed by a divine soul at the peak of transcending tribulations to a billionth of a second. How powerful this spirit is! You are a blood demon. You are really decisive in killing. And you can hit it with a big move. If my soul were not strong enough, an inspired palace master you to leave me a substitute talisman between life and death. Plus this puppet, I will really be killed by your terrifying magic. But now it's my turn. Before the blood demon woman could react, land carps gradually appeared one by one in the 9 heavens. There are a total of 10,000 land carp clones, covering the entire bloody sky. Between heaven and earth, a strange and inexplicable chilling aura filled the air. How is that possible? What magic are you doing? The blood demon woman's expression changed, and she felt a huge danger rising in her heart. And she couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of magic can a person at the peak of transcending tribulation pose a fatal threat to? An immortal and a demon like him? At this moment, a blood-stained black altar shadow appeared at the feet of these 10,000 clones. On the altar, there were tiny blood-colored words like mosquitoes, densely packed. These characters are not immortal seal scripts, nor are they Buddhist texts, nor are they dragon mantras, demon scripts, or demonic runes. They are extremely ancient texts. When the blood demon woman saw these words, her heart skipped an inexplicable jump. The cold air rises from the soles of the feet and reaches the sky. This is Styx writing! The blood demon woman screamed in surprise. Styx refers to the Styx demon ancestor, one of the 9 great demon ancestors in the demon world. The Styx script is the script created by the Styx demon clan. It is a special script created by the Styx demon ancestor and used by the Styx clan. For no reason, the blood demon woman turned around, disintegrated into blood on the spot, merged into the sea of blood, and disappeared. She actually chose to hide her figure to avoid the sharp edge for the time being. The moment her figure dissipated, Luli's 10,000 clones had landed on the altar. Then, bang 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 bang. These 10,000 clones exploded on the spot. Each clone has the strength to transcend the peak of tribulation, and is comparable to a demon god at the peak of true immortality. In other words, at this moment, Luli exploded 10,000 true immortal demon gods. Boom boom boom. Between the heaven and the earth, the boundless expansion of vitality rises into the sky, like a big explosion of billions of universes, shattering countless time and space. But the next moment all the vitality was absorbed by the summoned 10,000 black altar shadows. The Styx words on the altar came to life and soared toward the sky. In the end, all the bloody Styx words gathered together to form a huge bloody housen. Time and space stand still. As soon as this round of bloody housen appeared, the world, heaven and earth, and billions of time and space seemed to have stopped. The black bear demon god and Huntian demon ape, who were fighting to the death in the distance, were also frozen in the sea of blood. I really didn't expect that someone could actually understand this magical skill I left behind. With a long voice resounding throughout the world, in the bloody sun, a shadow of an immortal walked out, with gold and silver tadpole runes all over his body. Surrounded, dancing like a butterfly, the immortal came to the sky and suppressed the world for eternity. And the world was dead silent. Next moment, the immortal slowly raised his big hand and pointed towards the void. Crash. That round of blood sun collapsed again into the Styx characters, together with the gold and silver immortal seals around the immortal, flew out along the immortal's fingers, gathered together halfway, and condensed into a pure white light, like a gap in time, flying across the sky. In an instant, the long river of time seemed to be penetrated, and billions of parallel spaces were destroyed. The great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortals sacrifice. The immortal King Luguan combines his own supreme avenue with the supreme immortal technique created by the demon ancestor of the demon realm. Puff. A void in the sea of blood. The figure of the blood demon woman staggered and fell out. A hole as big as a fist appeared in the chest of the demon body where the blood had gathered. Moreover, there is still a ray of clear light tearing and expanding the wound. Ah! What kind of magic are you doing? How could you use such a powerful magic? The blood demon woman let out an extremely painful and shrill roar. There was immense horror and fear in his voice, and he was obviously seriously injured. Without hesitation, she turned around and fell directly into the sea of blood, trying to escape. She knew that the phantom that appeared just now was definitely an immortal king. There is a Daluo-Jinxian seed that is watched by an immortal king, and it is impossible for her to kill it. The only way is to escape. Escape to the Demon Lord and let the Demon Lord take action himself. Now. Run. Chapter 549, Chasing the Immortal. You want to run away now? How can it be so easy? I have been talking to you for so long. You should pay me a child. Lu Li's figure suddenly appeared and stopped in front of the Blood Demon Woman. The sharp golden sword in his hand unleashed the power of thousands of laws and slashed down his head and face. At the same time, the Blood Demon Woman felt a force of law that did not belong to her surge out of thin air in her body. Like a dam bursting, pouring into her whole body in an instant. Her belly swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as if she had been pregnant with 10 babies for 3 years. The demonic origin of the whole body is like a mouse thrown into a cat's nest, scurrying around and losing control. Damn it! Boy! Just wait for me! The Blood Demon Woman cursed fiercely, and her body suddenly exploded into a blood mist that filled the sky. The void collapsed directly. A black hole 1,000 miles wide formed all around. Moreover, in the blood mist of the explosion, several rays of magic light fiercely blasted towards Lu Li. Every magic light is a terrifying magic weapon. This Blood Demon Woman was indeed decisive in her killing. She actually exploded her demonic body, burned the source of the demonic immortal weapon, and unleashed the strongest power, just to block Lu Li for a moment. Faced with the self-destruction of an immortal and many magic weapons coming towards him, Lu Li frowned. He had no choice but to step on the Golden Lotus and dodge the fatal attack while his body flashed. When he stabilized his figure, there was no trace of the Blood Demon Woman between heaven and earth. He actually let her run away. Lu Li! Chase him! This blood demon is seriously injured. Kill him while he's still sick! Jin Kei shouted excitedly. Don't worry. She has been hit by my Immortal Sacrifice Great Immortal Technique, and the Immortal Sound Delivery Child Immortal Technique, which is equivalent to being pregnant with my flesh and blood. Even if she runs to the ends of the world, she will not be able to escape from my grasp. Now! She is still after swallowing the origin of her sea of blood. She can recover her mana, and after it is completely refined, she can become a true immortal, Lu Li said, manifesting the white bone demon god again, leaning down, and suddenly opened his mouth and took a breath. Crash. The whole sea of blood was swallowed up in its belly in just a few mouthfuls. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the black bear demon was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split apart, and he turned around and ran away. Next moment, Lu Li came across the ground with one step, and his golden fist violently struck it, beating it until it vomited blood and fell to the ground. With another big move, the demon at the peak of the true immortality was directly suppressed and collected into the crystal of the kingdom of God. Without any hesitation, Lu Li took a long stride, stepped through the void, and chased after the Blood Demon Woman's remaining aura. What magic is that? In the demon realm, a streak of blood penetrated the endless demonic energy and went straight into the depths of the demon realm. It was the Blood Demon Woman. At this time, her face was still filled with fear. In her chest, blood was flowing and shining like water, but it still could not fill the hole pierced by the fairy light. What shocked and horrified her even more was that her demonic origin was being lost inexplicably. She also sensed that the inexplicable loss of the original power of the demonic path flowed through the void and into the body of the Daluo-Jinxian at the peak of the tribulation. As a result, not only the injury gradually worsened, but the position of the Daluo-Jinxian seed would also be sensed at all times. When she thought of Lu Li, the Blood Demon Woman trembled all over. That guy is too scary to be able to perform such a powerful magic. If I try again, I guess she, a fairy and a demon, will really fall into the hands of that kid. If he had known that this kid could do such a terrifying magic, he should have simply exploded all the magic weapons just now to block the magic. That magic is extremely powerful and consumes a lot of mana. If that kid inspires you once, there is no way he can inspire him a second time in a row. In that case, she could suppress and imprison the boy directly. Damn it! Thinking of this, the Blood Demon Woman was angry, hateful and furious. She gritted her teeth and said, When I find the Demon Lord will take action directly to see how you die. No! That kid is very courageous, with his cultivation at the peak of tribulation. If I dare to break into the demon realm alone, he will definitely chase me. With my current speed. Huh? Suddenly, she sensed a hint of murderous intent coming from the void. Lu Li has already caught up. How could it be so fast? The blood demon woman's heart trembled. In an instant, she had 1,000 thoughts and immediately changed her mind. The blood light turned around and shot towards the south. The blood light flashed continuously, penetrating an unknown amount of time and space. And her escape speed increased tenfold. To the south is another demon's lair. He is also a demon in the realm of immortals. Although that guy is very arrogant and annoying. He can't care about that much now. It's important to save his life. Hey, that guy changed direction? In the void, Luli appeared stepping on the golden Buddha lotus and paused for a moment. He sensed that the blood was heading south. At this time, in his divine kingdom crystal, endless incense and wish power rolled in, repairing his colorful Bodhi tree. At this time, the magical effect of the incense and wish power is revealed. As long as you don't die, everything can be repaired. Especially when he incarnated as a Buddha of immeasurable skills in the world and appeared before the saints. He collected countless incense and vows. Most of these incense wishes are offered by immortals, demons, gods, true dragons, etc. in the realm of true immortals, and contain extremely powerful energy. Moreover, he also accepted many disciples. Although these disciples came to his sect for the sake of his martial arts, they were more pure in mind. Every time they chanted his name, a wisp of incense and aspiration would be generated. Every strand is extremely pure. Lu Li's soul was almost split in half by the 72 demon gods killing immortal technique. But it quickly recovered after being repaired by the powerful and pure incense power. At the same time, countless phantoms of the gates to the fairy world emerged. And the gates opened, pouring out vast and boundless pure fairy energy, quickly restoring mana. The most important thing is that when Luli walks, he is always swallowing the demonic energy of the demon realm, still refining the blood sea origin of the blood demon woman. Mana has been restored to its peak. On top of the colorful Bodhi tree, the blood demon avenue of the 72 demonic gods has also condensed into the prototype of its fruit. Moreover, the blood demon woman was possessed by the great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortals' holy sacrifice. And the original power of the demonic blood demon that was forcibly deprived of her power is still infusing and nourishing this great Tao fruit. At this moment, he could clearly sense the existence of the blood demon woman. He glanced at the immortal picture. It turns out that I'm looking for help. A demon in the early stage of immortality. About to break through to the middle stage? What's so scary about that? Luli was determined. Took one step forward, and disappeared into the void again. At the same time as it disappeared, above his head, the void shook like water, and streaks of electric light dimmed, as if they were falling down at any time. His magic power has reached the peak of transcending tribulation, and he is about to break through at any time. He's about to break through. Deep in the Tai Ching sect, in the mysterious void, the man in gold still had a look of shock on his face. Even he didn't expect that Luli could actually use that kind of magic to directly summon the immortal King Lu Guan and severely damage the immortal demon god with one move. He also saw that magic trick. It is definitely the magic created by immortal King Lu Guan after he broke into the demonic domain of ancestor Styx and came out alive. Based on the immortal guidance technique of Lu Guan Immortal King and combined with the blood sacrifice technique of the Styx demon ancestor, the power is boundless. It is comparable to 10,000 immortals self-destructing, killing everything. If Luli was a true immortal and used this move, the blood demon woman would have died on the spot. What a great trick of the 10,000 immortals blood sacrifice immortal technique. The Daluo Jinxian woman couldn't help but sigh. This magical move of Lu Guan Immortal King can cleverly integrate the magic secrets of the Styx demon ancestor to create such a strange and powerful magical technique. It can severely damage the enemy with one move and restore energy. Continuously depriving the enemy of the origin of the law and feeding it back to oneself is indeed the pinnacle of excellence. My Tai Ching Sect's Jade Purple Wheel Nirvana technique is nothing more than that. It is indeed powerful. However, it is indeed terrifying that the Daluo Jinxian seed can actually have enough magic power to be used. The golden immortal man nodded. Even an ordinary true immortal would not be able to use such a powerful supreme immortal technique without years of practice. But Luli used it casually and easily when he reached the peak of transcending tribulation, which was even more shocking. His soul is extraordinary. 10,000 avenues merge into a tree of avenues, just like the tree of the world. His body is also extraordinary. He practices Buddhism and builds hundreds of millions of crystals of the kingdom of God. Every crystal of the kingdom of God is the crystals all summon the phantom of a gate to the fairy world, pouring out the vitality of the fairy world continuously. In this way, This tree of the avenue is rooted in billions of divine crystals, which can store endless magic power. It is worthy of being the Daluo Jinxian seed. Even my physical body is probably not as mysterious as his. The Daluo Jinxian woman let out an exclamation. What? When the golden immortal man heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. An immortal body that even Daluo Jinxian feels inferior to? In this case, wouldn't he definitely be able to cultivate into a Daluo golden immortal? Or even an immortal king? You don't need to guess to know that in this troubled world, the Daluo golden immortal and immortal king who can cultivate are probably extremely powerful beings, and their reputation will be resounding throughout the world in the future. This is really exciting. But then again, can such a tyrannical and evil person really successfully cultivate into a Daluo golden immortal? Just as he was thinking about it, the man in gold had already seen the blood demon woman rushing to the lair of another fairy demon. Four-headed bug? Come out quickly! In front of a series of mountain peaks, the figure of the blood demon woman stumbled out of the void. She shouted towards the demonic mountains in front of her that were shrouded in black demonic aura. Four-headed worm. A powerful enemy is coming to kill you. Take me to find the demon lord quickly. These magic mountains are all wrapped and shrouded by demonic energy, towering into the clouds like mountains one after another. There are as many as 100,000 in number. The blood demon woman's voice spread far away. Boom. All the magic mountains came to life and spread out, turning into magic insects. Mosquitoes, ants, snakes, and bats all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun for hundreds of thousands of miles. These magic mountains are actually formed by the gathering of supreme magic insects. Blood demon, you are actually here today? You came to my territory to ask for help? It's really rare. Ha ha ha. With a proud taunt, the demonic insects in the sky separated, and a demonic god with a height of thousands of feet, 4 heads and 8 arms, covered with demonic eyes, and scattered all kinds of strange demonic light came out. It only has the upper body. Four-headed worm? Stop talking nonsense! Take me to see the demon lord quickly. This time the people from the fairy world united with the forces of the heavens to invade the demon realm. I don't know how many powerful enemies came to attack, but I encountered one. Very cruel. Just even my magic weapons were all burning, and I barely escaped after leaving them behind. That guy is still chasing me, and if you don't take me away, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. As the blood demon woman spoke, she waved her big hand and sprayed out a bloody light. Bang, 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 bang. Large swaths of demonic insects were shrouded in blood mist and exploded into clouds of blood mist, which were sucked in by the blood demon woman and swallowed into her belly. Immediately, the magic damage was restored a lot, directly suppressing the fairy light in the chest. Hearing the blood demon woman's words, the 4-headed and 8-armed demon god's face also changed. He didn't bother to care about the demonic insects that the blood demon woman devoured to heal his wounds. He just opened the demonic eyes all over his body, emitting a weird 7-color demonic light, and scanned the blood demon fiercely. The woman's wound. What a terrifying magic! No! Why does this have the aura of demon ancestor? This is the demonic aura of ancestor sticks. Blood demon. Are you lying to me? It was created by ancestor sticks. Did the devil hurt you? The demonic eyes of the 4-headed and 8-armed demon were rolling around, with a look of suspicion on their faces. Stop talking nonsense! Will I lie to you in this situation? Besides, who in this ghost place can use such mysterious and terrifying magic? The blood demon woman explained while devouring the demonic insects. That's true. The 4-headed and 8-armed demon god thought about it for a while, but he also felt that it made some sense, and suddenly asked, by the way, what kind of cultivation level is that immortal who severely injured you? Late stage immortal? Or peak immortal? It is the pinnacle of transcending tribulation. The blood demon woman was silent for a moment, and then replied, the peak of a heavenly immortal. Huh? What? What did you say? The peak of transcending tribulations? Not the peak of immortals. Not the peak of true immortals. But the peak of transcending tribulations? The 4-headed and 8-armed demon was stunned on the spot, and his demonic eyes were as wide as a ghost. That's right. Although the blood demon woman didn't want to admit it, she could only nod. Ha ha ha! A person at the peak of transcending tribulation actually hurt you like this, and made you run away like a lost dog to me. It's really funny! Ha ha ha! The 4-headed and 8-armed demon suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The laughter turned into billowing sound waves and swept out, stunning so many demonic insects and shattering so many voids. Where are you laughing at the bull demon? Listening to the laughter, the blood demon woman's face was gloomy. The peak of transcending tribulation is not an ordinary tribulation. It is the seed of Luo Jingxian. The power is boundless. He can also use the immortal king's magic. If he hadn't encountered such a monster. Can I run? Ga. The laughter of the four-headed and eight-armed demon god suddenly stopped, and his demon eyes opened directly. What did you say? It's actually the seed of Luo Jingxian? There was extreme shock in his voice. That's right. It's the Luo Jingxian seed. Stop talking nonsense. Take me to see the Demon Lord quickly, and let the Demon Lord take action. Well, not good. Halfway through the words, the blood demon woman's face changed drastically. She turned around suddenly and saw Luli, covered in sacred Buddha light, stepping through the void and appearing between heaven and earth, as if the Buddha had come to the world. Chapter 550. Let me upgrade first. Not bad. Blood demon. You really helped me find another demon. Now it's time to sneak attack on him. Luli came down and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the four-headed and eight-armed demon couldn't help but change. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. The magic eyes all over his body showed a strong look of vigilance. Four-headed bug? Are you an idiot? You can't even hear such a simple divorce plan? Also, this kid can use Xuanyun Immortal Palace's child delivery magic. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just run away. When the blood demon woman saw it, she was so angry that the wound expanded a bit, and she rolled her eyes angrily. After saying that, it turned into a blood mist with a bang. The surrounding time and space are rippling like water waves. He actually started to want to run away again. Run? The four-headed and eight-armed demon god's thousands of demonic eyes shot at Luli, and he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. It turns out that he is really a boy who has transcended the peak of calamity. Blood demon. What are you afraid of? Now we are two people. Are you afraid that you can't kill him? Oh. You, the devil, actually want to attack me. Are you not afraid of ending up like the blood demon? Luli raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Boy, don't be so arrogant. Although you are the seed of Luo Jingxian and can also master the immortal king's magic, no matter how powerful your magic is, it can only severely damage me. Your magic must consume a huge amount of mana. At that time, you still aren't you going to let us slaughter you? Besides, I just summoned a friend. It's too late for you to run away now. As soon as he finished speaking, the void exploded thousands of miles away. A cloud of cold demonic energy blew in like rolling yellow sand and appeared hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye, covering the sky and the sun. Four-headed bug? Here I come! The demonic energy of the yellow sand converged, and a demon god appeared between heaven and earth. This is a true dragon demon god, with a dark green body, 10,000 feet long, claws like mountains, and two black gold dragon eyes, like the sun and the moon. As he shook his head and tail, the void shattered, emitting extremely powerful and invincible terrifying power. Demonic power is overwhelming. It is the true middle stage of immortality. Malo? Seeing this demon god, the blood demon woman's figure condensed into shape again, with a look of surprise on her face. You actually broke through to the middle stage of immortality so quickly? The demon lord gave me a trace of original demonic energy, so I can naturally break through easily. The black dragon demon god let out a dragon roar, glanced at Luli with his eyes, and without saying anything, a dragon claw grabbed him directly. Boom! The layers of void in front of Luli were directly grabbed and exploded by this dragon claw as big as a mountain. The extremely ferocious and powerful force not only imprisoned time and space in all directions, but also locked the body and magic power. The ink-colored scales on the dragon's claws emitted a dazzling and sinister ink light, cutting off all vitality. Luli even lost the sense of the gate to the fairy world. I can no longer draw immeasurable fairy energy from the gate of the fairy world. The land carp was like a fly trapped in amber, unable to move or even resist. Just like that, the huge and sharp dragon claws caught the land carp in the palm of his hand. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Luli's figure was directly crushed, and exploded into a sky full of golden Buddha light in the dragon's claws. Huh? Clown? The black dragon demon god retracted his dragon claws and let out a cry of surprise. His black old dragon eyes scanned the world, then suddenly paused and looked at the top of the mountain thousands of miles away. Luli's figure slowly emerged there. What a powerful demon! He is worthy of being a mid-level immortal. In the face of real strength, I am still a little weak at the peak of tribulation. If I react a little later, I will die. Luli couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha ha! Boy, now you are asking for your own death. There are 3 celestial immortals here, and there is 1 mid-stage celestial immortal. No matter how powerful your magic skills are and how ferocious your immortal weapons are, you will never be able to defeat us together. 4 heads and 8 arms. The devil laughed very proudly. There is no way to heaven and no way to earth. Don't worry, kid. I will repay you properly later. You hurt me so badly. I will not kill you immediately. I will raise you in the sea of blood in the meantime. Let you try the pain of bloodworms devouring your soul, and then slowly taste your blood. The blood demon woman's body was filled with vicious and cold murderous intent. I want his soul, Emolong said coldly. It seems that the 3 demon gods have regarded me as a trophy and are ready to share it with each other. Luli was not afraid and said calmly. It's just that with the 3 magic powers, there is no problem in suppressing me easily. But it's probably not that easy to stop me from leaving. Do you see clearly whether I am my real body or my clone? The words just fell. Doppelgangers appeared next to him, forming a continuous line that spanned the entire sky. Tens of thousands of them. Moreover, every clone is the same as the main body, with a strong aura, comparable to the peak of a true immortal. And some clones are shadowy and hidden in billions of parallel time and space, making it difficult to lock them. What a wonderful clone! Each of them actually has the same strength as the original body? You are worthy of being the seed of the Luo Jingxian. I want your soul even more. Mullen's black gold dragon eyes shot out greedy light. You want my soul? Are you planning to want the secrets in my soul? My soul hides a lot of good things, but there are also a lot of scary things, like the divine consciousness of some immortal king, the mark of the Buddha, the true blood of the demon ancestor. Are you sure you dare? Luli said slowly. His calm appearance did not put the 3 demon gods in his eyes at all. Hearing his words, the 3 demon gods all showed a hint of fear. After all, there is indeed an immortal king behind this kid. What are you afraid of? The demon lord is about to open the passage to the demon realm. We only need to kill this kid into scum in a few times, and then escape directly back to the demon realm. No matter how powerful the immortal king is, he dares to come to the demon realm, the demon ancestor will kill him directly. That bullshit immortal king, the 4-headed and 8-armed demon said with a ferocious smile. That's right. The blood demon woman had swallowed an unknown number of demonic insects at this time, and her injuries seemed to have been suppressed for the time being. She erupted again with the monstrous demonic power of the immortal demon god, and said with murderous intent, that immortal king used the demonic writings of the Styx demon ancestor to create immortal magic. The demonic power that offended the Styx demon ancestor has been targeted by the Styx demon ancestor. As long as we escape back to the demon world, the immortal king will never dare to come. So, kill this kid. Kill me. I have practiced the immortal way, the demonic way, and the Buddhist way. The power of incense and vows is immortal, and I am immortal. How can you kill me? Luli has no fear. Humph. Boy, do you really think that the power of incense and fire is invincible? I have killed so many Buddhas in the demon realm. Even the Buddhas of the Luo Jingxian have fallen a lot in the demon realm. There are ways. You are only at the peak of transcending tribulations, but you can still. Is this going to happen? Now! Let me open your eyes and see it. The 4-headed and 8-armed demon laughed evilly. The words just fell. The phantom of the demon god appeared between the heaven and the earth. They stood on all sides of the world, chanting strange demonic sounds in their mouths, shaking the void, and countless demonic energies gathered. In the blink of an eye, 72 demonic pillars were condensed. As soon as the magic pillar appeared, the demon god's phantom immediately wrapped around it, turning into extremely mysterious and evil magic patterns, blooming with various colors of magic light. In an instant, the world turned into a colorful magic light cage, covering Luli like an edge. Now even the incense and desire are cut off. Ha ha ha. Boy, has your endless incense and wish power disappeared? This is the 72 demon gods and Buddha killing formation in our demon world specially designed to deal with Buddha. Suffer death. The 4-headed and 8-armed demon god laughed wildly, turned around suddenly, and sharp demonic light shot out from thousands of demonic eyes, overwhelming Luli. If you look carefully, you will see that there is a shadow of a strange demonic insect hidden in every ray of magic light. These magic lights shot from across the air, emitting screams of ghostly cries and howls, shaking the soul. If you accidentally look at it again, you will immediately become confused and have a lot of illusions. If you are hit by these magic lights, you will probably be annihilated immediately by thousands of magic lights, and your soul and body will be completely eaten by the shadows of those weird demon insects. On the other side, the black dragon demon god once again stretched out his heavenly dragon claw and suppressed it fiercely. Time and space in all directions are once again imprisoned. The blood demon woman was not idle either. She opened her mouth and vomited, and a large net woven with blood surged over like living water, blocking the way of Lu Li's 10,000 clones. 3 immortals and demons joined forces to attack. At this moment, Lu Li really had no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth, and it was impossible to escape into the void. Deep in the Tai Ching Gate, the golden immortal man couldn't help but take action. If he doesn't take action, Lu Li will really be torn apart by these 3 demon gods, etc. The Dalua Jinxian woman looked deeply at Lu Li on the water curtain, looked at his calm and composed face, and shouted again. "Ah!" The Jinxian man was stunned on the spot. By the time he reacted, he knew it was already too late. This Landcarp is really going to die. With his magic power, he can never stop the fierce attacks from the 3 immortal masters. The 3 immortals are really fierce when they join forces. Even if I try my best, I really can't resist it. In this case, let me level up first. At this moment, Lu Li smiled. There was a bang. Suddenly, a muffled thunder resounded across the sky and the earth. Next moment, the endless white thunder light directly broke through the colorful array of 72 demonic pillars, and washed down with a bang like the Milky Way pouring down. Boom! 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 Between heaven and earth, there is only the sound of thunder. In the 10 directions of time and space, there is only lightning. All the magic light was annihilated in the lightning that flooded the world. Bang, 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 bang. The giant claws of the demonic dragon that tore apart the sun and the moon were severely impacted by the frenzy of thunder and lightning. Countless dark green dragon scales exploded and were scorched black, and they had no choice but to retreat. The blood network intertwined with blood was directly annihilated under the fierce lightning and turned into nothing. Ah! This is the thunder punishment of the immortal realm. It is the thunder punishment of the immortal realm. This kid actually broke through at this time and caused the thunder punishment of the immortal realm. The blood demon woman let out a shocked scream of pain. Impossible! Each of these lightnings is equivalent to the attack of a late-stage true immortal. These billions of lightnings are equivalent to hundreds of millions of late-stage true immortals attacking together. How could that kid be so defiant and break through the true immortal to cause such terror? Thunder punishment in the immortal world. The 4-headed and 8-armed demons also screamed in horror. Thunder punishment in the fairy world. The stronger you get when you encounter a strong one, the more talented you are, and the more you accumulate behind you, the stronger you become. This boy's first wave of thunder punishment turned out to be billions of terrifying lightning attacks. Even a hit like him, an immortal, would be seriously injured. How evil is this boy? Avoid the edge for now. This immortal realm thunder punishment is specially designed to restrain the devil. Even within its sensing range, you will be attacked. Let's first see if this kid will die in the immortal realm thunder punishment. The black dragon demon god retracted his injured and bleeding dragon claws, swung his body and tail, shrunk like an earthworm, and suddenly got into the void. Seeing this, the blood demon woman and the 4-headed and 8-armed demon god gritted their teeth and disappeared. But obviously they didn't escape very far. They were all watching quietly. At this time, the sky above the entire demon realm was filled with dense white lightning, destroying all demonic energy and demonic insects. The sky and the earth are bright. The sun and the moon are clear. Only the air was filled with a mighty thunder and lightning that wiped out everything. A mysterious, ancient, majestic and boundless gate to the fairy world has appeared in the 9 heavens, pouring out the thunder and punishment of the fairy world without mercy. Lu Li is not dead. Under their gaze, a trace of golden thunder and lightning stared at a basalt turtle SHL. It was so agile that it even flashed and moved in the sea of white thunder in the sky. Moreover, it is still devouring the white thunder and lightning to strengthen itself. In the blink of an eye, this golden lightning flash changed from the size of a hair to a fish as big as a thumb. And then in a few sudden bursts, it grew into the size of a 10-pound carp. Those divine thunders of the immortal realm that destroyed everything could not damage it at all. I could only watch it swallow up the immortal realm thunder punishment and change in strength. a 10-foot-long razor, a 10-foot-long thunder python, a 100-foot-long thunder dragon, 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon. If you look closely, you will see that every dragon scale on this thunder dragon is condensed into extremely mysterious thunder talismans. Damn it! I was forced to survive by this kid. This kid has understood and practiced the Thunder Avenue so deeply that even the first wave of divine thunder from the immortal realm's thunder punishment couldn't annihilate him. Instead, he was devoured and refined by him. The blood demon woman witnessed this scene and cursed bitterly. Don't worry. This is the first wave of divine thunder, and it is already so powerful. The final 9th wave of divine thunder will definitely destroy the world, and is comparable to the attack of 1,000,000 peak immortals. By then, no matter how strong this kid is, he will probably a complete end. The 4-headed and 8-armed demon sneered sinisterly. It has sensed the terrifying divine thunder brewing deep in the gate to the fairy world across billions of miles of time and space. The land carp is absolutely unstoppable. When that kid is destroyed by lightning in the fairy world, take action to save his remaining soul. Take him back to the demon world. Search for his soul and refine his soul. Mo Long's eyes flashed coldly. He was so greedy for Lu Li's 10,000 clone move just now. An immortal technique with the same strength as the original body. Good. Hey. The blood demon woman and the 4-headed and 8-armed demon god had fierce looks in their eyes, and were preparing eagerly. Rumble. Rumble. Deep in the gate of the fairy world, a bigger and more terrifying sound of thunder was conveyed. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook. The sun and the moon broke apart, and time and space turned into powder, revealing terrifying black holes. The sound of thunder swept over, and even the blood demon woman, the 4-headed and 8-armed demon god, and the 3 immortals of Malum felt numbness in their souls, and severe pain in their demon bodies. They couldn't help but feel horrified and surprised in their hearts, and they retreated thousands of miles away. Is this second wave of thunder punishment in the immortal world so terrifying? That kid will definitely not be able to bear it. Boom! As expected, the billowing black thunder tide turned into an abyss, surged out from the depths of the gate of the fairy world, and spread across thousands of miles of the demonic realm in the blink of an eye. If you look closely, you will see that the flashing lightning of this thunder tide is filled with astonishing destructive power. The power of each wave is thousands of times that of the great immortal technique of thunder destruction and immortal slaying. The Jinxian men from Taiching Sect and Daluo Jinxian were both shocked. This second wave of divine thunder has actually reached the power of a heavenly being. Or are the immortals also afraid of the 3-point immortal thunder? Those 3 immortals and demons would suffer heavy casualties if they faced each other. How could Lu Li stop him at the peak of his calamity? Seeing the billowing black thunder rushing down, it directly shook the basalt turtle SHL into ashes. And in the next second, it would completely annihilate the 10,000-foot-long thunder dragon transformed by Lu Li. At the critical moment, the 10,000-zhong thunder dragon opened its mouth and exhaled a ball of clear air. Between the changes in black and white, this mass of pure energy slowly rotated like the sun, moon and stars, floating up and facing the tide of thunder that destroyed everything. The next moment, this group of ancient and mysterious chi exuded an astonishing power, and the violent thunder in the sky instantly became calm and gentle as water, floating quietly in the sky, motionless. The courtiers and the people seemed to see the emperor coming. This is, the Daluo Jinxian woman exclaimed, the chi of the origin. Original chi? Did this boy really give birth to a child for Palace Master Yu? Palace Master Yu was actually willing to give him all the original Yuanshi chi from Xian Fei's immortal cloud? The golden immortal man's eyes widened in shock. The chi of the origin, the emperor of all chi, suppress all the vitality of the heavens. Immortal thunder punishment is no exception. Chapter 551 10,000 Buddhas chasing the sect. Suck slip. The 10,000-foot-long thunder dragon opened its mouth to swallow the sky, just like drinking noodle soup, and directly sucked up the black sea of thunder in the sky. Swallow it all into your stomach. Then, like a seal heading a ball, he gently supported the chi of the origin and rushed into the depths of the gate of the fairy world. Blood demon woman. Dot. The 4-headed and 8-armed demon. Dot. Malong. Dot. Golden immortal man. Dot. Daluo Jinxian woman. Dot. The whole place was dead silent. No one expected that Lu Li would rush directly into the gate of the fairy world. That is the thunder punishment in the fairy world. Which person at the peak of transcending tribulation dares to break into the depths of the gate of the fairy world and go head-to-head with the most powerful thunder punishment in the fairy world? Now, one actually appeared. How bold. It's so desperate. It's really such a cheating rogue. In an instant, the three demon gods of the blood demon woman were so angry that their teeth itched. That kid actually used the yuan chi that suppressed everything to force his way through the thunder and punishment in the fairy world. Isn't this cheating and taking a back door? If you have the ability, you can force yourself through it on your own. What a waste. What should we do now? That kid actually has the chi of the origin. It is the chi of the origin that can suppress the thunder and punishment in the immortal world. This can only be done by the origin chi of the 36 supreme immortal chi. Now! That kid can overcome the tribulation. It should work. Should we run or fight? The blood demon woman's face was extremely ugly. Run. The four-headed and eight-armed demon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn it! That kid actually has such a good thing. If I had known earlier, I would have used all my cards and suppressed him even if I was seriously injured. If I got this ball of yuan chi, I can break through to the peak of the heavenly immortal, and even become a peerless golden immortal. There was endless regret in his words. I also think we should run. That kid is the seed of the great Luo Jingxian. Once he breaks through to the true immortal and leaps over the dragon's gate, his strength will increase immeasurably. If we join forces, we probably won't be his opponent. Malung's eyes were cold. Although I don't want to believe this fact. In fact, once that kid breaks through to the true immortal, his strength will soar to the sky, which is simply unimaginable. That kid's magic power at the peak of transcending tribulation is extremely powerful, comparable to the peak of a true immortal. If he really breaks through to become a true immortal, wouldn't his magic power be comparable to that of a late-stage celestial immortal? Or even a peak celestial immortal? After all, that kid has 10,000 clones. Run! The three demon gods looked at each other and flew away in three directions without hesitation. The jade purple roulette great nirvana destroying immortal technique. At this moment, the void shook and cracked, and a clear voice came out. Before the sound could be heard, two rays of light, one green and one white, had already appeared between the sky and the earth, circling gently around the huge demonic body of the four-headed and eight-armed demon in an impossible trajectory. When, accompanied by the sound of the sky bell, a mysterious roulette phantom appeared above the head of the four-headed and eight-armed demon god. During the rotation, the phantoms of the three supreme Taoist ancestors emerged. In an instant, countless immortal laws vibrated like strings. Tai Ching Sect's Jade Purple Wheel Nirvana Great Immortal Technique? The four-headed and eight-armed demon screamed and spun violently. Thousands of demonic eyes scattered countless demonic lights and formed a big black ball. It was carried by force. Live the roulette strangling. With a bang, the black ball of magic light exploded. The four-headed and eight-armed demon god has disappeared and returned to a magic mountain. At the same time, on the other side, before Mo Long could escape far, there was a bang. The void exploded, and a red gold dragon claw grabbed hard, directly clamping Mo Long's body like an earthworm. What a huge dragon claw this is. It's thousands of miles long. On top of the dragon's claws are red gold scales, as big as mountains. Each dragon scale shines with the powerful and domineering ancient mysterious words of the dragon clan in the dragon realm, intertwined with the destructive power of life, death, yin and yang, reincarnation, and the power of various supreme laws. Each of the 5 claws is extremely sharp, exuding the terrifying power of tearing apart the sun, moon, heaven and earth. Boom! Malung was grabbed by the red gold dragon claw, and the huge dragon body shook, bursting out with the power to destroy the world, and actually directly shook the red gold dragon claw away. The body retreated even more strangely, and forcefully retreated to the side of the four-headed and eight-armed demon god, as the red gold dragon's claws closed and grabbed fiercely. Amitabha! Also encountered was the blood demon woman. As soon as she turned into a line of blood and escaped into the void, a huge Buddha sound like a heavenly bell came, and golden light enveloped the sky. When he looked up, he saw a golden swastika character, as big as a bright sun standing in front of him. She even smelled the faint scent of Buddha's sandalwood. Buddha in the Buddhist world. Damn it! It's these stinky Buddhas again! The blood demon woman cursed, and the light flashed and flashed. When she reappeared, she had already returned to her original form, beside the four-headed and eight-armed demon god. Next moment, the golden-clothed young man from the Tai Ching Sect, Mr. Chiu, led a group of true immortal disciples from the Tai Ching Sect to appear in the east. Their auras were connected, and their immortal power was overwhelming. The void shook, and a 5-clawed red gold dragon, that was more than 10,000 feet long swung its body and tail and swam out of the void. It crossed the southern sky and roared towards the sky, showing the tyranny and ferocity of a true dragon and looking down on the world. This is the real dragon clan in the dragon world. The dragon realm is an ancestral dragon that once had a powerful interface like the immortal realm, the demonic realm, the Buddhist realm, and the demon realm. It is unknown how many 72 demon gods are alive. Unfortunately, during the war between immortals and demons, the dragon realm also suffered huge losses, and has since closed the dragon realm to recuperate. Finally, in the west, a bald head emerged from the void, with golden lotuses at its feet, a golden bowl in its hand, and a red cassock. The golden halo behind its head was as dazzling as the bright sun. He was a young monk with a very handsome appearance. As soon as he appeared, there were bursts of Sanskrit sounds, which were sacred and solemn. Buddha in the Buddhist world. Mr. Chio, the peak true immortal, is leading a group of true immortals. The strength is approximately equal to that of a heavenly being. The red gold dragon, the early stage of immortality. Young Buddha, the pinnacle of true immortality. They each occupied a side and blocked the way of the three demon gods. The only escape route for the three demon gods is to the north. However, there is a gate to the fairy world that is billions of miles long, standing between heaven and earth. And no one knows how terrifying the fairy thunder punishment is spurting out from it, killing all living creatures. Amitabha, these three demon gods are powerful. Fellow Taoists from the Tai-Ching Sect and the Dragon Island Master, why not join forces with a poor monk to deal with the demon gods? The young Buddha spoke first. He didn't open his mouth, but the Zen sound coming from his belly was a magical force that shook the sun and the moon and cleansed his heart. Although he was only at the peak of the true immortal realm, he looked at the three heavenly immortals and demon gods without any fear. These three demon gods are so fierce, especially the black dragon, which was almost enscathed by my claws. I can't beat it. Together with you, the Buddha, and Mr. Chio from the Tai-Ching Sect, I estimate that we can only trap the blood demon. The senior Jinxian from the Tai-Ching Sect sent a message to me to come over. Did he ask me to catch this blood demon with you? Hey, there is someone breaking through the heavenly immortal here? The divine dragon made a sound of surprise. The sound turned into a majestic and vast dragon's breath, spraying between the heaven and the earth, like the roar of billions of giant dragons in unison, shocking the heart and soul, making people extremely fearful and surrendering. It senses the remaining law of the thunder avenue between heaven and earth, which is very terrifying. Even the immortals are afraid of it. It is obvious that someone has broken through the immortals here. But what about people? It's not about breaking through the heavenly immortals. It's about breaking through the true immortals. Mr. Chio said something with an extremely complicated expression. What? The young monk exclaimed in surprise. Breaking through the true immortal? How is this possible? The power of the thunder law remaining in the void can't be withstood even by the true immortal peak. How can it be done by the tribulation peak? I'm afraid it has long been destroyed. Right. Moreover, this immortal realm thunder punishment, it's not over yet. The next wave of lightning punishment in the immortal world is probably even more terrifying. Even I will be fried. Crispy on the outside, crispy and fragrant on the inside. I guess there won't even be any residue left at the peak of the tribulation. Then again, where are the people who have transcended the tribulation? Shenlong said in utter disbelief. Its pair of red gold dragon pupils scanned the world in all directions for billions of time and space. But it did not find the immortal who had broken through to the true immortal. Could it be? It looked at the gate of immortal realm in extreme shock, looking at the depths of the gate of immortal realm that was filled with thunder and chaos. And a horrifying thought arose in its heart. Could it be that that guy ran into the gate of the fairy world? Amitabha! It turns out to be the great Luo Jinxian seed from Xuanyun Immortal Palace. No wonder. The young monk's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Exactly that person. Young Master Chio nodded with the same shock. He chased the blood demon god and entered the depths of the demon realm. He seemed to be invincible against these three demon gods. So he chose to break through to the true immortal. The Supreme Elder sent a message to summon me to come over for him. Skip the formation and stop these three demon gods. Oh! It turns out to be the Daluo Jinxian seed of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. I have heard of him too. Incredible. It is indeed the Daluo Jinxian seed inherited by Luguan Immortal King. Just breaking through to the true immortal can what a man it is to trigger such a terrifying and powerful lightning punishment from the immortal world. You dare to break into the depths of the gate of the immortal world and face the lightning punishment from the immortal world. Then again, you seniors from the Tai Ching sect asked us to come here just to stop these three immortals and demons? That's no problem. The question is, who will suppress them? A trace of doubt appeared in Shenlong's eyes. It's not good enough. At most it's on par with that ink dragon. That Buddha was only a true immortal, considered a Dharma protector in the Buddhist world. He could resist the seriously injured blood demon god. But it was impossible to defeat the four-headed and eight-armed demon god. A bunch of people from the Tai Ching sect worked together, but they could only trap the four-headed and eight-armed demon. In this case, who will suppress these three great demons? Of course, it can only be him. Mr. Chiu looked complicated and spoke slowly. Who is he? Shenlong was stunned for a moment, followed Master Chiu's gaze, and saw the majestic and boundless gate to the fairy world. I couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that he was counting on that Daluo Jinxian seed? No. The thunder punishment in the immortal world is so terrifying. I don't know if the Daluo Jinxian seed can come out alive from it. Malone, what should we do now? Suddenly a Buddha, a divine dragon, and a group of Tai Ching clan true immortals appeared blocking the way. Why don't we join forces and force a breakthrough? Those guys from the Tai Ching clan are obviously true disciples. Together, they are impregnable. There are many immortal weapons, and that dragon is a real dragon from the dragon world. It is extremely powerful and has hard dragon scales, not a soft persimmon. According to me, the Buddha is very weak. It only has the cultivation of the peak of the true immortal. The three of us are directly get up and catch him by surprise. As long as the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Seeing the powerful men from the three parties suddenly coming out, the four-headed and eight-armed demon god was filled with fear. Thousands of demonic eyes were spinning around, flashing out vicious plots and plots. Don't! The blood demon woman immediately shouted. Buddha is the most difficult to kill. Now that the 72 demon gods have not been sacrificed to destroy the Buddha, it is very difficult to kill this Dharma protector Vajra Buddha. Moreover, these Buddhas are more insidious than the demon gods. Maybe he is just a trap. Then what should we do? We are trapped here now. It is neither possible to leave nor to leave. Are we waiting for more immortals to surround us? Don't worry about so many people and fight out. The four-headed and eight-armed demon god was very anxious and said angrily, Kill! Kill the real dragon. The real dragon has the weakest murderous aura. It will not be willing to get hurt just to stop us. Mo Long said coldly. The three demon gods communicated tens of thousands of times instantly, and made up their minds immediately. Just when he was about to take action, suddenly, boom! A huge thunderstorm rolled out from the gate of the fairy world, resounding throughout the universe and time and space in all directions. Whether it was the three immortals and demons, or Mr. Chiu, the dragon, Buddha, and others, they all felt a force that destroyed the world and violently shook their own bodies, physical body and soul. This is impossible? How can this be? The three immortals and demons immediately reacted and turned to look at the mysterious and ancient door to the fairy world. Thunder shakes the three realms? Is this the thunder of immortality? That fellow Taoist actually broke through to become a true immortal? Isn't that too fast? It's faster than me pulling a dragon egg. Mr. Chiu and others also had their eyes widened in horror. It's done. Deep in the Tai Ching gate, the Jinxian man also showed a bit of shock and joy on his face. This is the Daluo Jinxian seed. Every time you break through a great realm, you are one step closer to the great Luo Golden Immortal, which is worth celebrating. If the Daluo Golden Immortal seed breaks through and becomes an immortal, who knows what amazing phenomena in the world will be born. The Daluo Golden Immortal woman next to her murmured with gleaming eyes. When she broke through to become a true immortal, thousands of rays of light illuminated all realms, and a book of heaven appeared directly above the heaven, and her name was revealed on it one stroke at a time. This is a supreme vision among the immortals. She is destined to be the supreme master of the 36th heaven. The person in front of me has broken through and merged into one body, which is extremely rare. Now that he has passed through the lightning punishment in the immortal world and achieved the status of a true immortal, I am afraid it will lead to even more amazing phenomena. Is he in the immortal class? Or are all the immortals welcoming each other? Next moment, her eyes couldn't help but widen like bells. I saw white lotus platforms emerging from the sky, lined up one after another. Take a closer look at the quality of the lotus platform. From the first grade lotus platform to the 12th grade lotus platform, it is endless. The light of the Buddha shines like the great sun. In an instant, The fragrance of sandalwood filled the world. As bursts of Sanskrit sound sounded, phantom figures appeared on these lotus platforms, including the true immortal protector Vajra, the immortal heavenly king, the golden immortal Arhat, the great Luo golden immortal venerable, and even Bodhisattva, Buddha. Buddha's light rises into the sky. The space between heaven and earth seemed to be a pure land of Buddhism. Indistinctly, everyone could vaguely see the Sumera's sacred mountains emerging from the void, the glazed Buddhist temples stacked one after another, and the dancing treasure trees shaking the longevity fruit. Countless Buddhas sit cross-legged under Bodhi, chanting supreme scriptures in unison, which is sacred and solemn and suppresses all demons and ghosts. This is the Buddhist world, the real Buddhist world. That Daluo Jinxian seed broke through to become a true immortal and actually opened up the Buddhist world. The next moment, whether it was the phantoms of the Buddhas on the lotus platform or the countless Buddhas in the Buddha realm, they all opened their eyes and bowed together in the direction of the gate of the immortal realm. Just at this time, a figure in green clothes flew out of the gate of the immortal world, riding on a long river of immortal energy, and was worshipped by thousands of Buddhas. This is the return of the Buddha Emperor, and the return of the 10,000 Buddhas to the throne. Daluo Jinxian screamed in disbelief. The words fell. A 13th grade golden lotus sprouted from under Lu Li's feet. It slowly turned and absorbed the long river of immortal energy, transforming it into the power of the supreme law, refining the body's flesh, blood and soul, and suddenly reached the realm of a true immortal. Chapter 552 Suppression. To survive the thunder and punishment in the immortal world and transform into an immortal is to become a true immortal. Jump out of the three realms, transcend the cycle of life and death, and become an immortal from now on. The heaven and earth will live the same life, and the sun and the moon will shine together. This is a true immortal. Lu Li leaned against the gate of the fairy world and let out a long roar that shook the whole sky. All of a sudden, all the laws in his body were transformed into immortal laws, and his strength began to increase steadily. 20 U Palace Masters, 40 U Palace Masters, 70, 90, 100. It took the equivalent of 100 U Palace Masters to stop. With a muffled bang, Lu Li broke through to the middle stage of true immortal. Obviously, after he refined the long river of immortal energy, his mana increased sharply, and he easily broke through again. This is not over yet. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Behind him, in the Buddhist world, the sound of bells echoed throughout the heavens along with the Buddha's Zen singing, and the vast Buddha's light bathed him. This is the purest incense and wish power in the Buddhist world. If you look carefully, you will see a little bit of golden light in the Buddha's light, which is a group of relics as big as goose eggs, exuding the fragrance of the Buddha. Each relic is engraved with Wishang Buddhist inscriptions and records the supreme Buddhist magical power. The lotus platform under Lu Li's feet turned around, and the Buddha's light filled the sky like water in sponge, absorbing it completely. The power continues to surge. 100 Palace Lords U. 150 Palace Lords U. 200 Palace Lords U. 365 Palace Lords U. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the late stage of true immortal and was directly promoted to the peak of true immortal. The aura is 10 times more powerful than that of the black dragon demon god, comparable to a late stage immortal. Amitabha! Meet the Buddha Emperor. The young Buddha was the first to react. He clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Li with great respect and piety. In the Buddhist world, all those above the great Luo are venerable ones. That is, they are bodhisattvas and Buddhas. Buddha Emperor is a special honorific title. At that time, the Buddha realm and the demon realm were fighting for who knows how many years. The Supreme Lord Buddha led an army of Buddha to attack the Buddha realm. He made great achievements in battle and became the Buddha Emperor. He actually succeeded in overcoming the tribulation. This level of magic power is so terrifying. Mr. Chiu was also so shocked that his body shook wildly. The land carp in front of him stood in the sky, like the bright sun and the cold moon. Wherever the light went, it had boundless divine power, suppressing all living things. Every move exuded the terrifying power of destroying the heaven and earth, reversing yin and yang, and shattering the universe. The surrounding space and time are shattering into powder. In particular, his eyes seemed to be a Buddhist world, with countless Buddhist crystals inside. Within each crystal, there was a Buddha, which was extremely sacred and vast. The next moment, the Buddhist world disappeared. Endless thunder appeared in his eyes, and worlds came and went in this thunder world. Suddenly, The world of thunder in his eyes disappeared, and thousands of avenues emerged, including the cycle of life, death, yin and yang, and the 5 elements, and even the avenue of destiny. These thousands of avenues evolved and combined in his eyes, and a universe was slowly born and then destroyed. Lu Li at this moment is like the center of the universe, the origin and end of the universe, the beginning and end of the long river of destiny. Anyway, it's terrifying to the extreme. It's like the real Daliao Golden Immortal has arrived. A group of true immortal disciples from the Tai Ching sect were also shocked and speechless at this moment. The return of the Buddha Emperor? Is he not only the seed of the Daliao Golden Immortal, but also the reincarnation of the Buddha Emperor? It's so scary. It's so scary. So powerful. So dazzling. It feels like he will melt just by looking at him. If he gets any closer, he will explode. I actually witnessed with my own eyes the transformation of such a person into an immortal. And the dynasty of 10,000 Buddhas? Ha ha ha. This trip to the demonic realm was not in vain. Is this still a true immortal now? Why do you think he can kill a true immortal like me thousands of times with just one breath? The achievements of such a person in the future are immeasurable. At least he is an immortal king. Then again, does this fellow Taoist have a Taoist companion? I would like to worship him as my adoptive father. On the other side, the golden dragon of the dragon realm also had its eyes widened, and the dragon scales all over its body stood up, fanning like a fan. Apparently, he was so shocked inside that he couldn't say anything. There was also a hint of fear. That's the Buddha Emperor. The most ferocious guys like the Buddha Emperor like to go to the dragon world to catch dragons and use them as mounts. Run! 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 What if this guy takes a fancy to it and catches it as a mount? And in the future it will have a bulging belly and lay dragon eggs for him. But why can't it move? Could it be that he was intimidated by that Buddha Emperor? How can this be? It is a fairy! The 10 directions are the domain, and all the territories will become the Buddha's kingdom. Deep in the Tai Ching sect, the Golden Immortal Man took a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, "This Daliao Golden Immortal seed is actually a Buddha Emperor?" As soon as he broke through to the true immortal, he realized the Supreme Buddha's magic. Sumeru mustard seeds, heaven and earth, time and space. Who is the reincarnation of the Buddha? The 6th Emperor Buddha? Or the Immortal King? Cannot tell. Daliao Jingxian woman stared at Lu Li with dazzling eyes, and murmured, "How is this possible? There is no trace of an immortal king on him, nor a shadow of the Buddha Emperor. Who is he? He can open up the Buddhist world. Who is the real Buddha Emperor who inspired thousands of Buddhas to worship him?" Before he could understand it, a roar filled with fear, horror, anger, and jealousy sounded. How is this possible? This kid actually succeeded in breaking through to the realm of true immortals? How could this kid break through to the realm of true immortals with 10,000 followers? Is the lighting punishment in the fairy world blind? He actually allowed such monsters and freaks to break through success? Shouldn't he be chopped into ashes and never be reincarnated? Ah! He actually opened up the Buddhist world and caused thousands of Buddhas to appear to worship him. Is this kid the reincarnation of a great figure in the immortal world, or the reincarnation of a Buddha in the Buddhist world? The demon god with 4 heads and 8 arms looked up to the sky and roared wildly. Daliao Jingxian seeds. The Buddha Emperor returns to his throne. 10,000 Buddhas Chuzong. These two are peerless figures who shock the world. But now they actually appear in the same person? Such a big shot is reincarnated. What a fool they are. It's over. It's over. It's over. The blood demon woman's whole body was shaking like a sieve, and there was no color left on her face. This guy has broken through to a true immortal, and his magic power is boundless. He is probably the strongest true immortal in the 3 realms. He can defeat heavenly immortals at the peak of his tribulation. And now he has broken through to a true immortal. Isn't it the same as beating a sun like us? In her perception, Lu Li was like a terrifying fairy. No, it was like a golden fairy floating there. Looking at him, it was like a rabbit looking at an ancient dragon. There was no more resistance in my heart. Mulon on the side narrowed his eyes into a straight line and stared at Lu Li as if he was seeing a natural enemy. The scales on his body also exploded, enlarging his body and threatening his opponent. Apparently he sensed a life and death threat from Lu Li. At this moment, Lu Li's eyes fell like snowflakes. Boom! In an instant, both the blood demon woman and the 4-headed and 8-armed demon god Mo Long felt a terrifying pressure, pressing on their souls like huge stars. crushing their souls directly into powder. Crushed to pieces. Run! Go to the depths of the demon realm. Only the demon lord can suppress this guy. Mullen trembled all over. Roar! A dragon roar burst out from its body, forcibly dispelling the fear in its heart and directly shattering the time and space in front of it. It swung its body and swung its tail, then turned into an infinite number of tiny insects and earthworms, escaping directly into it. Seeing this, the blood demon woman and the four-headed and eight-armed demon god did not dare to stay. With two hisses, they burst out with all their magic power, transformed into a streak of magic light, and ran away with all their strength. Want to leave? Please stay. Luli raised his eyebrows and punched casually. Boom! Thousands of time and space were directly blasted by the terrifying immortal power fist, like billions of stars exploding. The violent turbulence of time and space directly shook the four-headed and eight-armed demon god of the black dragon blood demon woman out. The blood demon woman's chest wound expanded, and she vomited demon blood. The power of a punch is so terrifying. The three demon gods looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they dispersed and fled in three directions with a tacit understanding. Now it depends on who is going to die. You were the one who yelled the loudest just now. A faint voice suddenly reached the ears of the four-headed and eight-armed demon. It trembled and looked up, only to see Luli standing in front of him with an indifferent expression. With a flick of his finger, a bit of golden light shot towards him. Before it could react, the golden light magnified infinitely brightly, illuminating the heaven and earth in an instant, covering its entire body. Next moment, it found itself trapped in a golden Buddhist kingdom. In all directions, there is glass Buddha light. It's like a bug frozen in amber, unable to move. Ah! Destroy the Dharma eyes. Break! 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 At the critical moment of life and death, the four-headed and eight-armed demons roared, directly burning the original power of the demonic path. In the center of the four heads and eight giant palms, a demon god actually appeared at the same time. The black magic eyes all ejected a stream of colorful magic light, as thin as hair and as fast as lightning, blasting towards the edge of the Buddhist kingdom. Phew! The Buddhist crystal was actually penetrated by 12 colorful magic lights. At the same time, strange magical weapons emerged from the eight giant palms of the four-headed and eight-armed demon god, such as wooden fish, magic swords, dragon teeth, and erupted with extremely terrifying power, along with 12 colorful magic lights, towards Luli. Come and kill. There was even a trace of the demon lord's pressure on that magic light. Obviously, those 12 magic eyes were made from golden fairy eyes that the demon god picked up from somewhere. Is this your trick? Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. Luli's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he grabbed and pulled the sky with his big hand. A bolt of thunder from the 9 heavens suddenly fell down, turned into a 9-foot thunder sword, and slashed out. Crackling, 12 rays of magic light extinguished nothingness. Another sword slashed out. The lightning flashed, and the magic weapon that was struck was directly chopped into a pile of broken copper and iron by the thunder sword. The four-headed and eight-armed demon was stunned on the spot. When it reacted, 8 very familiar magic arms floated in front of it. Ah! The four-headed demons roared in agony. Its 8 magic arms, as well as those terrifying magic weapons, were chopped off by Luli. How terrifying and terrifying that lightning magic is. You yelled too loudly. Luli's hands were as big as the sky. As soon as he grabbed it, the immeasurable Buddha's light enveloped the Buddha's kingdom and directly trapped the 4 demon gods. He gently held it. Click, click, click. A series of cracks appeared on the four-headed demon gods, like a broken mirror. Then, the Buddhist crystal slowly shrank, under the terrifying force. The skin and flesh of the four-headed demon gods, together with the magic eyes on the body surface, appeared. The pieces peeled off. And finally, when the Buddhist crystal shrunk to the size of a dice, only 4 heads of the four-headed demon gods and demon eyes were left on the ground. A god of heaven and demon was suppressed. Witnessing this scene, the whole place fell silent. The black dragon demon god sent out a demonic thought and kept looking at the battlefield, and his pupils instantly shrank to a pinpoint. Horror surged in my heart. Easily suppressed the four-headed and 8-armed demon with a flip of his hand? This guy is so scary. Run! At this moment, Imolong gave up all thoughts of resisting and ran away with all his strength. Stay! At this moment, a sound like a Buddhist bell reached Imolong's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu stepped on the golden lotus and appeared in the void, blocking Mo Long's path. He waved his hand and struck with a red and white thunder sword light. Boom! At this moment, Mo Long seemed to see endless thunder rushing towards him, trying to annihilate him into ashes. This thunderous sword light is clearly an enchantment formed by the condensed powerful and boundless magic power, infinitely close to the peerless magic power of the Golden Immortal. Golden Fairy Mana. No wonder the four-headed and eight-armed demon can't resist it. Roar! Between life and death, Mo Long had no time to think, and suddenly opened his sky-swallowing mouth, spitting out a ball of red fire like magma, and blasted the light. Boom! Thunder, light, fire and sun collided, and for a moment, the heaven and earth were silent. Time and space seemed to be suspended. Only the laws of fire, lightning, and the great avenues violently collided and annihilated, with no winner or loser. Taking this opportunity, Mo Long's eyes burst out with extremely violent ferocity, raised his dragon claws, tore apart the sun, moon, heaven and earth, and grabbed Lu fiercely. Above the dragon's claws, a trace of black-gray light flickered and faded. Not good! This is a demonic light that was transformed by the demonic energy all over the body after the death of the demon lord. The filth demonizes everything. The Golden Immortal must also retreat 3 points. The Daluo Jinxian woman and the Jinxian man couldn't help but exclaimed. Huh? Did you finally use your killer move? Lu seemed to sense something, narrowed his eyes, and swayed on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. 10,000 clones stepped on the black altar and emerged. They exploded one after another, turning into boundless exploding vitality and rushing into the altar. Countless blood-colored words and gold and silver immortal seals on the altar came to life, flew into the air, and condensed into a phantom of an immortal. This immortal shadow is not the immortal King Lu Guan, but Lu himself. As soon as he pointed out, a ray of fairy light penetrated everything and hit the dragon's claws of the black dragon, directly destroying the gray light. It even directly pierced the dragon's claw with a bloody hole. How can this be? Mo Long said in disbelief and horror. This was a magic light that had spent countless years refining a fallen demon lord. It was equivalent to a full blow from the Golden Immortal. And it was actually destroyed? Just when it was stunned, Lu took a step forward, and the Buddha's light on his body soared into the sky, as if a 1,000,000-foot-high Buddha had descended into the world, towering and majestic, and boundless in anger. Out. This punch was so sharp that no one could describe it. The power of King Kong that destroys everything. This is an eternal punch that penetrates the destiny of the universe and time. Mo Long even saw various gods, demons, immortals, and demon emperors being directly annihilated with this punch. Boom! Mo Long didn't react and was hit directly by a punch. The magic light all over his body was extinguished at this moment, and pieces of dragon scales flew up, exploding into clouds of green magic mist in the air. Then, flesh and blood spread all over the sky like flowers blooming. Only a white head and a green keel skeleton were left, full of cracks, floating in the void. Disperse. Lu softly spit out a syllable. No! The ghostly demon soul in Mo Long's head immediately screamed in terror. The words have not yet fallen. It felt the boundless power of the law of the great avenue surge in, and bubble-like bone bags quickly bulged out on the keel skeleton. And then bang bang bang, the bone bags expanded and exploded, and the entire black dragon keel exploded into a cloud of clouds all over the sky. Chapter 553, Unparalleled Power. Among the demonic dragon's blood, flesh and bone powder that filled the sky, Lu grabbed it and pulled out a dragon-shaped demonic soul from the void with a face full of horror and fear. It is Mo Long's demon soul. Although it escaped from Lu's terrifying punch, it was also severely injured, and its soul was almost melted by the Buddha's light. Now, no matter how hard it tried to break free, it could not escape from Lu's palm. It was directly suppressed and disappeared into Lu's palm unwillingly. Mo Long, it's over. Incredible power. This is true divine power. The two immortals were blown to pieces on the spot in an instant. Suppressed on the spot. How fierce this is. How terrifying. Witnessing this scene, not only Master Chiu, the young Buddha, the true dragon of the dragon realm, but also the Golden Immortal man were shocked and dumbfounded. This is a fairy, and he is a ferocious and cruel demon god. To be beaten to pieces by a true immortal who had just broken through? If they hadn't seen it before their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. How incredible. It's incredible. It is as unimaginable as the 9 heavens immortal emperor chasing after an old, ugly, fat and arrogant mortal woman. How is it possible? How is this possible? Two immortal demon gods, among whom Imo was still in the middle stage of immortality, were actually punched to destroy the demon body. This is something that only a golden immortal can do. Could it be that this guy's magic power has reached the realm of a golden immortal? This absolutely impossible. He is just a true immortal who has just made a breakthrough. The one who was most horrified and unbelievable was the blood demon woman. While it was running away, it suddenly looked back and saw Luli punching Molong until only his skeleton was left. It was so frightened that its heart almost burst. It also heard Luli's immortal voice sending Zixian away. The magic caused the ink dragon to turn into ashes all over the sky, and the magic power scattered around him was so frightened that it dispersed on the spot. The entire figure almost fell out of the void. The strength of the four-headed and eight-armed demon god is on par with hers, but the strength of the ink dragon demon god is definitely above it. Now that the ink dragon demon god has been directly defeated and has no strength to resist, how can she, who is seriously injured, face Luli? Wouldn't he die faster? I'm afraid one punch will destroy all my soul. Run! 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 There was only one extremely frightening thought in the blood demon woman's mind. You dare to move again! The four-headed and eight-armed demon and this ink dragon will be your fate. At this moment, Luli said a word lightly. The words were conveyed softly, although Luli was still far away from millions of parallel time and space. When they fell in the ears of the blood demon woman, they were like the sound of thunder that destroyed all things, scaring her so much that she dared not move on the spot. It's over. It's over. The blood demon woman was filled with despair, seeing that Luli was about to come down and suppress it in the next moment. Suddenly, it sensed a trace of demonic energy in the void. The blood demon woman was stunned for a moment. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes, and then she felt ecstatic in her heart, and suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist and blasted forward. Boom! Time and space shatter. A space-time passage was directly penetrated, and in an instant, like a dam bursting, billowing demonic energy surged out, washing away the world in all directions. These demonic energies are extremely pure demonic energies, containing the power of the origin of the infinite demonic path, and it is infinite and immeasurable. Along with the vast demonic energy, there are endless demons, exuding the evil aura of killing, bloodthirsty, and crazy destruction. He is a real demon from the devil world. Ha ha ha! Heaven will not stop me. The demon lord has opened the passage to the demon realm. Boy, just wait. No matter whether you are the great Luo Jingxian or some bullshit Buddha emperor, when I return to the demon realm, I will invite the blood demon ancestor to come and directly I will blast you to death, extract your soul and refine your soul, and make you suffer all kinds of torture and pain in the devil world. You will not be able to survive but die. The blood demon woman let out a crazy curse and roar, and disappeared directly into the infinite demon. The passage to the devil's world? You want to escape back to the devil's world? It's not that easy. Luli's eyes turned cold. His big hand raised to the sky, and he struck out with a palm. Boom! A huge and boundless Buddha's palm fell from the sky and struck hard on the passage of the demon world. Billions of demons were exploded on the spot and purified into nothingness by the Buddha's light. The entire demon world passage instantly became clean and clear. The figure of the blood demon woman was also directly shaken out in the aftermath of the bombardment of the Buddha's palm, and she vomited demon blood again. Ah! Blood demon ancestor! Supreme demon lord! Please! The blood demon woman's face was as pale as paper, and she was so frightened that she directly burned the last of the blood demon's original power, and her whole body turned into an extremely coquettish flame and blood flower. In the dark, there seems to be a majestic and terrifying power of law, passing through the demonic passage and sending out devout prayers to the opposite side of the demonic passage, as if it wants some powerful demonic beings to come. At the same time, countless powerful demon phantoms rushed over. The devil from the demon world has begun to arrive. The aura is so tyrannical. There is even a peak of immortality in it. Is this a small world? Kill! 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 I can already smell the breath of immortals and the fragrance of Buddha's fat. Who is praying for the demon lord to come? Hey, is it the blood demon? It seems that he is being chased by that true fairy boy. True immortal? It just so happens that this demon is hungry. Let this demon come and devour him. I'm not afraid even if the demon lord comes. Some of you mere gods and demons are nothing more than rotten fish and shrimps. Let's perish together with the blood demon. Luli stepped forward with one step, stepping on the golden lotus with his feet, accompanied by the sun and the moon in the sky, holding thousands of avenues in his hands, and landed directly in the passage of the devil world. Boom! The next moment, the Buddha's light behind his head shone like the sun, and each Buddha's hand emerged. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thousands-foot-tall Buddha and descended into the world. Boom, boom, boom! Thousands of Buddha's giant hands squeezed the mysterious Buddha's seal, and struck the Vajra King's fist, turning into a golden light fist shadow that filled the sky, covering all the demon gods who rushed over. Bang, 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 bang. In the passage of the demon world, billions of vitality exploded. Countless demon gods were blown up on the spot, and countless true immortal demon gods screamed and perished on the spot. The blood flowers transformed by the blood demon woman were also broken into dots of blood in the Buddha's giant fist. There were also several white-boned demon gods in the early stage of the celestial immortal. They were hit directly by 100 Dao Ming Wang 10 realm fists. Their demonic bodies were directly blasted into the purest demonic energy, and they could not die anymore. Incomparably fierce. Immediately, the surviving demon gods were so frightened that they all turned around and ran away. Ming Wang 10 realm fist! What a powerful mana! I'm injured! Ah! It's too scary! This guy is a golden immortal! The Buddha in the Buddhist world is indeed insidious and shameless. The majestic golden immortal giant Buddha actually pretends to be a real immortal to seduce us. How despicable! At this moment, a heaven-covering Buddha's palm came down, and with a gentle scoop, he scooped up the blood demon woman and the pure demonic energy, and put them back into Lu Li's sleeves. The Buddha's light and Dharma also converged and disappeared. At this point, the blood demon woman, the four-headed and eight-armed demon god, the ink dragon, and the three immortal demon gods were completely suppressed and transformed into the pure source of demons, nourishing the colorful Bodhi tree. One after another, the fruits of the avenue began to bloom and bear fruit on the tree. The world between heaven and earth also returned to deathly silence. It's so shocking. The three immortals were suppressed on the spot, and a group of demonic immortals were also exploded on the spot, turning into demonic energy. How appalling this is! How can this be the true immortal who just broke through? He is clearly a peerless golden immortal with boundless magical power and unparalleled ferocious power. Mr. Chiu of the Tai Ching Sect and a group of true immortals were dumbfounded when they saw this, and a huge storm arose in their hearts. The next moment, a Buddhist verse sounded. Amitabha! The Buddha's power is boundless. He suppresses demons, and his merits are immeasurable. With a look of great respect in his eyes, the young Buddha bowed to the land carp and broke the dead silence between heaven and earth. A group of true immortals from the Tai Ching Sect came to life in an instant, and there was a lot of commotion. It's terrible! It's terrible! How is this possible? 3 immortals. Those are 3 immortals and demons. How could they be suppressed so easily? Incredible! With such terrifying power. He is actually just a true immortal? Damn it! He is a true immortal? Then what am I? A true immortal? A waste among wastes. Is there such a powerful peak true immortal in the world? After living for so many years, today is finally an eye-opener. It's so powerful and mighty. It's so shocking. Even though I'm a man, I still want to give him a child. Me too. Is this the seed of the great Luo Jingxian? The reincarnation of the Buddha Emperor? Mr. Chiu was extremely shocked and felt a little bit ashamed of himself. He prides himself on being the most genius among the Tai Ching Sect. And in fact he is. Although he is only at the peak of a true immortal, his magic power has reached the realm of an early heavenly immortal. His understanding is superb, and he can directly penetrate the supreme immortal technique. One move of the Jade Purple Wheel Nirvana immortal technique is enough to make him unstoppable and invincible among true immortals. This is why he is allowed to lead a group of immortals. The disciples of the disciples annihilated the devil in the devil world. Unexpectedly, Lu Li appeared out of nowhere, broke through the true immortals, and suppressed 3 tyrannical immortals and demons on the spot. In comparison, in front of Lu Li, this genius like him was like the glow of a firefly on the bright moon, which was not enough to be seen at all. This Buddha Emperor is more terrifying than the Dragon Emperor of our Dragon Realm. Even more powerful. He actually suppressed and killed several immortals and demons with his true immortal state. When our Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Realm became a true immortal again, it's impossible. How is this possible? Is this a lie? That Molong is stronger than me, and he can't even sustain 3 moves. I'm going to be beaten to pieces next time. Leaving only a skeleton? Woohoo! It's too scary. No, it's too dangerous to stay with this guy. Who knows when he will fall in love with me? And he might beat me to pieces? I used my big bones to make soup. On the other side, the Dragon Realm Divine Dragon was trembling all over. Its golden eyes reflecting the invincible figure of Lu Li were full of shock and fear. And it slipped away and disappeared directly into the void. Deep inside Taishin Gate, the Golden Immortal Man and the Daliao Golden Immortal Woman were equally shocked. Immortal Lord, what do you think? The Golden Immortal Man barely calmed down the shock in his heart, turned around and asked, the magic power of this Daliao Golden Immortal Seed is boundless. It's boundless. It's as easy as eating and drinking to destroy the immortal. It's simply not human. Who is stronger between him and Taishin Tian? Weak. Of course Taishin is strong. Taishin's magic power is twice that of his. The eyes of the Daliao Jinxian woman were filled with extraordinary brilliance. She stared at Lu Li in the water curtain and changed the subject. However, this Daliao Jinxian seed is the Buddha Emperor who came to the world. He can communicate with the Buddhist world and can summon the gate of the fairy world at will. He is the real one. He has endless magic power and is immortal. If we really want to fight him, Taishin probably won't be able to defeat him without relying on immortal weapons. What? The Golden Immortal Man was completely shocked. A true immortal at the peak. His magic power is comparable to that of a Golden Immortal. Although Taishin is only in the early stage of the Golden Immortal, he has practiced for many years and has accumulated a lot. The immortal law in his body is the Golden Immortal Law, and his mana is sky high. However, this is only twice the mana of the Daliao Golden Immortal Seed. It can be seen from this that how terrifying is the magic power of Daliao Jinxian seeds. Moreover, the seed of the Daliao Golden Immortal is a Buddha Emperor who comes to the world, communicates with the Buddhist world at any time, absorbs countless incense and vows, and has a steady stream of magic power. In total, he is already a real Golden Immortal. What a powerful existence the Golden Immortal is. Every Golden Immortal can be called a peerless Golden Immortal. If Daliao Jinxian is not born, Jinxian is invincible in the world. It is a supreme existence that can be called Buddha as ancestor. Now, a true immortal not only has magic power comparable to that of a peerless Golden Immortal, but his strength has also reached the realm of a true Golden Immortal. He is invincible and powerful. This is simply unbelievable. Then, let him go to the depths of the demon realm. The Golden Immortal Man asked. Let him be. Daliao Jinxian woman nodded, smiled and said, no matter whose reincarnation he is, based on his strength, he is qualified to steal the Demon Lotus from that Demon Lord. This is inside the Demon Crossing Tower. Although the Demon Realm Demon Lord has opened the Demon Realm Passage, he is suppressed by the Demon Crossing Tower and can only temporarily open it. Soon, the demonic passage will dissipate. This Demon World channel is also very fragile. The demon ancestors from the Daliao Jinxian realm cannot come at all, and can only come in their clones. In other words, the strongest demon ancestor clone is only at the peak of the Golden Immortal. The seed of the Daliao Golden Immortal, who was born as the Buddha Emperor, was able to protect himself. There was even a chance to steal a lotus seed from the great Tao Holy Lotus right in front of those old guys, and help him break through to the realm of immortals, which was considered a favor. I don't know how terrifying his magic power will be if he breaks through to the level of immortal and transforms his whole body's laws into immortal laws. The Golden Immortal Man murmured. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and a scary thought came to his mind. This Daliao Golden Immortal Seed has broken through to the heavenly immortal level, and its magic power shouldn't be comparable to Daliao Golden Immortal. Right? Hiss. When the Golden Immortal Man thought of this, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and quickly conveyed it to Mr. Chiu. My dear immortal, I am Mr. Chiu of the Taishin Sect. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the true immortal. After receiving the message, Mr. Chiu flew forward, pursed his lips, and congratulated with some restraint. Hearing his voice, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, Mr. Chiu was greatly shaken. What a pair of terrifying eyes. Countless thunderstorms exploded. Thousands of universes came and went. The phantoms of various immortal emperors turned into rainbows and died. The Buddha screamed and died. And tens of billions of demons roared ferociously. It was like 72 demons. It's like the ancestors' reincarnation destroys all heavens and worlds. The next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Lu Li looked calmly and said calmly, I'm sorry. I just refined the demonic origins of those immortals and demons. Although I got a glimpse of the secrets of the immortals, Some of the demonic auras still remain. Does it scare you? Pry into the secrets of the gods? Another breakthrough? Mr. Chiu was shocked again, and he quickly lowered his head and said, I, the immortal master of the Taiching Sect, would like to ask fellow Taoist Lu to go to the depths of the demon realm, surrender the demon lord, and seize the holy lotus of the great Tao. Chapter 554 The 8 Parts of Heavenly Dragons. Taiching Sect Immortal Lord? Great Tao Holy Lotus? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Chiu respectfully replied. The name of my Taiching Sect's immortal is Halua. He is a Deluo Jin immortal who controls the supreme immortal weapon, the sun-splitting bow. The immortal is currently deep in the immortal sect, gazing at every inch of the demon realm. The immortal master saw that his fellow Taoist had been promoted to a true immortal. To express his congratulations, he specially invited the fellow Taoist to suppress the demon lord together and obtain the Great Tao Holy Lotus. The Great Tao Holy Lotus is Wushang immortal grass. With just one lotus seed, you can understand the great truth, understand life and death, and discern the mysteries of the great law. Sure enough, there is a real Deluo Jinxian in Taiching Sect. A Deluo Jinxian holds the supreme immortal artifact in his hand. Even if the immortal king comes, he may not be afraid. Lu Li knew very well how powerful the supreme immortal weapon was. The mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud given to him by Palace Master Yu. Although it was only a broken supreme immortal weapon, the energy contained in it suppressed the lightning punishment in the immortal world, allowing him to easily survive the thunder tribulation and become a true immortal, which was very powerful. This complete supreme immortal weapon may have caused the gods and Buddhas to retreat. A mere demon lord can't really cause any big troubles. The great Luo immortal lord now invited him over, saying that if he surrendered to the demon lord, in fact, if he stood aside and did nothing, he would also get a lotus seed from the holy lotus of the great Tao. Once you take lotus seeds, you will be promoted to immortality easily. After all, that is the peerless fairy grass that can reveal the supreme secret of the Luo Jinxian. What a great gift! In that case, I will shamelessly thank Immortal Halua for the gift of thanks. Thank you very much. I will go to the depths of the demon realm to surrender the demon lord. Lu Li nodded and returned the courtesy with his hands in thanks. Then I would like to thank fellow Taoists for your help. Mr. Chiu quickly returned the gift. You are welcome. Lu Li waved his hand and smiled slightly. I am also a part of the immortal world, and it is my duty to surrender the demon. Fellow Taoist is righteous. Mr. Chiu bowed deeply, turned his hands, and a scroll appeared in his palm. He handed it over. Fellow Taoist, this is the map of the depths of the demon realm. Deep in the demon realm is the demon palace built by the demon lord. Everywhere is a trap. Now the demon lord has temporarily opened a passage to the demon realm. Many demon gods should come to the demon palace. So please be careful. Thanks. Lu Li reached out to take the scroll and opened it to take a look. I saw only one palace on the scroll, arranged one after another. A total of 72, with a demon pillar standing in front of each palace. It is the demon god pillar of the 72 demon gods. These 72 demonic pillars are looming, changing positions all the time, and seem to form a mysterious and terrifying demonic formation. If you break in rashly, Jinxian will be left with nothing to eat. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. Elder Tai Shinshin has led his disciples to break through the demonic formation. If you go in now, you will not be attacked by the demonic formation. Mr. Chiu added. Good. Lu Li nodded, put away the scroll, and said with cupped hands, Then, without further ado, I will set off immediately, go to the depths of the demon palace, and contribute to the suppression of the demon lord. Fellow Taoist, take this very seriously. Mr. Chiu cupped his hands, suddenly remembered something, and asked a little embarrassedly, Fellow Taoist has now reached the peak of true immortality. I wonder how is your magic power? He was also at the peak of true immortality, and he wanted to know how far he was from the great Luo Jin immortal in front of him. Mana? Lu Li pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know how much magic power I have, but my physical strength is indeed much stronger than before. The body of a true immortal is indeed more powerful than the body of a mortal. Can you compete with the immortal weapon? Upon hearing this, Mr. Chiu immediately asked, Immortal weapon? Lu Li clenched his fist lightly and felt the ferocious power of a dragon in his body. He couldn't help but smile. With my current strength, I should be able to barely grasp the immortal weapon. Ah! So powerful? Mr. Chiu was shocked. Immortal weapons are the true laws of immortality. They are made by integrating many heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various mysterious fairy formations. Ordinary immortals cannot stop the fairy weapons at all, unless you have practiced the supreme bodybuilding method. But the Luli in front of him could actually grab the immortal weapon with the sheer power of his body. This shows the majesty and vastness of its power. Then how powerful should his magic power be? Mr. Chiu still wants to ask. At this moment, the voice of the Hollow Immortal came into my ears. Chiu-ing, don't ask. The physical body of this fellow Taoist Liu is always communicating with the Buddhist world. And the power of the Supreme Buddha is poured into his divine kingdom crystal, and also cultivated the path of the powerful demon god of the demon world, the white-boned demon god, and so on. The power is so great and boundless, and the magic power is as strong as the golden immortal. Compared with it, you are like a mayfly in the ocean. Dot! When Master Chiu heard this, his eyes widened and he fell silent. They are both at the peak of true immortality. How could this gap be so big? Amit Ba! At this time, the young monk stepped on the lotus and bowed to Lu Li with his hands folded. Disciple Guan, pay homage to the incarnation of the Buddha Emperor. His expression showed respect and excitement. I don't dare to be the Buddha Emperor. Lu Li put his hands together and returned the gift. Amit Ba, I have a scroll of the 8 heavenly dragon laws, and I would like to give it to the Emperor of Buddha to subdue the demons and bring immeasurable merits. The young monk said, and took out an ancient book from his sleeves. These 8 heavenly dragon laws are the magical powers of Buddhism. It can subdue demons, monsters, real dragons, witches, etc., and transform into the 8 celestial dragons, and achieve righteousness. When the Buddha and the Emperor go to the depths of the demonic realm, they will encounter countless demons. With this method, they should protect themselves. No worries. After saying that, he handed over the ancient book. Good. When Lu Li heard this, he was not polite and grabbed the ancient book. Thank you, fellow Taoist Queen, for the gift. I will write down this piece of cause and effect. The Buddha Emperor is too polite. Please take care of it, the young monk said excitedly. Good. Lu Li nodded, took one step, and disappeared. Only Takingman and others were left with regretful expressions on their faces. What a pity. I couldn't have a few words with this fellow Taoist. Yeah. Maybe we can even form a relationship. The Immortal Lord has asked him to surrender the Demon Lord, so we'd better not force him to retreat. Then again, the Immortal Picture is in commotion. At this time, there was a commotion on the Immortal Picture. Who? Who took action? You actually suppressed 3 immortals and demons all at once? Who is the descendant of this god? This is terrifying. Only a peak immortal can do it. Impossible. The 3 celestial immortals were suppressed in just a few efforts. Among them was a mid-stage celestial immortal. The demon was so fierce that at least he had to be a golden immortal to do it. Golden immortal? Where did the golden immortal come from? Didn't they all go to the depths of the demon realm? Maybe he was passing by. What if I said that it was a peak true immortal who killed 3 heavenly immortals and demons while talking and laughing? Do you believe it or not? The peak of true immortality? Fellow Taoist, stop being ridiculous. You might as well believe that I am the immortal king. I killed 3 heavenly immortals at the peak of true immortality. Do you think I'm a fool? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. If there is any lie, the sky will strike with thunder. Ha ha ha. Aren't we immortals being struck by thunder every day? If it is true that the peak of true immortals killed 3 immortals and demons, I will fly naked from here to the depths of the demonic realm. Damn it! I saw it with my own eyes, and you still don't believe it. Why don't you come and make a bet? Come on! Come on! I'm coming too! Young Master Chiu and others looked at the words on the immortal picture and couldn't help but shake their heads, still shocked in their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't believe it. Those 3 immortal demon gods, a mid-celestial demon dragon, a 4-headed and 8-armed demon god, and a blood demon were all extremely difficult and vicious creatures. Who would have thought that they could be defeated by that fellow Lu Daoist in just a few punches? Flash? That scene will be unforgettable in this life. I wonder how powerful he will be if he is promoted to an immortal. Lu Li, you are too fierce. At this time, Lu Li was flying swaggeringly in the demonic realm. Wherever he passed, thousands of miles of demonic energy was swallowed up by him. The revealed true immortals and demons, as well as the heavenly immortals and demons, were directly suppressed by him with a flip of his hand, received into the crystals of the kingdom of God, and turned into the origin of demons. When Jean K saw the scene, he was so shocked that his eyes fell out. I thought it would be powerful enough to transform into an immortal weapon and defeat a fairy or demon. Unexpectedly, Lu Li's boundless power was simply terrifying. It's not me who's powerful. It's Yuan Shiqi. Lu Li also knew it. The original energy in his body was mysterious and wonderful, which increased his magic power to an indescribable level. Although it is not as good as the Taishinshin of Taichin Sect, it is almost there. Now, he is constantly communicating with the ancient Buddhist world, absorbing the infinite incense and aspiration power, watering billions of divine crystals, and his physical body has become a Buddha, exuding a strange fragrance like Buddha's fat. After a moment's thought, the ancient book given by Guin was opened in the Buddhist crystal. Pure golden Buddhist inscriptions floated up from ancient books, arranged in the air, and manifested into an 8-story pagoda, inlaid with the 7 Buddhist treasures, shining brightly. It is the 8 parts of heavenly dragons. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva sees that all 5 aggregates are empty. Lu Li's heart center shifted. The 8-story pagoda began to grow infinitely, and the phantoms of Buddhas appeared on it, chanting supreme sacred scriptures. The golden lotuses began to bloom. Finally, a sacred mountain appeared in the crystal of the kingdom of God. At the top of the sacred mountain, there is a huge Buddhist temple, in which only the golden Buddha statue of the land carp is enshrined. On the door plaque of the Buddhist temple shines the 6 mysterious Buddhist inscriptions. Infinite skills in the world, which seems to have immeasurable power, attracting the sun, moon and stars to surround it, and the great avenues of the heavens to contrast it. In addition to the suppression, there is a pool of golden water standing next to the Buddhist temple. Hey! This 8-fold method of heavenly dragons is actually the real method of becoming a Buddha? Lu Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This sacred mountain Buddhist temple is his Dharmakaya. If he breaks the time and space channel at this moment and descends into the Buddhist world, then he will really have his own sacred mountain temple in the Buddhist world. In other words, he has his own status in the Buddhist world, which means that he has achieved enlightenment and is a true Buddha. As for the evolved 8 dragon methods, that pool of water is called the great method of transforming dragons. Any demon, god or monster suppressed by the dragon transformation technique will transform into his Dharma protector Vajra once he enters the dragon transformation pond, guarding the sacred mountain and the Buddhist temple for him. As soon as Lu Li had an idea, he asked the Huntian demon ape to jump into the pool. Roar! A moment later, a divine ape with Buddha's light all over its body jumped out of the pool. Its divine body expanded infinitely, and soon it transformed into a being standing tall on the sacred mountain, grasping the sun and the moon. Meet me, Buddha! It bowed 11 times toward Lu Li. There is no trace of cruelty or violence in his body. The aura is powerful, and he looks like a heavenly being at any time. Very good. From now on, you will be one of my guardian kings. Name the giant ape. Later, I will find you a stick. Then, I will find you some companions to chat with. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction, flashed and plunged into the depths of the demon realm. Chapter 555 Lotus Seeds. Boom. Lu Li landed in the middle of a magic palace. The powerful aftermath directly shattered the palace, with a radius of hundreds of miles, along with the magic array inside. And the surrounding mountains, rivers and seas were shattered. The true demonic energy that surged into the sky was then swallowed up by Lu Li, and the world returned to a clear sky. There was only one giant pillar of the devil, as black as iron, towering into the clouds. This is the outermost palace of the Demon Lord. The entire Demon Lord's palace is divided into 7 floors. The outermost layer is 13 demon gods' palaces, followed by 12 demon gods' palaces. 10, 9, 8. There are 3 floors inside and outside, surrounding the innermost demon god's palace. Originally, these 72 demon god palaces formed a terrifying array of demon gods, changing their positions in time and space at all times, with unparalleled offensive and defensive attacks, making it difficult for Daluo Jinxian to break in. But now, the demon formation has been broken, and only some broken formations are left to guard the 72 demon palaces. It appears to have been raided. Lu Li glanced through it with his spiritual thoughts, and found no treasure. I didn't sense a demon either. Strange. Where has the devil gone? Hey, there's a strange smell. Smelling this scent that pleased the soul and invigorated the mana. Lu Li suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his heart. On the wonderful Bodhi tree, a Dao fruit immediately condensed out, Just a wisp of strange fragrance can make people suddenly realize the mystery of the avenue and condense the talisman of the avenue. This sacred lotus of the avenue is indeed extraordinary. Those demons may have gone to rob the sacred lotus of the avenue. Luli immediately had a guess in his mind. He wasn't in a hurry. No matter how good the Great Tao's sacred lotus is, to him, it is just the icing on the cake. It's okay if he can get it. But if he can't get it, he may get a lot of trouble. After all, it was a demon lord. The demon lord is an existence comparable to the immortal king. Although the demon lord here was thrown into the demon crossing tower by a group of great masters from the Buddhist world, and was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced, he was at least a terrifying existence at the level of a Dalua golden immortal. He would not go away as a little true immortal. Those golden immortals besieging the demon lord to snatch the holy lotus of the great Tao. The level of danger is no different than pulling chestnuts from the fire. Luli didn't really intend to join in the fun. It's better to stay on the periphery and wait for a bargain to see if any of the seriously injured demon gods surrender and become their own protectors. It would be better if it was the seriously injured golden immortal demon god. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to surrender the demon lord? Suddenly, an ethereal and soft voice came from the void, and white light followed the voice, condensing into a graceful female silhouette in front of Luli. She was wearing a golden glazed robe, floating in the wind. She seemed to be close in front of her eyes, but also seemed to be hundreds of millions of time and space away. It was difficult to catch traces of her existence. However, she exudes a mysterious ancient aura. An ancient aura that is almost like the gate to the fairy world. Even more mysterious than Taishinshin. This is a Deluo Jinxian. Luli recognized him at a glance, and bowed his hands in a bow. I, Luli, have met Immortal Hao Luo. Fellow Taoist, you are polite. Immortal Hao Luo returned the salute with a light hand, and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist's magic power is boundless. If you go one step further and break through the realm of heavenly immortals, your magic power will truly be comparable to that of the peerless golden immortal. Why do you, fellow Taoist, still stay here and don't surrender to that demon lord? Capture the lotus seeds of the great Tao and break through to the heavenly immortal? I? Luli smiled. I'm just a little true immortal. Ask me to conquer the devil. The immortal is joking. You are the seed of Dalua Jinxian, the reincarnation of the Buddha Emperor, and your attack is unparalleled. With your help, suppressing the demon lord will naturally have a better chance of winning. Immortal Hao Luo praised. The immortal master thinks highly of me. Luli shook his head. No matter how loud my name is, I am only a true immortal after all. If nothing else happens, at the demon lord's place, a group of golden immortals are fighting to the death with the demon lord. Right. Really? Immortal Lord Hao Luo nodded, looking into the depths of the demonic realm with his deep eyes. At this time, I, Tai Shen Tian of Tai Ching Sect, and the three golden immortal elders are operating the three supreme immortal arts of Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing, suppressing one of the demon lord's heads. On the other side, Yawu ancestor from the demon immortal realm and the wood dragon saint from the dragon realm work together to suppress the other 8 heads of the demon lord, as well as those from the god clan. The 10 golden immortal emperors are fighting against the 3 clones of the demon lord. The battle sounded fierce at first sight. Who has the upper hand? Luli couldn't help but ask. The demon lord. Immortal Hao Luo gave an expected answer. Luli raised his eyebrows. This woman is restless and kind-hearted. The demon lord still had the upper hand, and he actually asked him to run over and suppress the demon lord together? The demon lord opened a temporary passage to the demon realm, led an army of 100,000 demon gods to descend, and used the power of the formation to forcibly bless it, maintaining its strength at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, it was attacked by me with the sun-splitting bow before. Even if he is seriously injured, he still can't hold on for long. All he needs to do is come in front of it and show the power of the Buddha Emperor, and it will flee and retreat to the demon world. This is why I asked my fellow Taoists to take action. Immortal Lord Hao Luo smiled slightly. This woman actually attacked the demon lord beforehand? No wonder the Tai Ching sect is so domineering and lets a group of golden immortals deal with the demon lord. But why didn't she kill the demon lord directly without using the sun-splitting bow? It seems that this Daluo Jinxian has just recovered and cannot activate the sun-splitting bow too many times. Luli circulated the avenue and instantly guessed the cause and effect. But he still asked, why didn't the immortal lord directly destroy the demon lord? With the supreme immortal artifact in hand, it should be easy to kill a demon lord, right? It's not easy. Immortal Haluo shook his head. The devil's power is boundless. If it hadn't consumed too much of the devil's source to feed the holy lotus of the avenue, and its strength was reduced, it would not have been successfully attacked by me. In addition, Taiching Sect, I also wanted to use the Demon Lord to establish his power and show off the power of the new heaven. I originally wanted to take action personally and use the supreme immortal weapon, the sun-splitting immortal bow, to scare away the Demon Lord. Now that my Taoist friend has appeared, there is no need for me to take action. Do you really mean what the Immortal Lord said? All you need is me to come forward and scare the Demon Lord? Lu Li was a little moved. You are the seed of the Luo Jingxian, and you are also the Buddha Emperor. How dare this little girl lie to you? Hao Luo Xianzuan said with a smile. Forget it. I'll just let a clone go with the Immortal Lord. Speaking of this, Lu Li didn't dare not agree. This woman is Luo Jingxian. She also has the supreme immortal weapon with her, and she has come to her door as a lobbyist. If she doesn't give her face, Lu Li is afraid that she will give him a bow and arrow. Immediately, a golden light flew out of Lu Li's mind, landed beside him, and manifested into a golden body of Buddha shrouded in Buddha light, with a solemn appearance. Anyway, he is not going in his true form. He is just taking a trip as a clone, and there is not much loss. Immortal Lord, please. The clone cupped his hands and saluted. Good. Immortal Haluo stopped talking nonsense, pulled out the golden hairpin on his head, and with a slight stroke, the space in front of him was open like a piece of cloth. Then, the Lu Li clone followed her into the void crack. His vision went dark and bright. Lu Li then saw that on an extremely huge desolate planet, it seemed like an ancient battlefield, with all kinds of dazzling magic and fairy weapons shining brightly. The aftermath of various horrific attacks swept around, destroying billions of miles of space into a black hole of void. The whole world seemed to be like a dark universe, with only this ancient battlefield planet left. The most terrifying existence is undoubtedly the demon god floating in the darkness, with 3 huge heads, like meteorites. Thousands of terrifying demonic lights shoot out from the demonic eyes all over its head, striking in all directions, and destroying all the golden creatures that are besieging it. The immortal weapon forced him to retreat continuously. These golden immortals are also very terrifying. The powerful demon god who reaches the sky looks like a giant snake, swallows Brahma in his mouth, and is so fierce and powerful. There is also a huge dragon. The sky is full of emerald green. As it swings its body and tail, it spits out dragon breath flames that destroy the 8 wastelands. Each flame is enough to burn the 3 realms. There were also witch gods in the distance, Taishan Tian and others from the Taiching Sect, who used all kinds of mysterious and shocking witchcraft and magic to attack the 3-headed demon god desperately. The whole world is filled with wind, water, and fire, and the avenues of time and space are chaotic and void, which is very terrifying. If an ordinary immortal accidentally falls here, he may be strangled by time and space before he can escape, and his body and soul will disappear. This is the main battlefield to suppress the demon. However, right in the middle of the 3 heads of the demon god, a lotus flower with 7 colors of light was slowly blooming, exuding an extremely alluring fragrance from the avenue. Obviously it is the great Tao Holy Lotus. Amitabha! Lu Li didn't waste any time. He stepped forward with 1 step, stepping on the 13th grade golden lotus throne, manifesting the body of the 10,000-foot-long Buddha. The sun floated behind his head, spinning like a wheel, scattering immeasurable Buddha's light, and time and space rippled. It was vast. In the boundless kingdom of Buddha, the Buddha sings in a low voice on the sacred mountain of Sumeru, appearing between heaven, earth and the universe. In an instant, the sound of Sanskrit resounded throughout time and space in all directions. The Buddhas felt this and bowed together. Emperor Buddha comes to the world. 10,000 Buddhas worship. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shocked. All the peerless golden immortals exclaimed, "Ah! Such a dazzling Buddha's light! My eyes! The Buddhist world has been opened? Is it the big man from the Buddhist world who has arrived? Huh? No. Why are there 10,000 Buddhas showing up to worship? How is it possible? 10,000 Buddhas, Chizong? Who is this person? What a strong aura! There is actually the aura of Luo Jingxian surrounding him. This is actually a venerable figure from the Buddhist world. Ha ha ha! It's stable now, with such a powerful Buddha appearing. Look at how arrogant you, the Demon Lord, can be. It's him. How is it possible? How is this possible? Taishinshin recognized Lu Li. His eyes widened and he screamed. Roar! At this time, the demon lord of the demon realm also sensed the infinite power of Buddha's light in Lu Li's body, as well as the aura of Daluo Jingxian blessed by Hao Luo. It scared. Without any hesitation, its 3 heads spurted out a ball of magic light, wrapped around the holy lotus of the avenue, and slammed open the passage of the demon world, trying to escape. At this moment, in the passage of the demon world, a golden light came through the air and directly penetrated the 3 heads of the demon lord. Fellow Taoist, thank you very much. Hao Luo's figure, who had been hiding in the passage of the demon world for some time, appeared, holding a pure white fairy bow, and smiled at Lu Li. Boom! The demon lord's head exploded, as if the bright sun exploded and the Milky Way poured in. Infinite and vast demonic energy spurted out from the passage of the demon world, flooding the entire void and dark universe in an instant. At the same time, everyone also saw little bits of colorful light, splashing in all directions, with the explosion of true demonic energy. Grab the Great Avenue Holy Lotus! I don't know who it was. And a demon god's giant hand stretched out first. It was the peerless golden immortal in the demon world. Almost at the same time, the dragon realm divine dragon, the witch ancestor and other great powers stretched out their giant hands to catch the colorful light with their supreme magic. Lu Li didn't move, because a bit of colorful light flew towards him along with the golden light that penetrated the demon lord's head. It seemed that he was afraid of Lu Li's power, and did not come to grab it. This immortal Hao Luo is quite trustworthy. Thank you, immortal lord. Lu Li stretched out the Buddha's palm, gently grasped it, caught the 7-colored light, bowed together, and his body suddenly split open, turning into dots of Buddha's light and disappearing in place. At this time, in the demon palace in the infinite distance, Lu Li opened his eyes, and the halo of Buddha's light rippled behind his head. A colorful lotus seed fell down with ripples and landed in the hand. Chapter 556 Return. A complete success. Lu Li flicked his sleeves, rolled up the colorful lotus seeds, turned around and left. There was a divine emperor among the pile of golden immortals just now. Maybe he sensed Pan Wu's powerful magical power in his body, and came to trouble him. He had a lot of enemies with the gods. It's better to go first. Rumble. Sure enough, after the demon lord was sneak attacked by immortal Hao Luo with an arrow, and his life or death was uncertain, the entire demon realm began to collapse. Tear. The chaotic and terrifying fragmented time and space swept everywhere, extending to the outskirts of the demon realm. Many unlucky ghosts did not have time to escape, and did not die in the hands of the devil. Instead, they died in the aftermath of the collapse of the devil's realm, which made people sigh. More importantly, several peerless golden immortals started fighting again. They have been fighting from the demon palace to the outskirts of the demon realm. Some are taking advantage of the situation to rob the colorful lotus seeds, and some are seeking revenge and settling grudges. The fighting was also extremely fierce and intense. A few true immortals walked slowly, and accidentally got involved in the battlefield of the peerless golden immortals. They disappeared in an instant, and died inexplicably. Lu Li walked quickly, and left the demon realm in a short while without being affected at all. At this time, inside the Xuanyun Hall, the Lord of Yu Palace sat cross-legged on the colorful clouds, with Dong Shintong, Ji Xing, and a group of immortal palace elders sitting on the left and right. They all stared at a huge immortal picture in the temple with solemn expressions. On top of the immortal picture, lines of golden characters emerged. The Tai Ching Sect succeeded in suppressing the demon lord. The power of the Tai Ching Sect is invincible. The momentum of the new heaven is boundless. Unify the immortal sect. Congratulations. Fortunately, immortal Hao Luo from the Tai Ching Sect took action. Otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to kill that demon lord. The immortal lord took action? He also killed the demon lord? The immortal lord Hao Luo has immeasurable merits and unparalleled power. For generations to come, I would like to call the immortal lord Hao Luo the number 1 Luo Jingxian. Now the new heaven of Tai Ching Sect has really been established. I heard that the Tai Ching Sect also invited a Buddha emperor to take action. As soon as he came forward, the demon lord was so frightened that all 3 of his souls were destroyed and his 6 souls dispersed. He turned around and ran away on the spot. Isn't that right? The Buddha emperor has already taken action? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. When the Buddha king descends, his power is boundless. He directly opens up the Buddhist world and attracts the worship of thousands of Buddhas. Sharp! Amitabha! My Buddha is mighty! No! The demon realm has collapsed. Run! Why are you running? The demon lord has been destroyed. We immortals should clean up the battlefield, eliminate the remaining demon gods, and restore the peace and tranquility of this level of the demon crossing tower, so that the demon gods have nowhere to escape and go back to the demon realm. The demon realm collapsed? Zhong Shitong couldn't help but exclaimed. Is something going to happen to fellow Taoist Liu? If I guess correctly, fellow Taoist Liu has already penetrated deep into the demon realm. Jixing frowned and said. Everyone looked up at Palace Master Yu. Palace Master Yu looked calm and smiled slightly. Don't worry. Fellow Taoist Liu is the seed of the Luo Jingxian. He has deep blessings and will not fall so easily. Everyone nodded after hearing this. This is indeed true. However, at this moment, lines of gold characters appeared on the immortal picture. Someone come and save my junior brother! My junior brother was directly demonized by the true demonic energy that burst out from the demon realm and invaded his soul. Damn! There is actually a demon hiding deep in the underground of the demon realm. He ran out when the demon realm broke out and made a sneak attack. Ah! My right hand was eaten by the demon god. Don't be afraid. Fellow immortals, the demon lord has been destroyed. What kind of trouble can a mere demon god make? You see? I can't do anything. Run quickly. Senior brother has been turned into wonton fillings by the chaotic time and space of the demon realm explosion. Wuh! Senior brother, I will take good care of my wife and sister-in-law. No! Wasn't the demon lord destroyed? How could there be such a terrifying attack aftermath sweeping across the front? Oh! It's the peerless golden immortal who's fighting. Quick! 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 Turn around and run. It makes no sense. Who attacked us? No! It's a demon. Seeing these gold characters, the expressions of Palace Master Yu and others couldn't help but change. Obviously, the demon realm is now in chaos. Not only is there a terrifying squeeze of time and space, but there are also sneak attacks by demon enemies, and the aftermath of the golden immortal battle that appears out of nowhere. The situation is actually more dangerous than before the demon lord was destroyed. Lu Li, is something going to happen? Why haven't you seen fellow Taoist Liu? Isn't it too late for him to report that he is safe? Zhong Shitong pursed his lips and asked extremely worriedly. Palace Master, can you sense the presence of fellow Taoist Liu? Jixing turned around and asked. When everyone heard his words, they all turned their heads and looked at Palace Master Yu. Although Palace Master Yu didn't say it, they all guessed that Palace Master Yu had already given the fragment of the Supreme Immortal Artifact, the Xiantai Transformation Immortal Cloud, to fellow Taoist Liu. Logically speaking, the Palace Master was chosen by the Xiantai Transformation Immortal Cloud, and there is a little spiritual seal of the Xiantai Transformation Immortal Cloud in her soul. As long as they are in the same space between heaven and earth, she can easily sense the location of the Xiantai Transformation Immortal Cloud. Now that the Xian Fei has transformed into an immortal cloud on Lu Li's body, Palace Master Yu will be able to know Lu Li's life and death. Palace Master Yu frowned and shook her head. I can't sense the fairy cloud transform from the Xian Fei. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall exclaimed, What? How so? Is it possible that the Xiantai Immortal Cloud has been destroyed? It's impossible. Or, could it be that fellow Taoist Liu has perished? Everyone's heart sank. The mysterious embryo transformed Immortal Cloud is one of the 36 supreme immortal weapons in the immortal realm, and it is not so easily destroyed. Then, there is only one possibility left. That was Lu Li, who had refined the Xian Fei into the Immortal Cloud, and he was already dead. Fallen. There is another possibility. At this time, the face of Palace Master Yu was not good-looking, biting her lips and said, That is the magic power of fellow Taoist Liu, which has far surpassed mine. He has completely refined the Xiantai into Immortal Cloud, and surrendered the Yuan Shi Qi in it to himself. If so, I won't be able to sense it. When everyone heard it, it was really possible. I don't know how much magic power it takes to completely refine the mysterious body into the Immortal Cloud and block your perception. Palace Master? Zhong Shitong asked solemnly. Golden Immortal. Palace Master Yu sighed softly and uttered 2 words. In an instant, the entire Xuanyun Hall fell into silence. Gold Immortal? The peerless Golden Immortal? Everyone looked at me, but they couldn't say a word. A month ago, fellow Taoist Liu had just reached the peak of transcending tribulation in Yuming Xianzi. He had reached the level of 10,000, and his magical power was so powerful that it shocked everyone. but it is also comparable to the peak of a true immortal. Even if fellow Taoist Lu had the unparalleled opportunity to break through to a true immortal in the demonic realm, his magic power would at best be comparable to that of a heavenly immortal. So how could he possibly reach the level of a golden immortal? That is the peerless golden immortal. The great Luo golden immortal is invincible. The peerless golden immortal, who is invincible in the world. The magic power of each peerless golden immortal is unimaginably majestic and vast. The magic power of these true immortals is no more than dust in the Milky Way in front of the golden immortal. So insignificant that it couldn't be any more insignificant. Even if that fellow Taoist Lu is the seed of Daliu, a golden immortal. Even if he breaks through to true immortal and his magic power increases, he may not be able to compete with golden immortal. What's more, they all saw clearly that when Taoist Lu broke through and merged, he had 10,000 combined powers. Although his magic power was powerful, the lightning punishment from the immortal world caused by breaking through the true immortal would probably be indescribably powerful. And the true immortal might also be able to resist it. Can't live with the cautious character of fellow Taoist Lu. I am afraid that he will not break through to the true immortal in the demonic realm, and should return to Xuanyan Immortal Palace before preparing to break through. So it seems, fellow Taoist Lu is gone? Zhong Shentong sighed. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were speechless. Don't worry, everyone. At this moment, Palace Master Yu smiled lightly. That fellow Taoist Lu is fine. He is not only the seed of the Luo Jingxian, but also the successor of Luguan Immortal King. How can he fall so easily? Yeah. The Palace Master is right. That's right. Rikudao Yuji has his own destiny. I prepared some wine to drink with him when he comes back. Zhong Shentong and others looked at each other and spoke in agreement. Although she knew that the Palace Master was just comforting herself. In this situation, she could only deceive herself. However, without the support of the giant Buddha, fellow Taoist Lu, the only outcome for Xuanyan Immortal Palace is to be merged into the new Heavenly Palace. After all, I am still a little unwilling. It seems I've come back at the right time. Friend Zhong Dao, where's the good wine? At this moment, a clear voice sounded. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound and saw Lu Li, dressed in gold and smiling, appearing at the entrance of the hall. Friend Lu Dao? When Palace Master Yu saw it, she stood up in surprise and appeared in front of Lu Li in a flash. Friend Lu Dao, are you okay? Friend Lu Dao, you are back. Ha. I have long said that fellow Taoist Lu will be fine. The explosion in the demon realm cannot hurt fellow Taoist Lu even a hair. When everyone saw it, they were immediately surprised and beaming with joy. How could something happen to me? I just walked around the outside of the demon realm and wasted some time. I came back a little late and made all the fellow Taoists worry about me. It's really my fault. Lu Li smiled and apologized. Fellow Taoist Lu is joking. Palace Master Yu pulled Lu Li to sit down and said with a faint smile. Dao Lu, you have made a trip to the demon realm for us. You must have worked hard. Come, serve some rare fruits and delicacies to welcome Dao Lu. I will offer you a cup of tea to thank Dao Lu for your help. No hurry. Lu Li waved his hands and sat down. With a flick of his sleeves and robes, hundreds of groups of colorful treasure lights appeared in front of everyone. There were killing immortal weapons, peerless elixirs, mysterious immortal books, and various immortal grasses and magic herbs. The intoxicating light illuminates the entire hall in a colorful and dazzling way. This is a middle-grade immortal weapon? The soul-reviving elixir? Isn't this the life-saving elixir from Taishan Damen? How did you get it? Fellow Taoist Lu, this is the supreme body-refining method. Saint Lord Lingbo's 9 transformations mysterious technique. There are also these fairy grasses and magic grasses. They are all millions of years old and refined. There are so many of them. Fellow Taoist Lu, where did you get these? Everyone looked at the clusters of precious light and couldn't help being shocked and speechless. Fellow Taoist Lu, you must have robbed some immortal sect's treasure house. Right. Palace Master Yu asked a little worriedly. Do I look like this kind of person? Lu Li smiled. I just saw someone asking for help on the immortal map. So I walked around the outside of the demon realm a few times and rescued some immortal friends. These treasures were all given to me by them as thanks for my help. Of course, I killed a few unsighted guys and picked up the unwanted treasures from them. Although these treasures were okay, they were not worth mentioning compared to the shit I transformed Immortal Cloud. I hope Palace Master Yu doesn't want them. Dislike. Huh? For me? Palace Master Yu was so shocked that Tan opened his mouth. These treasures were countless times more valuable than the gifts sent by a certain fairy friend who had taken a liking to her before. Certainly. Luli nodded. If it weren't for the Palace Master Xianfei transforming into an immortal cloud, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to successfully break through to the realm of true immortals. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chapter 557 Golden Tower Mutation. What? Fellow Taoist Lu, have you broken through to become a true immortal? Impossible. How could it be so fast? Didn't you just break through to the peak of transcending tribulation? It's only been a month. It's faster than I could get pregnant and have a baby. Incredible. So this is the Dalio Jinxian seed? I've seen it. I've seen it. At this time, everyone discovered that Lu Li's aura had undergone a shocking change. And there was a mysterious aura of an immortal lingering around him. It is obvious that he has broken through to the realm of true immortality. Billions of turbulent waves instantly arose in everyone's hearts. And they exclaimed again and again, Friend Lu Dao, congratulations! Although Palace Master Yu was also shocked, she was more happy. Now Xuanyun Immortal Palace is considered stable. Palace Master, you're welcome. If it weren't for the help of you and all the Taoist friends in the Immortal Palace, I really wouldn't be able to break through to the true immortal. These treasures are some of my repayments to your sect. Please accept them. Luli smiled. Ha! Palace Master, please accept it first. We will talk about these things later. Now we should have a drink and congratulate fellow Taoist Lu for his breakthrough to the true immortal. Yanxing laughed on the side. That's right. That's right. I will take out the fairy wine from the bottom of the box right now. I won't come back until I'm drunk tonight. I won't come back until I'm drunk. Zhong Shitan laughed loudly and agreed. Good. As it should be. It's so clear. Naturally. Everyone nodded. Okay. Then I will shamelessly accept these treasures. Palace Master Yu flicked her jade hand, put all the treasures into her sleeves, and then clapped her hands. Immediately, the fairy sound sounded in the palace. A group of fairy disciples with fluttering sleeves flew into the hall from outside the hall and began to dance gracefully. The dance is pleasing to the eye. Everyone began to exchange cups and cups, chatting happily, and the hall was filled with a happy atmosphere for a while. Luli relaxed his slightly tense mind in the demon realm and immersed himself in it. Jin K was naturally released and allowed to eat and drink as he pleased. One day later, the banquet was over. Luli returned home happily, picked up the drunken Jin K, and returned directly to Yuming Xianza. However, when he entered the cave, he did not rush to take out the lotus seeds of the great Saint Lotus, retreat to refine them, and break through the immortals. Instead, he waited quietly. After a while, Palace Master Yu came. Palace Master, please take a seat. Luli smiled. Palace Master Yu seemed to have seen through her thoughts. Her face turned slightly red and she asked, Do you know why I am here? Fellow Taoist Lu? A little bit of a guess. Luli nodded and said 3 words with a smile. I do. Ah? Fellow Taoist Lu, do you really mean what you said? Palace Master Yu asked in surprise when she heard this. Certainly. Luli nodded cheerfully. At this time, Palace Master Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and all the worries in his eyebrows disappeared. He asked with a soft smile, Friend Lu Dao, you agreed too quickly. You haven't asked clearly yet. If there is anything I can do to make things difficult for you, I'm afraid it's too late for fellow Taoist Lu to regret what happened. Don't you think that when the Palace Master comes this time, he wants to invite me to become a Taoist couple with you? How could I refuse? Luli asked with a raised eyebrow. Ah? Hearing this, Palace Master Yu's eyes widened instantly, and she was stunned on the spot. Then a hint of shame quickly flashed in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Lu, you have misunderstood. I came here to ask friend Lu to stay in Xuanyun Immortal Palace for a while. That's it. It seems that I expressed my wrong feelings. Luli sighed softly and replied, But don't worry, Palace Master Yu. Even if you don't say anything, I still want to stay in Xuanyun Immortal Palace for a while, and bother the Palace Master for a while. Ah? Palace Master Yu Ten opened his mouth and was stunned again. Now! The strongest person in the entire Xuanyun Immortal Palace is Luli. If Luli was not in charge, she would really not be able to handle it if the Golden Immortal came to visit. She originally thought that Luli would definitely travel around to look for opportunities to break through to the heavenly realm if he became a true immortal. Or he might go to the Tai Ching sect to worship the elders. The Xuanyun Immortal Palace was a small temple, so it was unlikely that Luli would be able to retain the giant Buddha. So she just hurried over to save him. Unexpectedly, Luli would actually be willing to stay. Xuanyun Immortal Palace is my blessed place. Here I successfully broke through to integration, and successfully broke through to the realm of true immortal. Therefore, I choose to stay and see if I can be promoted to heavenly immortal. Furthermore, Palace Master, you will be the final. The important Xuanyun Immortal Cloud was given to me. I have to stay and protect the Immortal Palace no matter what. I can't leave until the Xuanyun Immortal Palace has a firm foothold. Or when you, the Palace Master, break through to the peak of the immortal. Otherwise, I will be too ungrateful. Luli explained with a smile. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. Hearing Luli's words, Palace Master Yu showed a hint of gratitude in her eyes. She stood up and bowed in great solemnity. Palace Master, please rise. I'm just reciprocating a favor, and I don't deserve such a great gift. Luli quickly stretched out his hand to help Palace Master Yu. The relationship between him and Xuanyun Immortal Palace was huge, so naturally he couldn't leave just like that. By the way, fellow Taoist Lu, you haven't seen me dancing, right? Palace Master Yu suddenly smiled softly. The seed of Luli, the great Luo Golden Immortal, is here, and the Taiching Sect's Golden Immortal will give him some face. Now she can feel at ease. Ah? Dancing? Luli was stunned for a moment. Why did you suddenly dance? I would like to perform a dance for fellow Taoist Lu to express my gratitude. This dance was compiled by the Palace Masters of the Xuanyun Immortal Palace in the past. I originally wanted to keep it in the Heavenly Court when it was being recast, and reappeared during the Peach Banquet. Today, fellow Taoist Lu, would you like to take a sneak peek? Palace Master Yu's eyes were shining. My pleasure. Naturally, Luli would not disgrace the scenery and reject a beauty. Good. Palace Master Yu smiled sweetly and flew out gracefully, landing outside the cave. The fairy air in Yuming Xianza is steaming. The clouds are rolling and relaxing, and beauties are dancing like butterflies to the sweet fairy music. Under the moonlight, their dancing postures are indescribably beautiful. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Luli was drunk after watching it for the first time. I don't know how much time passed. The fairy left gracefully, leaving Luli sitting alone in the cave. It was unforgettable for a long time, and there was only one sigh in her heart. This dance can only be heard in heaven. How many times can it be heard in the human world? Quack, quack. Luli, I'm afraid this beautiful palace mistress really has a crush on you. If you show more attentiveness in the future, I'm afraid she will really be willing to become a Taoist partner with you. Hey, no, I'm afraid you're not here playing hard to get. Why did you give that bunch of treasures to the Beauty Palace Master? It turned out that you wanted the Beauty Palace Master to be grateful to you. If I give you a dance now, will the entire Xuanyun Palace be dedicated to you in the future? Scheming. You are worthy of being my master. GK slipped out of his sleeve robe and smiled strangely. You guy. Are you talking nonsense? I am such a person? Luli lost his mind and ejected the golden tower 10 feet away. You are so angry. GK coiled up into a ball of sword balls, whirring in circles in midair. Stop messing around and come down. Luli flipped his hand, and a ball of colorful light appeared in his palm. The surrounding space and time rippled, and the laws of the 3,000 avenues condensed and emerged. The air was immediately filled with an extremely touching fragrance, which made people's soul full and lively, and their spiritual light flashed, directly enlightening them to the mysteries of heaven and earth. This is the lotus seed of the Great Tao Holy Lotus. The Great Tao Holy Lotus cultivated by the Demon Lord with countless efforts is indeed extraordinary. I am afraid it is more powerful than any elixir in the world. By eating this Tao Holy Lotus seed, mortals can become immortals. No wonder a group of peerless golden immortals run in front of the Demon Lord and fight for the Holy Lotus of the Great Tao at the risk of falling. Luli couldn't help but sigh. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just smelling it makes me feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Luli, give me half of this Tao Holy Lotus seed. I ate it, and I feel like I can be directly promoted to Golden Immortal. I always take it with me. You fly into the sky and sweep across the 3 realms. The golden K fell on the palm of my hand, smelling the fragrance of lotus seeds, like a greedy puppy with shining eyes and drooling. It would be a waste of resources to directly swallow and refine this kind of peerless treasure. What's more, if you are a glutton like you, if you eat half of it, you won't be able to taste anything like Shu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Luli shook his head and spat out. A ball of golden light spit out. This is the purest form of incense. The golden light fell on the lotus seeds of the great Tao Holy Lotus, slowly wrapping them and condensing them into a golden and round relic. That's enough. The lotus seeds of the great Tao Holy Lotus are wrapped with the power of incense and vows, and sealed up. The medicinal power does not dissipate. If you want to comprehend the creation within, just let a wisp of the medicinal power come out, Luli said, blowing on the relic. Suddenly, a wisp of colorful cloud smoke curled out from the relic, causing the surrounding Tao laws to vibrate and tremble continuously. Luli, let me eat this scent. I feel like I'm about to break through, GK said extremely excitedly. Huh? Eat. Luli pondered for a moment and nodded. Before he finished speaking, GK swished and swished around a ball of golden light in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it completely ate up the wisp of colorful smoke. When, after eating, GK reunited into a golden pill and fell to the ground. After 2 clicks, G1 stopped making any movement, like falling asleep. This guy is just greedy. Don't let him eat it randomly next time. Luli smiled helplessly and prepared to put away the relics. At this moment, a voice came from G1. No. I'm going to burst. It was Jean K's voice. Immediately afterwards, a crack actually emerged in the middle of the sword pill, and a colorful light shined through it, turning into a huge mountain-like pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. There was a click. The sword pill broke from the crack and broke into 2 halves. Hey, what's going on? Luli was amazed. Under his gaze, the sword pill that was broken in half flew into the air, expanded like air between the colorful light pillars, became larger, and stretched into shape. Mysterious gold and silver immortal seal scripts emerged one by one, and the dazzling golden light shone brightly, fierce as the sun. Luli narrowed his eyes, and vaguely saw that the sword pills that had been broken in half began to merge. An astonishing yet strangely familiar aura filled the cave. After a while, the golden light and colorful light disappeared. The golden K sword disappeared. In its place was a very familiar weapon. A golden bow. It is 1 foot and 3 feet long, with gold bones as the bow body, white jade as the bow string, dragons and phoenixes wrapped around it, and 3 ancient immortal characters written in gold and silver immortal seals. Crack. Day. Bow. Chapter 558 coming again. Split. Sunday bow? Luli was stunned, with a look of shock on his face. The supreme immortal weapon split sun bow? How did GK become sun splitting bow? Ha. Luli, I've become the supreme immortal weapon, the sun splitting bow. I feel like I'm so strong now that I can kill the demon lord with 1 arrow. Ha. I'm invincible. Hey, that's not right. I can change again. The next moment, Jean K's familiar voice came from the sun-splitting bow. The words have not yet fallen. The sun-splitting bow burst out with a ball of golden light. When the light dissipated, what appeared in front of Luli was a familiar 7-color cloud. The mysterious fetus turns into a fairy cloud. Is this the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud? Plus the sun-splitting bow? Jean K, you can actually transform into 36 supreme immortal weapons now? Can you transform into others? Luli asked in surprise. I'll change. Hey, it doesn't seem possible. The mysterious embryo transformed immortal cloud transformed by Jean K went back and forth in the same place, sometimes turning into a sun-splitting bow, sometimes turning into a mysterious embryo transformed immortal cloud. But after changing, there were still only these 2 changes. Eventually, it seemed to have lost its air and turned back into a ball of golden sword pills. It's really weird. You can actually transform into the 36 supreme immortal weapons? However, the sun-splitting bow you transform does not have the supreme killing and attacking spirit in the hands of immortal Halua. The mysterious embryo transformation cloud doesn't have the supreme energy to transform human bones into immortality. It seems that you can only transform into one. It's a pity. Luli shook his head and said a little regretfully, if Jinke could really turn into a sun-splitting bow or a mysterious embryo into immortal cloud, it would be really useful. No. I feel like the supreme immortal weapon I transformed is real. Although it's not as strong as the original, it's definitely real. Jean K jumped up and vowed. Real? Luli couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. Then again, the origin of Jean K is mysterious. The place where it was born has the pattern of the 36 supreme immortal weapons. Maybe it can actually conjure a real supreme immortal weapon. It's absolutely true. But I feel like I'm missing something. What is it? GK whirled in the air and muttered. I see. Luli changed his mind and said with a solemn expression. What you lack should be the chi of the origin. If you have the chi of the origin, you may really be able to become the supreme immortal weapon, the sun-splitting bow, or the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud. That's right. That's right. It's the chi of the origin. Luli, hurry up. Get a bunch of the chi of the origin. I will turn into a sun-splitting bow and shoot through all the heavens and all the worlds. Gaga! Then all the heavens and all the worlds will serve you. I am the king! Ha ha ha! GK instantly became excited. You still dare to think about it? A bunch of yuan chi? Luli couldn't help rolling his eyes after hearing this. The fragment of the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud that Palace Master Yu lent him contained only 36 traces of yuan chi. And only a trace was used to break through to the true immortal. The Xian Fei transformed into a fairy cloud was also returned to Palace Master Yu. Before that, he rescued people in the demon realm and obtained a basalt tortoise SH.L fairy weapon, which contained a trace of yuan chi. However, when he broke through to the true immortal realm, he was blasted into ashes by lightning in the immortal realm. Now, all over Luli's body, there was no trace of yuan chi. Why don't you go grab it? Ahem. Borrow some supreme immortal weapons? GK suggested. You troublemaker. Just stop thinking about it, Luli said angrily. Although he has powerful magic power, he is only a peak true immortal after all. If a golden immortal comes out casually, coupled with a powerful immortal weapon, he can be beaten all over his head. Isn't it asking for death to borrow the supreme immortal artifact at this time? No. This troublemaker must be put away. Luli flipped his hand and directly put the golden K into the Kingdom of God crystal, letting it practice well to see if it could transform the other 36 supreme immortal weapons. But it's probably impossible. The reason why GK transformed into the sun-splitting bow was probably because he ate a ray of medicinal energy from the lotus seeds of the great Tao Saint. This lotus seed of the holy lotus of the great Tao was shot by immortal Halua with a sun-splitting bow, which pierced through the demon lord and then delivered it to his hand. Therefore, the lotus seeds of the great Tao Saint Lotus are tainted with the aura of split sun bow. Therefore, the golden palace can transform into a split sun bow. As for the Xian I transformation immortal cloud, GK is greedy for the yuan chi inside every day, circling the Xian I transformation immortal cloud like a licking dog. It has long been contaminated with countless auras, so it can change. Thinking of this, Luli made up his mind to see if he could get some yuan chi in the future, and let GK catch the breath of other supreme immortal weapons. It's better to practice hard now and break through to the immortal world. Luli made up his mind, and immediately entered his own Buddhist kingdom. At this time, the Buddhist country had greatly changed. Billions of crystals from the kingdom of God condensed into a sacred mountain. Sumeru. On the sacred mountain, a colorful Bodhi tree is like a giant tree that created the world. Its branches and leaves extend infinitely, as if it has grown into the 10 directions of time and space. It absorbs vast vitality from the infinite Buddha realm and thunder realm at the gate of the fairy world, nourishing and irrigating thousands of things. The fruit of the avenue. Mana grows every moment. In front of the Bodhi tree is his Buddhist temple, which is majestic and shrouded in Buddha light, sacred and solemn. Next to the Buddhist temple, there is a rippling blue wave in the Hualong Pond. At the foot of the mountain, a giant divine ape sits with his hands clasped together, looking like a Dharma protector. The pure and incomparable power of incense turned into bits of golden light, penetrating from infinite time and space, covering the entire Sumeru mountain, exuding the aura of supreme immortality. This is Lu Li's current supreme immortal body. It is also the pure body of Buddha. To understand life and death is to become a true immortal. To transcend reincarnation is to become a heavenly immortal. If you want to break through to the realm of heavenly immortals, you need to transcend reincarnation and jump out of the 3 realms. You are not in the Great Road. Not in the Great Road? So what if I am a Great Road? Not in the Avenue. Luli was thoughtful, and as soon as his thoughts moved, he fell into the golden Buddha statue in the Mahavira Hall of the Sumeru Mountain Buddhist Temple. Immediately, he was like an immortal god in Buddha, sitting and watching the birth and death of thousands of universes, and the evolution of the Great Road. A golden relic also floated above his head and began to emit traces of colorful smoke. The formal retreat begins. I don't know how much time passed, The Buddha opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Reincarnation! Reincarnation! How many immortals in the world, even if they understand life and death, can't escape reincarnation? This realm of immortals is indeed difficult to penetrate. Even if I have the help of the Tao's sacred lotus, I can only pry into it. I didn't expect that the Demon Lord would open up a passage to the demon realm and create a crack in the demon crossing tower, which would allow me to descend into other layers, which was an unexpected surprise. The leader of the Taoist Alliance. The sound fell. Demon crossing tower, 18,037 floors. Boom! Bombarded and exploded in the giant palm. The mountains of thousands of miles exploded, revealing an ancient tomb shrouded in blue light. In the sky, 3 figures, one red, one green and one white, stood in the sky, their bodies shining with astonishing murderous aura, and they fired killing moves towards the ancient tomb. Boom, 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 boom. Even though it was an ancient tomb of an immortal, under the continuous attacks of 3 people, the protective formation finally failed to hold up and burst into pieces, turning into dots of blue light and dissipating. Seeing this, the 3 figures looked delighted. I didn't expect that Guan would actually discover an ancient tomb of an immortal. The red figure is a majestic 9-foot middle-aged man wearing a red robe with a majestic appearance. Humph. It seems that his successive breakthroughs and promotions to true immortals are also based on the immortal magic in the immortal tomb. We have to go down quickly and catch him to prevent him from ruining the treasures in the ancient tomb. The white figure on the other side snorted coldly. This person is a handsome young man dressed in snow-white fairy clothes. He has sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He has an extraordinary demeanor, and there is an aura of looking down on the world between his eyebrows. Between the two of them, there was a slim and graceful noble woman wearing a sky-blue palace dress. She had beautiful facial features, and a wisp of flame-red lines dancing between her eyebrows. Her temperament was extremely noble and cold, just like an emperor who ruled over all living things in the world. The cultivation level of the 3 of them is not low. They are all in the middle stage of heavenly immortality. The noble woman said softly, "Brothers, don't worry. The man named Guan is hiding in this ancient tomb. He may have already taken control of the ancient tomb. If you go down hastily, I'm afraid you will fall into his scheme. It's better to destroy this place directly." An ancient tomb. As long as you can get the supreme magic from him, it will be better than any other treasure. Sister Lon, what you said makes sense. The man in red robe nodded. In that case, let's destroy this immortal tomb first. Without saying a word, the young man in white stretched out his big hand and summoned a huge black axe, striking out thousands of lights and shadows towards the ancient tomb below. The man in red robe was not idle either. With a flip of his hand, he made out a ball of destructive dark lightning and crackled it on the ancient tomb. Boom, boom, boom! Under the fierce attack, the ancient tomb of the immortal was completely destroyed, with countless terrifying cracks opening, and all the tomb buildings razed to the ground. Thousands of feet of smoke and dust rose into the sky. The noble woman blew a gentle breath, which turned into a strong wind that swept away the smoke and dust. After all the dust dissipated, what appeared in front of the 3 people was a huge pit thousands of miles away, with a faint golden light shining in the center of the pit. Under the golden light, there was another figure. The 3 of them took a closer look and immediately saw that the figure was the young man named Guan they were looking for. At this time, he was leaning against a huge golden monument 100 feet high. His clothes were torn. His face was like gold paper, and he was angry. If there is a hairspring, the vitality will be extremely weak, as if he is seriously injured and on the verge of death. His eyes were closed tightly, and he looked like he had fainted. Finally found this kid. Kill him. The young man in white showed murderous intent in his eyes, and was about to land with the black axe weapon. Wait a minute. That monument is actually shining with Buddha's light. The noble woman quickly reminded her. There is no need to be afraid. This Buddha's light is so weak that even a true immortal can easily break it. Let's kill this boy named Guan first. The movement just now may have attracted the attention of the gods, and they are expected to come soon. By then, the nights will be long and the dreams will be many. The man in red robe said coldly, pressing his big hand forward. Boom! An astonishing beam of destructive thunder light shot out, hitting the golden Buddha's light with great violence, directly shattering the Buddha's light. Seeing that the terrifying lightning that would wipe out the sun and moon was about to hit the dying man, a voice suddenly came from the Buddhist monument. Amitabha, please forgive others. As the sound rang out, the dazzling Buddha light shined from the Buddha stele. In the blink of an eye, It condensed into a shadow of the Buddha, and a halo of the sun shone behind the head, so dazzling that it was so bright that one could not see his face clearly. Hearing the sound, the three immortals were startled and retreated thousands of miles. "Who are you?" the noble woman asked in shock. "I." The phantom of the Buddha smiled, made mysterious Dharma seals on his hands, and uttered the lotus mantra. "I am the Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world. Anyone who enters my door will be given the supreme skills to avoid disasters and overcome difficulties. Those who chant my true name will have eternal life in reincarnation." Chapter 559 Conquer. When Luli broke through and merged, he gathered countless Buddhist monuments and scattered them at the time and space nodes on each floor of the Demon Crossing Tower. A great avenue corresponds to a Buddhist monument. By coincidence, the Buddhist stele on this floor was found in an ancient tomb of an immortal and is rarely visited. Therefore, no news from the leader of the Tao Alliance was received. Not long ago, a spiritual tribe's tribulation monk found this ancient tomb, entered it, found this Buddhist tablet, and presented a method. After evolving, he practiced some and directly broke through to the true immortal. It's a pity that this person didn't search for news about the leader of the Taoist Alliance. Instead, he went after the saint of the spiritual clan. I never thought that when he came down, people would die. Humph. There are countless Buddhas with countless skills in the world. By chanting your true name, can I gain eternal life and reincarnation? What a big statement. Even I, the immortal king of the spirit clan, do not have such supreme power. At this time, the man in red robes snorted coldly, showing disdain. "Friend, I advise you not to mind your own business. The dying man at your feet is a traitor to our spirit clan. We are hunting him down here to capture him back to the clan." The young man in white's eyes flashed with a faint golden light. He glanced at Lu Li, and his expression relaxed. I thought it was some kind of great power. Unexpectedly, this phantom of the Buddha looks bluffing, and there is no trace of the immortal law around him. At most, he is just a real immortal. The noble woman didn't say anything, just frowned slightly. She also inspired the fairy eyes of the spirit race to see the Buddha's phantom, and she was absolutely certain that the Buddha's phantom was only a real immortal. But why do you feel uneasy? Subconsciously, she secretly took a step back and protected the man in red robe and the boy in white in front of her. Don't be impatient. Fellow Taoists, good or evil, right or wrong, I will tell this fellow Taoist after I revive him. At this time, Lu Li said lightly, and a little golden light popped out. The golden light fell on the dying man's forehead and melted into it. The face of the dying man turned rosy almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body began to exude strong vitality, and his breath calmed down. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed lightly, spat out a mouthful of black bruises, and actually woke up directly. Seeing this, the three people's expressions couldn't help but change, and they were secretly afraid. This man surnamed Guan was beaten to death by them, but he was actually saved by a golden light from the phantom of the Buddha? I'm not dead? The man surnamed Guan woke up, glanced around, and his spiritual consciousness spread out. He immediately discovered three people thousands of miles away. His face immediately became extremely angry. He floated into the air and said with an evil spirit, "Biswi, Beefing, you are so cruel. You actually want to kill me for a magical skill. You are not the best friend in the world. Especially you, Lan Shuang. You are using me to steal the magical medicine from the clan. Almost expelled from the spirit clan. Don't talk nonsense. I just said that I want the Qing Emperor good fortune pill to break through to the late stage of Heavenly Immortal. I won't consider doing anything good with you until I break through. You are willing to steal it yourself," the noble woman said with a cold expression. "Ha ha. Guan Chaori. Sister Lan Shuang is talented and intelligent. Sooner or later, she will break through the ranks of Heavenly Immortals and become an unrivaled Golden Immortal. This is beyond words. You, a stupid fellow, have spent thousands of years of cultivation to uncover the secrets of the true immortal and become a true immortal. You actually, coveting Lan Shuang? You really don't know what the world is like." The man in red robe sneered. "That's right. You don't even know what you are. It's better to hand over the immortal magic you have. That immortal method allows you to directly break through to the true immortal. And you can also break through to the true immortal in just 1 month. The middle stage of true immortality is extremely mysterious and cannot be possessed by you alone. If you hand it over, I can spare your life and let you go." Although the young man in white said this, The terrifying spiritual power surged all over his body, gathering in the immortal axe in the palm of his hand. And he could strike out at any time with a blow that would split the sun and the moon. He has already sensed it. There are people from the gods coming in the distance. They must be killed and silenced. You? Okay. Don't you want my immortal method? I will give it to you. After the man surnamed Guan finished speaking, he knelt down in front of the Buddha's phantom on the spot. Disciple Guan Chalri, from the Spirit Clan True Immortal, you are willing to worship me as a Buddhist, and ask me to take you under your wing. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of incomparably bright incense power flew out from above his head and floated in front of Lu Li. Lu Li sensed the incomparable piety in it. After being betrayed by his friends, this true immortal from the spiritual race actually broke through the world of mortals, escaped into Buddhism, and practiced the Buddhist path very well. Seeing this, Lu Li nodded and agreed. Good. From now on, you will be a sweeping disciple of my Buddhist kingdom. Since you are a member of the spiritual clan, I will give you the Dharma name Lingguang. Amitabha. Disciple Emmanuel. Thank you, Master. Ling Guang clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. How do you treat these three people? Lu Li asked. These three people are greedy and murderous, and their nature is hard to change. They will one day die trying to seize the treasure. As for this Lan Shuang, who likes to play with people's hearts, he will eventually reap the consequences and will not end up well. Master, why not they collect them together, destroy their spiritual power, and then reward them with Buddhist teachings to transform them, so that they can follow the Master, practice good deeds, and achieve good results, and have a good ending, Ling Guang said calmly, with no trace of anger on his face. Hearing this, Lu Li nodded secretly. No wonder this man was able to practice the Buddhist skills passed down by him and find his Buddhist monument. It seems that he really has good intentions, repays evil with kindness, and has a lot of wisdom. In that case, are you three willing to join me? Lu Li asked. Come under your door. The man in red robe shouted sharply. A mere true immortal dares to pretend to be a ghost in front of us? Accept us as his disciples? He is looking for death. You can use my great destruction thunder technique. Before he finished speaking, he pushed with both hands, and boundless thunder rushed out from the sleeves and robes, like a river of stars rushing down from the sky, striking hard. On the other side, the boy in white didn't say anything, and sprayed a mouthful of spiritual energy on the black fairy axe. Buzz! Only a roar was heard. The black fairy axe shined brightly and flickered on the spot. When it reappeared, it had already landed on the back of Lu Li's head. Silently, it split out a line of blood as thin as a hair, which actually contained the power of the 10 splits, the power of the universe of all time and space. The two attacks were in tandem. One was powerful, the other was silent, and they cooperated in perfect harmony. The power is also unparalleled. The Ink Dragon Demon God was also seriously injured by a sneak attack on the spot. However, this is not the most shocking thing. I saw the noble woman biting her fingertips, wiping the flame-red lines on her brow, and quickly pinching out the supreme immortal seal with both hands. An astonishing aura immediately rose from her body into the sky, condensing into a red figure in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying aura comparable to that of a golden fairy enveloped the entire place. That red figure, wearing a golden robe and a dragon crown on his head, looked like an emperor on a patrol, suppressing the great avenues of the heavens and the vitality of all realms. He raised his hand and pointed, and an extremely red flaming phoenix with wings spread thousands of miles soared through the sky and swooped down, attacking from the air. The strange thing is that this flaming phoenix is extremely cold, and wherever it passes, the laws of the avenue are condensed with frost. Master, be careful. That is the supreme lightning magic. That is the fairy axe. The bloodlight is a middle-grade fairy weapon. Her figure cannot be underestimated. It is the finger of the spirit emperor. It has the power of a golden fairy. Ling Guang couldn't help but remind him. It doesn't matter. Lu Li was calm and composed, and with a casual grab, he caught the sky-wide annihilating thunder in his hand. With a slight shake, the endless thunder spread out, turned into a thunder dragon robe, and draped it around his body. Playing with thunder and lightning in front of me? Lu Li chuckled. How can this be? The red-robed man's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. His supreme thunder magic can easily suppress all the true immortals, making even the late-stage immortals in his clan fearful. He was actually captured and scattered by the true immortal Buddha in front of him. and was shaken into a thunder robe? At the same time, behind Luli's head, with the Buddha's light shining, a Buddha's palm stretched out, like a Buddha holding a flower and smiling, and held a bloody light with great lightness. Luli grabbed the Shui Guang with his backhand, pinched out the prototype of the immortal axe, tossed it up and down, and waited a few times. This immortal axe is pretty good. I'll give it to the Han Tian demon ape for use first. Then keep it. With that said, the Buddha's palm disappeared. Ah! My Kaitian divine axe! Poof! The boy in white instantly lost his divine weapon. His face turned pale, and he looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the flame phoenix had also reached in front of him. Facing this ferocious blow, Luli narrowed his eyes slightly, and the stick's magic lines and gold and silver immortal seals appeared in his eyes. The vast immortal power at his fingertips condensed into an altar, and he pointed hard at the sharp beak of the flaming phoenix. In an instant, a wave of cold energy from the frozen gods and demons surged in, but all of them were locked by the fingertip altar. The next moment, thousands of Buddha shadows emerged on the 9 heavens, and suddenly shattered. The Buddha's light soared into the sky, condensing into a 10,000-foot-long phantom of the Buddha, and headed towards the phantom of the Spirit Emperor. Point your finger in the air. Brush. A pure and incomparable Buddha light shot out from the Buddha's fingertips and passed through the sky, like the fairy light that ran through the beginning and end of the long river of time, passing through the Spirit Emperor's forehead. A buzzing sound. The phantoms of the Phoenix and the Spirit Emperor shattered into pieces on the spot, turning into balls of terrifying energy that rolled and exploded in the sky, shattering millions of time and space. The noble woman was also blasted by the billowing vitality, causing her fairy clothes to shatter. She vomited blue blood and was sent flying into the chaotic void. She was severely injured. How is this impossible? Who are you? What magic did you just do? She forcibly steadied her body, grabbed a handful of elixir, and swallowed it in embarrassment, looking at Luli in horror. Such magic power! You are definitely not a true immortal. You are a golden immortal? Impossible! My spiritual eyes will never mistake you. You are a true immortal. But how can you have such powerful magic? The man in red robe and the boy in white flew to the woman's side, staring at Luli with the same fear and shock. I am indeed a true immortal. However, who says that a true immortal cannot possess the magic power of the golden immortal realm? Luli chuckled lightly. As the voice fell, the 3 people's vision went dark. When they looked up, they saw a giant hand falling from the sky. The lid fell down and fished the 3 people out with ease, just like a giant net fishing out shrimps. What's even more terrifying is that the 3 of them still wanted to resist, but found that their bellies had already swelled, as if they were pregnant with an elephant, and all their magical powers were out of control. Huh? Is there a golden immortal coming over there? Or is it the golden immortal of the gods? It's not the time to meet the golden immortal of the gods yet. So whatever. I'll take you out of here first. Luli flicked his sleeves, put away the 3 immortals, stepped out of the golden lotus, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 560 The Mark of the Holy Sun. In a cave, Luli walked out of the void and casually threw the 3 immortals to the ground. The 3 of them felt that their spiritual power was imprisoned and they could not use it at all. What was even more frightening was that their souls were entangled with strange multicolored poisonous gas. Once it broke out, their souls could be wiped out in an instant, making them unable to die. You don't need to panic. I'm not a murderous person. I just want to ask you a few things, Luli said. A golden light flashed behind his head, covering a 10-foot radius. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt that time and space in all directions had solidified. Even the secret method of the Spirit Clan could not convey any information. And he couldn't help but be even more shocked. Only the Golden Immortal could achieve this level of magical power. But it is clear that this guy in front of him has no immortal laws at all. He is indeed just a true immortal. Senior, what do you want to ask? If we knew about it, we would never dare to hide it at all. The noble woman rolled her eyes and spoke very clearly. Do you know a woman nicknamed the leader of the Taoist Alliance? Luli asked straight to the point. Leader of the Taoist Alliance? The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this, looked at each other a few times, turned around in their minds, and all shook their heads. Have you seen this person? Luli flicked his hand, and a portrait of a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. She was wearing a luxurious golden phoenix cheongsam, with a stunning appearance and a lazy and beautiful expression. I've seen this guy before. Impressed. I've seen it too. When the three noble women saw the portrait, they all said in unison, sure enough, the leader of the Tao League can make a name for himself wherever he goes. He is worthy of being a being who dares to break into the demon world with his tribulation cultivation. Luli sighed secretly in his heart and quickly asked, where is she now? What's going on? This person is a true immortal from the Lutian. He holds an ancient immortal weapon in his hand, called the Moon Golden Wheel, and his name is very resounding. The man in red robe said immediately, that's right. I heard that she defeated the gods of the gods with the realm of true immortals. She was very powerful. The boy in white added, I know better. Her ancient immortal weapon is actually half of the supreme immortal weapon, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. That's why she is so sharp. The noble woman revealed some secrets. Luli was quite surprised when he heard this. The master of the Tao Alliance has such a deep connection that he actually went to the demon realm to pick up half of the supreme immortal weapon. Directly defeat the gods and immortals? The guys from the god clan are all born gods, and their magic power is more than double that of other heavenly races. The leader of the Tao Alliance can cross the border to defeat the god celestial immortal with the realm of true immortals, and his combat power is probably not much worse than him. By the way, I also heard a rumor. The noble woman suddenly thought of something and said, this woman is not a disciple of Delutian, but a person from other small worlds. Now Delutian is planning to make her the head teacher in order to keep her and her Moon Golden Wheel. Her status in Delutian is higher than that of Jinxian. More importantly, Delutian seems to have spread the news that whoever finds Sun Jin Luan will be the Taoist monk of Delutian. Is this a rumor? Luli couldn't help but be stunned. After all, Delutian was also one of the three major immortal sects in heaven. Is the leader of the Tao Alliance preparing to become the leader of one of the three major immortal sects? It shouldn't be a rumor. Although Delutian was once one of the three major immortal sects in the ancient heaven, there is only one golden immortal left in this level of the Demon Crossing Tower. It is difficult to stand alone if it is not united with other immortal sects. I'm afraid I can't resist the oppression of the gods. But as long as I find the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, I won't be afraid of the gods' great Luo Jinxian. The noble woman explained. Oppression by the gods? Luli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that in this level of the Demon Crossing Tower, the strongest clan is the God Clan, with the Luo Jinxian sitting in charge. The Luo Tian and other scattered immortal sects have to stick together to resist one or two. What's going on with the Taoist couple? Luli asked again. The Sun and Moon Golden Wheels were originally a pair. According to the records of ancient heaven, these two pairs of supreme immortal weapons were held by the immortal king. It is very possible that this woman is the reincarnation of the immortal king. Because of this, the golden immortal of Daluotian willingly gave up his position as head teacher. The person who found the Sun Jinluan is probably the reincarnation of the immortal king, and is naturally the Taoist companion of this woman, the noble woman said, secretly glancing at Luli a few times. It seems that he wants to guess the relationship between Luli and the leader of the Tao Alliance. Is the immortal king reincarnated? Luli fell into deep thought, thinking about it this way. It's really possible. It is precisely because the leader of the Tao League is the reincarnation of the immortal king that he can enter the demon world and easily find the supreme immortal artifact, the Moon Golden Wheel. Luli also obtained fragments of the supreme immortal artifact, and the mysterious embryo transformed into an immortal cloud. If Palace Master Yu hadn't used the secret technique, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the original energy within the Xian Phase immortal cloud. In particular, it can be seen that it is impossible for someone who is not the owner of the supreme immortal artifact to control the supreme immortal artifact. Ordinary immortal weapons also have to choose their masters, let alone the supreme immortal weapon. Therefore, there is a high probability that the leader of the Tao League is the reincarnation of the immortal king and has not run away. While Luli was deep in thought, the three noble women gave each other firm looks. Next moment, the eyebrows of the three people lit up with dazzling light. An astonishing wave emanated from them, like a volcano erupting and stars exploding. It was violent and terrifying, directly shattering the surrounding void. Before Luli could react, the light from the three of them soared into the sky and merged into a pure cyan beam of light. A familiar figure appeared in the pillar of light and descended, suppressing everything. It was the Spirit Emperor's clone that the noble woman had just summoned. I beg you, Qing Emperor Immortal Lord, to suppress this beast. I beg you, Qing Emperor Immortal Lord, to suppress this beast. I beg you, Qing Emperor Immortal Lord, to suppress this beast. The three noble women roared together, and their flesh and bone shattered at this moment, turning into powder, flying into the sky, and bonding to the Spirit Emperor's clone in the Pillar of Light. In an instant, the Spirit Emperor's clone condensed flesh and blood and descended here. What is astonishing is that this Spirit Emperor clone actually exudes a supreme and domineering aura comparable to that of Hallowed Immortal Lord, as if he is the master of the heavens, controlling the life and death of all things. The bodies of the three noble women no longer exist. Just pay attention to the soul floating in the air. These three people were also decisive and ruthless. They actually sacrificed their immortal bodies to summon the supreme being to come, hoping to suppress and kill Luli on the spot. Although the immortal body was destroyed and his cultivation level was greatly damaged, as long as he killed Luli and escaped, it was all worth it. In the air, the souls of the three noble women were full of ferocity, without any trace of regret. That's the Qing Emperor's clone. The mysterious guy in front of me is dead. As long as the Qing Emperor's clone takes action, it can directly refine all his flesh and blood, vitality and soul, making him dead until he can no longer die. Under their gaze, the Qing Emperor's clone raised his big hand and emitted an extremely bright green light, covering Lu Li's whole body. The strange thing is that Lu Li was not afraid at all. He raised his head and stared at Qingdi's clone with a strange look on his face. This Qingdi clone, why does it look familiar? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. A green light emitted from the back of his head and condensed into a figure in an instant, also exuding an extremely domineering aura that dominated the life and death of all things. Qing Emperor's clone? How can this be? Why do you know how to summon the Qing Emperor's clone? The souls of the three noble women let out extremely shocking screams. Immediately afterwards, they saw Lu Li's Qing Emperor clone wave his hand, and the same blue light shot out, hitting the Qing Emperor clone they had summoned. In the blink of an eye, their Qing Emperor clones were melted by the green light, turning into dots of green light and blending into Lu Li's Qing Emperor clone. Finally, this avatar of the Blue Emperor turned around and penetrated into Lu Li's eyebrows, turning into a pure blue peach blossom flame mark. Take a closer look and you will see that the peach blossom-like flame mark is also rimmed with gold, exuding an aura of indescribable luxury. In front of this gold-rimmed peach blossom mark, the flame mark between the noblewoman's eyebrows is not enough. Like a village girl and a princess. It seems that the clone of Qing Emperor that you desperately tried to summon is not that good either. Now it's gone? But what is this mark? Lu Li wiped his eyebrows with interest. He felt that the mark between his eyebrows seemed to be condensed from the principles of the Great Tao, and had extraordinary magical effects. Is this the mark of the Holy Sun? Seal of the Holy Sun? Rebirth of the Qing Emperor? How is this possible? He can never be the reborn Qing Emperor. If the Qing Emperor is reborn, how could we not have sensed it just now? The spirits of the three noble women were floating in the air. Their eyes widened. Nan seemed to be in a daze as she spoke. Seal of the Holy Sun? Lu Li reached out and grabbed the three souls in his hand, and asked coldly, Tell me, what is this mark of the Holy Sun? The three of them fell into extremely shocked confusion and did not answer. Seeing this, Lu Li's eyes turned cold. Boom! A ray of golden flame ignited in the palm of his hand, instantly enveloping the red-robed man's soul. Ah! Only a scream was heard. The soul of the man in red robe was reduced to ashes in the golden flames, completely falling and disappearing. Witnessing this scene, the noble woman and the boy in white immediately woke up and stared at Lu Li with fear on their faces. There was even a hint of inexplicable awe. There was no trace of anger. Let me ask again. What is the mark of the Holy Sun that you are talking about? What is the matter with the rebirth of the Qing Emperor? Lu Li continued to ask in a cold voice. The Qing Emperor is the ancestor of our spirit clan. He has been sleeping since the war between immortals and demons. However, before he fell asleep, the Qing Emperor left a rumor that he would transform into the spirit clan and protect all the spirit clan until one day, when the time is right, he will be reborn in the Holy Sun. Anyone from the spirit tribe who possesses the peach blossom spirit seal is the Holy Sun, and the Qing Emperor may be reborn in him. After the noblewoman finished speaking, she stared at the peach blossom mark between Lu Li's eyebrows with an extremely complicated expression. You are obviously not from the spirit tribe. Why? How can you possess the mark of the Holy Sun? Impossible. This is impossible. The boy in white was still shocked and in disbelief, murmuring, I see. It seems that the clone of Qing Emperor that he cultivated through the heaven refining technique of Qing Emperor may really be the avenue of Qing Emperor's cultivation. Because of this, He was able to condense the so-called mark of the Holy Sun. Luli vaguely guessed something. His eyes also became cold. This Spirit Clan person is weird and unpredictable. So we should kill him first to avoid any trouble. Fellow Taoist. No. Holy Sun. Don't kill me. I will take you back to the clan. And you can get the clan's Qing Emperor inheritance. As well as the Qing Emperor creation pill. Which is enough for you to break through to the heavenly realm. Seeing the cold murderous intent in his eyes, the boy in white immediately shouted, Z. What responded to him was a wisp of golden crow fairy fire igniting in Lu Li's palm. In an instant, the spirit of the boy in white was wiped out. Now you! Lu Li turned his eyes to the noble woman. The golden crow fairy fire entangled her soul. The noble woman immediately became extremely panicked, rolled her eyes a few times, and hurriedly shouted, The leader of the Tao Alliance! She is now being guarded by De Lu Tian. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to see her. If you come back with me, go to the spiritual clan and become the holy son of the spiritual clan. And the elders of the clan will take you to see her. Chapter 561 Leaving. Really? Lu Li collected the golden crow immortal fire. Absolutely serious. Seeing that there was a chance of survival, the noblewoman quickly said, The leader of the Tao Alliance holds the moon golden wheel. And I don't know how many people covet it. In order to protect her, De Lu Tian hid her very tightly, so that no one can easily see it. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to see her. Why don't you come back to the clan with me? And the elders of the clan will find a way to help you. Hearing this, Lu Li pondered for a moment. There is some truth in what this woman said. But why waste time? Isn't the Luguan Immortal King more useful than the elders of the Spirit Clan? As soon as the Immortal Guide came out, the Golden Immortal of Daluotian would be a little bit shy. So boom. A ray of golden fire burned, burning the soul of the noble woman with a face full of shock, completely turning it into nothingness. You really think I'm a fool for letting me run to your spiritual tribe's lair? Lu Li sneered. Although he didn't believe in any nonsense about the rebirth of the Qing Emperor, he was still a legendary immortal king, infinitely close to the existence of the immortal emperor. If he could really be possessed and reborn, then his clone, and even his true body would be in danger. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to go to the Eldar lair. Anyway, the leader of the Tao Alliance is still safe in Daluotian. There is no need to worry. Let's find someone to ask for directions before rushing to Daluotian. Lu Li made up his mind, walked out of the cave directly, and shot towards the place where the power of the world of mortals was billowing in the distance. Sure enough, beyond the endless mountains, a huge city appeared in front of him. This is a city of the Eldar. Some of the spirit race members directly manifested their demon race characteristics, while others fully manifested their human form, which was nothing special. Cultivation levels range from pill formation to true immortality. Lu Li paid special attention to the magic power of those true immortals, and found that they were somewhat stronger than the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. It seems that all the races in the heavens have stronger magic power than the human race. But the victory of the human race in cultivating immortals lies in balance. In addition, there are practitioners of other races in the giant city, including demons, dragons, humans, and even Buddhist monks. Of course, there are gods. The physical bodies of these gods are very tyrannical, comparable to dragons, and have infinite strength. At first glance, they have practiced supreme skills such as the Panwu dynasty divine art, and they have understood the avenue of power, and should not be underestimated. No wonder the gods in this small world are so powerful. It seems that their cultivation techniques are quite advanced. If you have the opportunity, you can borrow some supreme magical techniques from them to improve your own way. Lu Li thought while walking in the city of the Spirit Clan. The Eldar are naturally close to nature, and most of the buildings in the city are of this style, with tree houses, water houses, gardens, huge stone towers, scattered in an orderly manner. It makes people feel like they are in the forest and sea. It looks quite eye-catching. But that's it. Lu Li was too lazy to wander around and flew directly to the teleportation array in the center of the city. Boom! Before they even got close to the center of the city, a huge beam of snow-white light fell from the sky and struck the center of the city. Immediately afterwards, a thrilling spiritual consciousness swept out, covering the entire city and suppressing everyone's heart. It is the pressure of the peerless golden immortal. That level is comparable to 10 Taishan heavens. At least it's the middle stage of golden immortal. Lu Li's heart moved, and he immediately guessed something. It should be those old guys from the spirit tribe who came to look for the 3 noble women. Those three guys used the secret method of the Spirit Clan to forcefully summon the Qing Emperor's clones, and then were completely killed by him. This obviously alarmed the old guys from the Spirit Clan. As expected, another tyrannical spiritual consciousness descended, ruthlessly sweeping over the heads of every creature in the entire city, not even sparing the ants in every crevice. Another peerless golden immortal. Lu Li was calm and composed, exuding the aura of the peak true immortal like the master of Yu Palace, and allowed the two golden immortal spiritual consciousness to sweep over his body again and again. Boom. Soon, an explosion sounded in another corner of the giant city. Then an angry voice resounded throughout the world. It turns out to be a demon. Damn it! It must be you who destroyed the three immortals of my spiritual tribe. Die! Ah! Only a scream was heard, and the demon god, who had taken the blame for Lu Li, died tragically at the hands of Jingxian. The tyrannical spiritual consciousness that enveloped the entire city was withdrawn. How's it going? Did you find any clues? Above the nine heavens, an old golden immortal looked cold and angry. No! An old golden immortal woman with red gold eyes tattooed on her eyebrows appeared out of thin air, and said in a cold voice, This demon god is just an ordinary immortal demon god. He has no ability to open the passage to the demon world, and he does not have any particularly powerful immortal weapons. Lan Shuang and the others, it's impossible to die in its hands. Who could it be then? My spiritual consciousness covers the entire city, and I only found some heavenly immortals, and a bunch of peak true immortals. I've looked at each one of them, and there are no marks left by Lan Shuang and the others on them. The old man Jingxian gritted his teeth and said, 3 powerful heavenly immortals were lost in one fell swoop. Among them was a peerless genius, who could be promoted to golden immortal. Even if he were a golden immortal, he would be so angry that he couldn't sleep for at least 3 years. If it were the peerless golden immortal who took action, Lan Shuang and the others would definitely ask for help from their clan immediately. Therefore, the person who killed them should be a celestial immortal. However, if the 3 of them join forces, it would be impossible for dozens of celestial immortals to kill them in such a short time. Kill the 3 of them within a short period of time, and not even one of them can escape. Could it be that those despicable and shameless guys from the God Clan sent hundreds of golden immortals to surround Lan Shuang and the others? The old Jingxian woman frowned and said, It should be impossible. If the God Clan wants to kill Lan Shuang and the others, it will undoubtedly provoke a battle between our Spirit Clan and the God Clan and push our Spirit Clan to the Immortal Sect. The God Clan wants to unify this layer of crossing. Demon Tower. It's impossible to do this. After the old man Jingxian finished speaking, he fell silent. It can't be Daluo Jingxian. It can't be the Golden Immortal. It can't be a fairy. Is he a true immortal? The Golden Immortal old woman racked her brains and thought of an impossible thing. Could it be that a true immortal killed the 3 powerful celestial immortals of my Spirit Clan? This is impossible. The old man Jingxian retorted on the spot. Even if Lan Shuang and the others are a chicken, they are chickens in the realm of heavenly immortals. How can they be killed by true immortals? No. There is one person who can do it. At this point, the two looked at each other, and their expressions changed. It's the mysterious woman who holds the moon golden wheel that Lu Tian just acquired. Could it be that someone from the Immortal Sect deliberately provoked a fight between the God Clan and the Spirit Clan? What a despicable member of the Immortal Sect. The two of them were furious. At this moment, under the eyes of the two of them, Lu Li followed the other panicked immortals to the teleportation array in the center of the city. This place has been surrounded by the Eldar. After some wrangling, the teleportation array was reopened. Fortunately, he had just received a disciple's spiritual light, so Lu Li was able to take out enough fairy stones, enter the teleportation array, and wait quietly. Soon, a beam of light shot into the sky, and Lu Li disappeared completely. Soon after, Lu Li descended outside a prosperous fairy city. This is a human city. Lu Li hurriedly hurried and finally arrived at the Immortal Gates territory a few months later. The city in front of him was a fairy city in Dalu Ocean called Luofeng City. The entire city was built with red fairy stones on the outside. From a distance, it looked like a soaring phoenix. Walking into the fairy city, it was also blazing red. All the buildings and palaces are made of extremely hard sycamore fairy wood, and the extremely active flame fairy energy condenses between heaven and earth. In addition, the fairy city is built on top of the earth fire lava. It will be easier to practice here and comprehend the avenue of flames among the 5 elements. The city was bustling with activity, and Lu Li received a lot of news as soon as he twitched his ears. Did you hear that another ancient tomb has been revealed? It is rumored to be the ancient tomb of Zhu, immortal lord. The Wanbao auction will start in 10 days. I have prepared 30 billion immortal stones. I wonder if I can win that high-grade immortal artifact. It is rumored that there will be an auction of supreme immortal weapons. This is absolutely impossible. What kind of treasure is the supreme immortal artifact? How could it appear in this auction? Yesterday Mr. Duobao showed up again. He was very generous with his treasures. I stood in front and grabbed a Taoist artifact. I heard today that he will appear in Yingfeng Tower again. Fellow Taoist G, are you coming with us? Taoist tools are delivered at will. This is really a big deal. Lu Li raised his eyebrows, but didn't care and landed towards a very elegant fairy mansion in the city. Fellow Taoist, please stop. This is the designated residence of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Non-disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace are not allowed to enter. I wonder why you are here. As soon as he landed in front of the gate of the Immortal Mansion, a graceful woman wearing immortal clothes came forward and saluted Ying. He is a true immortal. At this time, Lu Li was dressed in golden clothes and looked very simple. But his temperament was elegant, as if he was in control of the road and like a god, which should not be underestimated. What I'm looking for is Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Lu Li smiled, cupped his hands and said, I can be considered a disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. I have practiced in Xuanyun Immortal Palace for a period of time. I am here today to seek refuge. Oh! The graceful woman glanced at Lu Li in surprise, and then asked, Fellow Taoist said that he is a disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. What evidence is there? Excuse me. Lu Li raised his hand and pointed at the graceful woman's belly. Suddenly, the graceful woman felt a strange feeling in her stomach. Stop! The face of the graceful woman was slightly red, and she immediately covered her stomach with one hand, raised her other hand and shouted, Senior brother, please accept the magical power. I can confirm that senior brother is a disciple of our sect. Please come with me. Lu Li smiled and nodded, withdrawing the immortal sound sending child immortal technique. Immediately, he followed the graceful woman into the fairy mansion. As soon as you enter, you can hear the fairy sound, which is extremely pleasant to the ears. The pavilions and palaces, among the mountains and flowing water, the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, are indeed as elegant as the fairy gate of the palace master Yu. Lu Li came here naturally to make a name for himself, and then went to the Luo Tian Tu to see if he could meet the leader of the Dao Alliance. However, when he walked halfway, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed the aura of the Xian I transformed into an immortal cloud. In this fairy mansion, there is actually a broken supreme fairy weapon. A mysterious fetus transformed into a fairy cloud? Chapter 562 The Lord of Splendid Palace. According to Palace Master Yu, after the Xian Fei transformed into an immortal cloud, it was divided into 9 parts. Once they are close, induction will naturally occur. Lu Li refined Palace Master Yu's share of the Yu Palace's Yuan Qi from the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud, and also sensed the other mysterious embryo transformation immortal clouds. I originally thought about looking for other fragments, but I didn't expect that there was one here. This is really an unexpected surprise. Senior brother, please wait here for a moment. The elder will be here in a moment. The graceful woman took Lu Li to a simple and elegant hall and served him fragrant tea, saying delicately, Thank you, junior sister. Lu Li smiled and nodded. You're welcome. The graceful woman took a deep look at Lu Li, turned around and left. Soon, she came to an attic deep in the immortal mansion. There is a white jade bed, surrounded by snow-white immortality. A girl in pink is sitting on it, with colorful auspicious clouds floating around. The aura is very strong. At least it is at the peak of immortality. Palace Master, a fellow disciple of the same sect came to the door just now. Although his cultivation level is only at the peak of a true immortal. With just a few gestures, he activated the immortal sound delivery child immortal technique, which made the disciple unable to defend himself. His strength cannot be underestimated. Man meow. The woman bowed slightly to report. The girl in pink clothes opened her eyes, which were bright and clear, revealing a hint of surprise. You have the immortal artifact Ming Ji's golden flute with you. But his immortal sound and sun-giving immortal technique can still affect you? Yes. I felt his aura for a moment. It was like an ancient god. Unfathomable. The graceful woman said solemnly. Then his magic power is at least in the realm of immortals. Okay. I'll go and test him. If you can't test whether he's real or fake, just let him live somewhere else temporarily. I'll take him with me when things are over here. Go back to the mountain gate. The girl in pink stood up. Disciple understands. The graceful woman nodded and accepted the order. With that said, the appearance of the girl in pink changed, and she transformed into a beautiful middle-aged woman, wearing colorful brocade clothes with auspicious clouds. She teleported and came to the door of the hall. I am the Supreme Elder of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Jinxiu. I have kept this junior brother waiting for a long time. The transformed middle-aged beautiful woman floated into the door and said with a smile. Luli stood up after hearing the sound and took a closer look. He saw this beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a brocade dress, white shoes, and her hair in a fairy bun. Her eyes were bright, and she exuded a lively aura. It's sunny and cloudy. The aura is the pinnacle of immortality. Supreme Elder Jinxiu? Just when Luli was about to cup his hands in return, he paused in his throat. His eyes fell on the colorful auspicious clouds of the middle-aged beautiful woman's auspicious clouds and brocade clothes, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Is it possible that this Jinxiu elder still serves as the palace master? Ah? Junior brother, why did you say this? The middle-aged beautiful woman was stunned and shook her head. In my Xuanyun Immortal Palace, the palace master is the palace master, and the supreme elder is the supreme elder. The same person has never served. However, if the palace master is inappropriate, you can become the supreme elder. If you are tired of being the supreme elder, you can also become the palace master. I don't know this. Could it be that I am not from Xuanyun Immortal Palace? As he spoke, the light in his eyes flickered, as if he had inspired the magic and secret skills to check Luli. The more I looked at it, the more shocked I became, because even she couldn't see clearly the details of Luli's magic power. Unfathomable. Could it be that the man in front of her has more magic power than hers? Is it Jin Xian pretending to be? This person is pretending to be a disciple of her Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Is he coming here with bad intentions? Almost instantly, the master of the Xuanyun Immortal Palace became fearful and on guard. Palace master, there is no need to pretend anymore. Let's open the skylight and speak frankly. At this moment, Luli smiled and waved to her. The beautiful middle-aged woman was stunned again. Before she could react, a ball of colorful auspicious clouds attached to her auspicious cloud brocade clothes flashed with light, flew out, and fell directly into Luli's palm, allowing him to round and flatten it. What's going on? My Xian Fei turned into an immortal cloud. The middle-aged beautiful woman's eyes widened, and she exclaimed. She stared at the Xiantai transformation immortal cloud in Luli's palm in disbelief. You? Who are you? How can the Xiantang transformation immortal cloud be controlled by you? It's not the Xiantang transformation immortal cloud. It's impossible for the master of Xianyun to do this. Even Dalyo Jingxian can't do it. Who are you? As she spoke, her appearance changed and she looked like a girl in pink clothes again. It was obvious that he was extremely shocked and confused inside. Palace master, there is no need to panic. Luli tossed it casually and sent the Xian Fei into immortal cloud in front of her. He smiled lightly and said, It's a long story. I wonder if the palace master has time to listen to me. The pink-clothed girl held the Xiantai transformation immortal cloud that flew back, looked at Luli, and then at the Xiantai transformation immortal cloud, with a solemn look on her face. I made a mistake. Junior brother, please follow me. Good. Luli nodded. After finishing speaking, the girl in pink stretched out her little hand and drew a circle around it. A buzzing sound. The surrounding space and time rippled, and the scenery changed. Appearing again, the two of them had arrived at the attic of the girl in pink. The fairy aura was full of fragrance, and the colorful auspicious light was dazzling, isolated from all directions. This is the place where I practice. It is covered by 1,000,000 immortal formations, and the golden immortals can't spy on me. Junior brother, please don't worry. Please sit down. The girl in pink clothes sat cross-legged, and the auspicious clouds automatically condensed into a cushion. Luli also sat down and said straight to the point. I won't talk nonsense. In fact, I came here from other levels of the Demon Crossing Tower. What? As soon as the pink-clothed girl sat down, she sat up in shock when she heard this. You came down from other floors of the Demon Crossing Tower? You didn't tell lies, did you? How did you do it? There are also speeds in other floors. How many disciples are there in Yunxin Palace? How are they doing now? By the way, do they also have copies of the Xiantang transformation cloud? Is there any news about the ancestor? Stop! Luli raised his hand and interrupted. Palace master, I know you are very excited now. But don't be excited. Let me speak slowly. Okay. Okay. You say it. You say it. The master of Xuanyun Immortal Palace quickly regained his composure and looked at Lu Li expectantly. Lu Li thought about it for a moment. And for a moment, he didn't know where to start. After pondering for a moment, he briefly said, "The heaven and earth changed drastically. The great power of the Buddhist world threw the fragments of the infinite universe into the demon crossing tower. I was also thrown into it, and met the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Then, in Xuanyun in the Immortal Palace, he learned the immortal sound sitting child immortal technique, etc., and also received the help of Xian Fei's immortal cloud. And with the help of the original energy in it, he broke through to the realm of true immortals. No! The Xiantai immortal cloud is the supreme immortal weapon. Did you save the palace owner's life, or something? She was actually willing to lend you the Yuan Shi Qi and the Xiantai immortal cloud?" The girl in pink immediately discovered the blind spot. That is the supreme immortal weapon. Even the great Luo Jingxian covets the Yuan Shi Qi inside. A stranger. An outsider. The master of the Xuanyun Immortal Palace on that level was actually willing to take out this supreme treasure? It would have been impossible if he hadn't saved her life. This is a long story. To put it simply, the Taiqing Sect reorganized the Immortal Sect and built a new heaven. They are preparing to attack a demon lord and collect the fragments of the supreme immortal artifacts of the large and small immortal sections. Because I am Daluo Jingxian. The Jingxian of Taiqing Sect also gave me some thin noodles. So the palace master gave me the Xiantai transformation immortal cloud. Lu Li explained. Oh, that's it. Huh? Huh? The Luo Jingxian seeds? After the pink-clothed girl reacted, she was so shocked that she jumped 3 feet high. Yes. Lu Li nodded and said with some shame, "I am the seed of Daluo Jingxian. Although I am the seed of Daluo Jingxian, I still have to rely on the Yuanqi of the Xiantai transformation immortal cloud to break through to the true immortal. I am really ashamed." Dot! The girl in pink opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, she jumped over with a "hey" sound and struck Lu Li between the eyebrows with a palm. Lu Li raised his eyebrows, and without hesitation, he also clapped his palm. There was a snap. The two palms struck together. A silent wave vibrated out from the palm, instantly sweeping away the immortal energy in the room. And countless immortal formations that crackled were shattered. The pink-clothed girl only felt an extremely powerful true immortal magic power pouring in like the vast Milky Way, shaking her supreme immortal body to pieces. At this moment, Lu Li closed his hand and smiled at her. "Palace Master, are you okay?" Dot! The girl in pink took back her right hand that was numb and cracked from the shock, and looked at Lu Li with great shock and horror. "You are really a true immortal. Your magic power is comparable to that of a golden immortal? You are really the seed of Daluo Golden Immortal. I actually saw live Daluo Jingxian seeds. Do you believe what I said about the Palace Master?" Lu Li asked with a smile. "Believe?" The pink-clothed girl nodded heavily. "I believe it. Even if you say that you are the Immortal Emperor, Demon Ancestor Buddha, and your farts can make people break through to become immortals, I still believe it." At this moment, her heart had never been so exploded and shocked. The magic power of a true immortal is actually comparable to that of a golden immortal? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. But it could really be explained when it appeared on Daluo Jingxian's seed. Such a peerless genius. Even if he deceived her, a genius, she was willing to be deceived. After that, the Taiqing Sect led a group of immortal sects to attack the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord opened a temporary passage to the demon world, causing the time and space nodes of the demon crossing tower to become more fragile. So I used a secret method to descend to this level. Lu Li said again. "Then what does this junior brother need my help with? By the way, you haven't asked your junior brother Gao's name yet?" The girl in pink clothes immediately became enthusiastic. Although this junior brother started halfway, Daluo Jingxian Sida quickly went over him, regardless of whether he led Ito Master to start halfway. "My surname is Lu, and I would like to ask the master of Jinshou Palace to help me find someone." Lu Li cupped his hands and said, "You're very polite, junior brother Lu. Please tell me who to look for. Although I, Jinshou, have not yet broken through to become a celestial immortal, I have a wide circle of friends and have met many immortal friends recently. As long as you speak, junior brother Lu, no matter who it is, I will help you from all corners of the world to heaven and earth. Get it back." The Lord of Jinqiu Palace patted her chest and bowed. I want to find this person. Luli flicked his fingers, and a scroll slowly unfolded in the air. The beautiful portrait of the leader of the Tao Alliance was revealed in front of the girl in pink. Huh? Is it her? The Lord of Splendid Palace was stunned for a moment. That's her. Luli nodded. Junior brother. This beauty is now the head coach of De Lutian. Are you looking for her, because you want to cause trouble for her? The Lord of Jinqiu Palace asked in shock. Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but be stunned. The leader of the Tao Alliance has now become the head coach of De Lutian? Chapter 563 Wabao Auction. Are you sure she has become the head teacher? Luli asked. It's certain. De Lutian has already sent out invitations for the immortal sects to attend the ceremony in 10 days. I think De Lutian must have confirmed that she is the reincarnation of the immortal king and the owner of the moon golden wheel. This junior brother. Let me ask more. Is this beauty your Taoist companion? A hint of gossip flame appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Splendid Palace. That's not true. It's just that she is my good friend. She was separated when we were in Little World. So I came to look for her. Luli explained. Hee. I understand. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace laughed, and then sighed. Junior brother. The small world where I live is really full of talents. Junior brother. You are the seed of Dalio Jinxian, and your friend is the reincarnation of the immortal king. It seems that an amazing little world. I think so too. Luli paused a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, the place where Jinkei was born is tattooed with the pattern of the 36 supreme immortal weapons. It is definitely not a simple small world. But it doesn't matter. When he reaches the golden immortal level, he should be able to escape from the demon crossing tower and find the time and space passage back to the small world. By then, if we join forces with the leader of the Tao Alliance, we should be able to return easily. In 10 days, please trouble the Lord of Jinqiu Palace to take me to watch the ceremony. Luli cupped his hands and said, Of course, no problem. The master of Jinqiu Palace agreed on the spot. As if something suddenly occurred to him, he frowned and said, But junior brother, you have to prepare. It is probably not that easy for your friend to become the headmaster of Dalyu Ocean. Someone will definitely come out, stirring up the situation. I'm not worried about that. She will take care of it. Luli smiled confidently. That was the leader of the Tao Alliance. Back then, he could lead a group of confused righteous people and gain the upper hand with the demon sect. Now this kind of small scene should not be a problem. Just as he was talking, the voice of the graceful woman just now came into the room. Palace Master. The young Master Long from the Eternal Immortal Sect is here again. Master Long? When the Master of Jinqiu Palace heard the name, he frowned and waved his hands repeatedly. Tell him to get lost. This guy comes to my place every 2 days. Isn't it because of the fragments of the mysterious embryo transformed immortal cloud in my hand? It is simply a wishful dream for me to marry him with the Xiantai transformed into fairy clouds as a dowry. Disciple understands. The graceful woman took the order and left. Junior brother Lu. Anyway, your good friend will not show up until the day he is elected as the head teacher. Why don't you stay here for a few days? The master of Jinqiu Palace looked upright. Oh, Palace Master, you need my help? Luli noticed something keenly. Yes. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace solemnly said, I heard that a treasure will appear in this 10,000 treasures auction that can help me break through to the golden immortal realm. I came here just to get this supreme treasure. However, I always feel that I feel a little uneasy. This kind of whim warning has appeared several times, and I have experienced life and death disasters every time. I think this time is no exception. After hearing her words, Luli couldn't help but frown. Golden Fairy. It's a peerless golden immortal. Only the peerless golden immortal would take action to make the master of Jinqiu Palace feel so uneasy. Junior brother Lu's magic power is extremely powerful, comparable to that of the golden immortal. I would like to ask junior brother Lu to protect me during these 10 days and resist the invading enemies. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace bowed solemnly. There is no problem with this. If it is an ordinary golden immortal, I guarantee that you are safe and sound, Palace Master. However, if it is a peak golden immortal or a Dalyu golden immortal takes action, then there is nothing I can do. Luli pondered for a moment and agreed directly. After all, he is from the lineage of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, so he can help if he can. Moreover, he also really wants to fight against the real peerless golden immortal to see how strong his true strength is. Thank you, junior brother Lu. Junior brother, don't worry. I won't let your help go in vain. I have a great Luo Kanghai elixir here, given by De Lu Tian. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace smiled happily, and took out a snow-white jade strip from his sleeve robe. On the jade bar, there are dense gold and silver immortal seals imprinted on it. She pinched out her sword finger, rubbed it heavily on the jade strip, erasing all the gold and silver immortal seals, and then gently opened the jade strip. Suddenly, a scent like ambergris filled the air. Look, this is Daluo Sanhai Dan. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace handed the jade strip to Lu Li. I saw a drop of mercury-like water floating in the jade bar. As it turned, it seemed like the sea was rolling, washing out bursts of pale white smoke. This pale white smoke is clearly formed by the condensed avenue. Donxian became enlightened. Lu Li's eyes lit up. He had seen this kind of vision on the lotus seeds of the great Dao Saint Lotus. The great Luo Sanhai pill in front of him actually had such a vision. He thought it was also a peerless elixir. That's right. It's the Donxian Enlightenment. This Daluo Sanhai Dan is one of Daluotian's 3 pills of Jinpai. After taking it, the magic power is like the sea, with an endless supply. If you have supreme wisdom, you can also borrow it, with the power of the elixir. I broke through the bottleneck with a force as fierce as the sea. Originally, I wanted to keep this elixir for myself, but the great Luo Sanhai elixir was not enough to break through to the peerless golden immortal. So I gave it to my junior brother. Help junior brother to break through to the realm of immortality as soon as possible. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace smiled generously. How can this be done? It's too precious. Too precious. When Lu Li heard this, he waved his hand and refused. Obviously, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace had spent a lot of effort to find this elixir. And now, Baiya took it directly with his bare hands. This means he owes Baiya a big favor. Junior brother, just take it. I'm being watched. I don't know if I'll be lucky enough to eat this great Luo Sanhai pill. It's better for you to eat it first. Junior brother, you are the seed of the Luo Jinxian, the most powerful genius. After taking the elixir, there is a high probability that you will reach the level of heavenly immortal. When the time comes, your magic power will reach a higher level. And if a peerless golden immortal comes over, I won't have to worry if you protect me. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace folded the jade bars and stuffed them directly into Lu Li's hands. To be honest, Lu Li was a little excited. Junior brother, don't you want to find the new headmaster of the Luo Tian? If you break through to the heavenly realm, 10 days later, at the grand ceremony of the new headmaster of Daluo Tian, you will emerge from the sky with the realm of the heavenly immortal and defeat all the unparalleled golden men. It will definitely surprise your friend. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace continued to persuade. All right. After Lu Li thought twice, he decided to accept it shamelessly. Thank you so much, Lord Jinxiu. Then I won't be polite. It seems that the favor I owe to Xuanyun Immortal Palace will never be repaid in this lifetime. Hee hee. It's okay. It's a favor. Pay it back slowly. A hint of happiness that the plan had succeeded appeared in the dark eyes of the Lord of Splendid Palace. Now junior brother Lu is completely tied to Xuanyun Immortal Palace. This is the Daluo Jinxian seed. This wave is not a loss. Master Jinxiu Palace, you sense that the disaster is coming. I'm afraid you have to go out less and see less people these days. Lu Li reminded. This is no problem. I will take junior brother Lu to the auction after the Wanbao auction starts. I will take junior brother Lu there. In addition, junior brother, don't worry. I have already left a message for those golden immortal friends in the immortal sect. Once they receive it, my talisman for help will come immediately. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace said calmly. That's good. Seeing that she had already made arrangements, Lu Li didn't say anything more. Later, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace asked about the affairs of Palace Lord Yu. And Lu Li also told her one by one. By the way, he also asked her some questions about how to break through the immortals. The conversation was very pleasant. Master Jinxiu Palace still refuses to see me? At this time, outside the immortal mansion, a handsome young man wearing a dragon robe stood beside the gorgeous chariot and asked, Mr. Long, I'm really sorry. The master of Jinxiu Palace is still in seclusion, so I really can't see Mr. Long. The graceful woman guarding the door said apologetically. It seems that I came at the wrong time. In that case, I'll come again next time. Farewell. Young Master Wenya smiled like a spring breeze and said goodbye. Master Long, walk slowly. The graceful woman stepped forward to return the salute and saw the visitor boarding the chariot and flying away. Then she turned and walked into the immortal mansion. Snort! above the 9 heavens. In the chariot, the dragon-robed young master's eyes were cold, and there was no trace of elegance on his face. Instead, there was a sinister and cold look. That bitch Jinxio is so arrogant, and she actually let me be rejected? You really don't treat me like an eternal immortal? Keep the door in mind. Young master, there is no need to be angry, as long as she dares to go out. The 2 golden immortals invited by Tianzuan will immediately take action, directly injure her, and take away her Xian Fei to transform into immortal clouds. When the time comes, young master, all you have to do is come to the door with the elixir and help her. Healing. I guess she can't escape from your grasp. You just need a little patience. The mysterious man wearing a silver bronze armor mask and white hair said calmly. This person's aura is obscure, deep, and vast. He is not at all inferior to the supreme god. He is actually a peerless golden immortal. I have a lot of patience. However, the longer this side delays, the longer Daluotian will be unable to catch up. The young master in dragon robe said coldly. There is no need for Daluotian to worry. Young master, as long as the son Jinluan is not born, Daluotian will not be able to shake the status of the eternal immortal sect. The white-haired mysterious man said with great confidence. That's good. Young master Lompao gritted his teeth and said coldly. This time, I want that bitch in Jinxio to be seriously injured. It's better to be poisoned. Daluo Jinxian can't save her even if she takes action. When the time comes, I save her and then play with this bitch. People, by the way, who is the guy who came in just now? I suspect that Jinxio didn't want to see me because I am the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect. She should not dare to offend the Eternal Immortal Sect and let me be rejected. Don't worry, young master. I will send someone to find out. The white-haired mysterious man said calmly. Once you find out that Jinxio is getting close to that guy, kill him directly. The dragon-robed master ordered angrily. The white-haired mysterious man nodded. It is a pity that Lu Li and the master of Jinxio Palace have been staying in the immortal mansion without leaving the door. So the dragon-robed master has not found a chance at all. By the time he saw Jinxio appear, it was already 5 days later. The master of Jinxio Palace walked out of the gate of Immortal Mansion with a smile on his face, flew directly into the sky, and landed towards the Wanbao auction in the city. Chapter 564 Earth Chapter 565 Fragments of the Gate of Immortality. The Wanbao auction is held on a fairy turtle. The immortal tortoise that spans thousands of miles carries a huge mountain reaching to the sky and the earth. Standing like a giant pillar in the sky, standing between the sky and the earth, on the top of the mountain peak, the precious light is like the stars, moon and bright sun hanging on it, which is very majestic. Celestial immortal turtle? And this mountain peak is mixed into one. And it is a high-grade immortal weapon that can be large or small. And extremely powerful? There is something in this Wanbao auction. As soon as Lu Li got closer and saw the earth immortal turtle, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the auction house of Buzhou Immortal Sect. Although Buzhou Immortal Sect is not as good as Daluotian and other supreme immortal sects, its strength is not small, especially since they have found Immortal King Lu Guan as their backer. Lu Guanqian King is the only supreme immortal king who is still active in all the worlds. His power is boundless. Even the gods and spirits have to give face to Lu Guanqian King and dare not mess with the many good things they auction. They were all collected by Immortal King Lu Guan. The Lord of Jinxio Palace on the side said, Oh, Lu Guan Immortal King? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. He has been refining and understanding the great Lu Kanghai pill in the Immortal Mansion these days. And he has not asked about the origin and background of Wanbao auction. Unexpectedly, it was actually opened by Lu Guan Immortal King. This is really fate. At this moment, several rays of golden light flew out from the mountain peaks. The leader was a plump and beautiful woman, dressed in golden clothes and with the cultivation of an immortal. Sister Jinxio, you are here. It's really rude of me not to greet you from afar. The beautiful woman in golden clothes said with a sweet smile. Sister Han is too polite. You are the supreme elder of Buzhou Immortal Sect. How dare I bother you to greet her? As soon as the Lord of Jinxio Palace saw the visitor, he immediately stepped forward to hold her arm. It looks quite intimate. Sister Jinxio will soon become an unparalleled golden immortal. Of course, I have to curry favor with you. Hey, who is this fellow Taoist? The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled sweetly and looked at Lu Li. A look of surprise flashed across his expression. She couldn't see through Lu Li? What's even more strange is that she actually sensed a sense of intimacy and fear from Lu Li. How strange. He is my junior brother. Forget it. Sister Han should take me to the auction as soon as possible. I can't wait to get that treasure. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace urged. Okay. Come with me. The beautiful woman in golden clothes withdrew her gaze, suppressed her curiosity, and led the two of them to fly into the mountain peak. After entering the mountain peak, what appeared in front of Lu Li's eyes were the sun, moon and stars, emitting extremely bright light. These are obviously star cores. The immortal used great means to forcibly refine and shrink it, and hung it in the mountain peak. Every star core was an auction house. Sister Jinxiu, the treasure you want is in the largest auction house. Under the leadership of the beautiful woman in gold, the two landed on a relatively small star core. A burst of space fluctuations flashed through. Lu Li and Jinxiu appeared in an extremely majestic and magnificent palace. In the center was a white jade platform with a bright glow and countless treasures hanging on it. At this time, an existence with a powerful aura manifested itself and floated on each floor of the palace, unscrupulously admiring the various treasures of heaven and earth on the high platform. But no one dared to grab it. Lu Li estimated that Daluo Jingxian should be in charge, and whoever dared to take action would die. Just as he was thinking about it, the beautiful woman in golden clothes had already taken him and Jinxiu to the highest floor of the palace and entered a room that was very luxuriously decorated and extremely rich in fairy spirit. The room was as big as a palace, with palace lanterns burning on the jade walls and several pots of fairy flowers placed on the windowsill. Standing at the windowsill, you can see the high platform covered with treasures. Sister Jinxiu, do you like this elegant room? I specially left this for you. Sister, I know you like Lingliwa. Look, it's in full bloom. The beautiful woman in gold pointed to the sapphire blue fairy flower on the windowsill and said with a smile, Of course I like it. Sister Han has a delicate heart and considerate arrangements in every aspect. How could I not like it? Thank you very much. Sister Han, I will definitely ask more to support you later and raise the price for Sister Han so that Sister Han can earn more. Jinxiu, the palace owner, winked and smiled. Then I really have to thank you. Sister, I'll go and get busy first. If you like something later, just send a message and come over. I will lower the price for you. Sister. The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled and waved her hand, and she disappeared into a wisp of smoke. This turned out to be a clone. If junior brother Lu is serious, he might as well make friends with Sister Han. Among other things, she is really generous to her friends. Moreover, she is a rich woman. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace smiled meaningfully. Oh, we are destined to meet naturally. Lu Li nodded. Oh, what am I talking about? Junior brother, once your identity as Daluo Jingxian seed is exposed, I'm afraid Sister Han will turn to you to make friends with you. Why should you? Junior brother, go to all the trouble to make friends with me? The master of Jinxiu Palace slapped his forehead. And suddenly come to your senses. Hearing this, Lu Li smiled and said nothing, closed his eyes, and continued to meditate. Seeing this, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace couldn't help but nodded secretly. It's no wonder that junior brother Lu's magical powers are so powerful that his hard work alone makes people admire him. She did not disturb Lu Li. She stood on the windowsill and scanned the various fairy treasures on the white jade platform, looking for what she wanted. However, it was not found. Instead, he saw Mr. Long from the Eternal Immortal Sect. This guy is showing his true face, running around the palace, receiving compliments from others, and earning a lot of face. After all, he is the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect. On this level of the Demon Crossing Tower, the strongest one is the Eternal Immortal Sect. If Daluo Tian wasn't so famous, the Eternal Immortal Sect would have already dominated all the immortal sects. At first, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace really thought that this guy was a gentle and elegant young master. But after finding Sister Han and buying some secret information, she realized that this young master Long was ruthless. And the Eternal Immortal Sect was also secretly trying to steal many of the supreme immortals of the Immortal Sect. Device fragments. He is simply more of a demon than a demon. Just as he was thinking about it, the figure of Sister Han appeared on the white jade platform. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the noisy voice in the entire hall immediately became silent. Fellow Taoists, I am Han Jins. Today's auction will be hosted by me. Fellow Taoists have come from afar, so I won't waste your time. Let's start it directly now. The first treasure. Please take a look. The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled slightly and waved her jade hand lightly, and a ball of colorful light immediately flew up from under the jade platform and fell into her palm. As she blew out a breath of fairy air, The colorful light dispersed, revealing a piece of golden amber. This amber was crystal clear, only the size of a fist, and a very strange-looking monster was sealed inside. Its shape is like a sheep, with a human face, human claws, tiger teeth, eyes and armpits, and it looks very vicious. This is a glutton. The beautiful woman in golden clothes held amber and introduced with a smile. Fellow Taoists, you heard me right. Yes, this is an innate celestial spirit. Tao Tai, although it is only in the juvenile state that has just broken out of its SHL, it is indeed an innate celestial spirit. It is trapped in the innate spiritual milk for some unknown reason and is still sleeping. However, it is indeed in the realm of true immortality. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the hall. Xiantian Tianling Tao Tai? It's actually this kind of thing? Why does it appear here? Whoever dares to buy it will turn around and find his parents, who will eat it in one bite. It's great to make a favor. That Tao Tai is famous for his bad temper. If you don't say it when the time comes, you might even make a mess. Besides, no matter how small it is, it's still a Tao Tai. Raising it is like raising a bottomless pit. Forget it. No matter how much wealth you have, it's not enough to fill this gluttonous bag. Everyone seemed to be disgusted. Tao Tai! Luli opened his eyes at this time, glanced at the amber, and felt something in his heart. Isn't Tao Tai Fong Yinli's second master who is a foodie? Buying this young Tao Tai and returning it to the Tao Tai in the future is considered a favor. And raising it in your own Buddhist country can also add a bit of popularity. Fellow Taoists, although this glutton has eaten a lot, it is still an innate true spirit. If you collect a drop of its true blood and understand the devouring path, you will definitely benefit a lot. The starting price is 10 million immortal stones, and each a price increase of not less than 1 million. The beautiful woman in golden clothes interrupted everyone's discussion. 10 million? The price seems quite cheap. A random immortal could have a net worth of 10 million. Not to mention the various powers of the immortal sects present, big and small. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 30 million fairy stones! A demon world immortal spoke first. 50 million! Immediately afterwards, another mysterious person from the immortal sect with a strong aura raised the price. 6,000! 80 million! 100 million! Almost in the blink of an eye, the price of this young Tao Tai soared to 100 million immortal stones. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace on the side couldn't help but shake his head and said, "These guys keep saying they don't want it, and the prices they raise are really more ruthless than the others." She turned to look at Lu Li, and found that Lu Li was also quite interested. "Junior brother Lu, do you want this Tao Tai true spirit?" The Lord of Jinxiu Palace couldn't help but ask. "The master of a good friend of mine is a Tao Tai. I'll see if I can buy it," Lu Li said, appraising his net worth. Only 180 million. They all got it from the three immortals of the Spirit Clan, as well as from the disciple Ling Guang who he had just accepted. It seemed that it was not enough to buy this young Tao Tai. Hearing this, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace secretly clicked his tongue. This junior brother Lu is really fierce. Any teacher who is a good friend is an innate spirit. "I will offer 300 million fairy stones." At this moment, a gentle voice echoed throughout the hall. Everyone heard the sound and looked around. And it was the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Young Master Long. "It's actually this guy?" The master of Jinxiu Palace frowned. "Junior brother, I can't even help you this time. This guy has a lot of money, and I can't match his financial resources. In that case, let's forget it." Lu Li waved his hand. He also has a trump card. As long as he forcibly sacrifices the immortal King Lu Guan to guide him, Immortal Buzhou will probably turn around and send the treasure to him. However, forcing the immortal King Lu Guan to steal his wool is a bit embarrassing. Forget it. In this way, the Tao Tai true spirit was directly captured by Mr. Long from the Eternal Immortal Sect for a sky-high price of 300 million. Everyone couldn't help but congratulate him. "Congratulations, Mr. Long." The beautiful woman in golden clothes also congratulated her, and summoned the second treasure light with a smile. "Fellow Taoists, this second treasure is not ordinary. That's right. It's the fragment of the gate to the fairy world." Chapter 565. Selling Immortal Techniques. In the great war between immortals and demons, the 4 immortal emperors and the 72 demon ancestors fought to the edge of the universe, and all the avenues were wiped out. The gate of the immortal world was also affected, with considerable damage and some fragments falling out. Now this one in my hand, a piece of gravel, is one of the fragments. It contains the Supreme Way, and it is possible to penetrate the unparalleled golden immortal. The beautiful woman in golden clothes smiled and held up the treasure in her hand. As the precious light dissipated, an ordinary piece of bluestone, shaped like a goose egg, appeared in her palm. Instantly, the whole place was shocked. The fragment of the gate to the fairy world? Does it really exist? This is the true supreme treasure. Every piece of gravel from the gate of immortality contains all the great avenues in the world. If I were allowed to comprehend it for 10,000 years, I would definitely be able to break through to the golden immortal. What auction can actually bring out such good things? It's amazing! I will spend all my fortune to get this fragment of the gate to the fairyland. It looks ordinary. Are it really the fragments that fell from the gate of the fairy world? It can't be a lie. Right. Everyone, please rest assured. This piece of debris from the gate of Immortal Realm was picked up by immortal King Lu Guan deep inside the gate of Immortal Realm. It is absolutely true. The beautiful woman in golden clothes said one sentence and immediately eliminated the suspicion of the whole audience. One after another, scorching eyes were fixed on the rubble of the gate to the fairy world. Of course, if you still don't believe it, let me demonstrate it. The beautiful woman in gold raised her hand gently, and the blue stone in her palm immediately floated, slowly rotating in the air, and began to exude an extremely ancient and mysterious aura. Everyone looked stern. This is indeed the breath of the gate to the fairy world. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful woman in golden clothes turned her hand over, and a white jade pure bottle appeared in her palm. When she opened the bottle cap, wisps of colorful smoke floated out from the bottle and naturally wrapped around the blue stone. Buzz! I saw the blue stone trembling, and wisps of colorful light emanated from the stone, intertwining and rolling like smoke, turning the entire blue stone into a ball of colorful light, in which the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang, the law of life and death, the sun, moon and stars are shining, as if giving birth to a new and complete cosmic world. Everyone, please look! This is the world of Tao evolution. The beautiful woman in golden clothes took back the white jade purification bottle and said with a smile, "This fragment of the gate of the fairy world contains the complete laws of the Great Road. Just give it some time to evolve a complete universe of heaven and earth. Rumor has it that the 36th fairy world, this is how Chongtian was derived." After hearing her words, the whole place became commotion again. Waves of tyrannical immortal consciousness descended, scanning the rubble of the gate to the fairy world with fervor and greed. Apparently there is a peerless golden immortal who is tempted. This is the treasure I want. At this time, the master of Jinxiu Palace on the side also had a fiery face. If there is this piece of gravel from the gate of the fairy world, plus the Xiantai transformed into fairy clouds, I am confident that I can break through to the peerless golden immortal within 100 years. However, look in this case. I'm afraid the fairy stones I prepared are not enough. At the end of the sentence, a wry smile appeared on his face. The competition for this fragment of the gate of Immortal Realm must be very fierce. I'm afraid even one immortal gate can't get it even if it spends everything it has. Luli also frowned. He also wants to get this piece of gravel from the gate of Immortal Realm and break through to the Immortal Realm as soon as possible. But he is short of money and less. Just as he was thinking about it, the beautiful woman in gold clothes already spoke. This piece of gravel from the gate of Immortal Realm is priced at 300 million immortal stones. Each time the price is increased, it will be no less than 50 million. As soon as these words came out, the lively voices in the audience suddenly stopped. 300 million immortal stones is such a huge amount of wealth. This is the amount that an immortal sect can accumulate over 10,000 years. However, this is just the starting price. The final transaction price must be a sky-high price that no one could have imagined. 350 million. At this moment, someone spoke first. It was a peak immortal with blue light lingering all over his body. This person is the Lord of Water of the God Clan, a natural god of the Water Clan, named Xianyuan Feng. His magic power is as surging as the sea. He is almost the first person under the Golden Immortal. Of course, if you, junior brother, break through to the Celestial Immortal, he will be far more powerful than the Celestial Immortal. No more. Junior brother. Oh no. Junior brother. Your current magic power is the real number 1 among the Golden Immortals. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace said. When Luli heard this, he glanced at the man and nodded secretly. This man's magic power is indeed on par with him. 400 million. Suddenly, another voice sounded. It was an old woman wearing a golden robe, with a sinister face, and a red gold eyes tattoo on her eyebrows. Her cultivation level reached the sky, and she was a peerless golden immortal. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. This old guy is the Golden Immortal of the Spirit Clan. This Golden Immortal is the Supreme Elder of the Spirit Clan. Liu. Although he is in the early stage of the Golden Immortal, he can summon a clone of the Qing Emperor at any time. And his magic power can break through to the mid to late stage at any time. Which is very scary. But I heard that the Spirit Clan has recently 3 immortals were killed. And Elder Liu was very ill-tempered and quarreled with others. I don't know which Golden Immortal was so bold as to destroy those 3 spiritual immortals. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace clicked his tongue and said, while he was talking, there were bids one after another, and the price of the Fairy Gate gravel soared to a terrifying sky-high price of 900 million. The Master of Splendid Palace was silent. This price has reached her psychological bottom line. However, when she thought that she had been stuck in the bottleneck for many years, she was bound to get this fragment of the gate to the fairy world. So she gritted her teeth and shouted, I'll give you 1 billion. 1 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle voice immediately sounded, raising the price. That Mr. Long from the Eternal Immortal Sect? The Lord of Jinxiu Palace frowned. This guy has a lot of money. If he and I get into a fight, I guess I really won't be his opponent. Sure enough, after the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect spoke, the entire hall suddenly fell into silence for a moment. And no one immediately called out the price. I will pay 1.2 billion. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace was silent for a moment, with firm eyes, and shouted again. 130,000,000. Mr. Long raised the price directly without any hesitation. The Master of Jinxiu Palace was silent for a moment, then shouted again. I will offer 1.5 billion immortal stones. Then I'll give you 2 billion fairy stones. Mr. Long was so angry that he directly increased the price by 500 million immortal stones. As if he was sure to win. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace was completely silent now. She could indeed offer a higher price than 2 billion. But that was the wealth she and a group of elders obtained from finding an ancient immortal tomb. And it belonged to the sect. It would be too wasteful to use them all now in order to compete for the gate gravel. Palace Master, please make a price. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly spoke. The Lord of Splendid Palace was stunned for a moment. Palace Master, please rest assured that I have enough fairy stones. I am also very useful in that piece of stone from the gate of the fairy world. You and I will work together to buy it and understand it together. We will not lose money. Lu Li explained with a smile. Good. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace nodded heavily and called out the price again. 21 billion. 22 billion. However, Mr. Long still raised the price slowly and chuckled. Master Jinxiu Palace, I once obtained the treasure of an ancient immortal. There are countless immortal stones. I am determined to get this fragment of the gate of the immortal world. Why do you have to fight with me? Fight? But if you really like it, why not buy it and give it to you? I appreciate Mr. Long's kindness. I am not lucky enough to accept such a precious treasure. Moreover, I am bound to get this treasure. 23 billion. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace immediately spoke. 25 billion. Mr. Long chuckled lightly, but still persuaded slowly. Master Jinxiu Palace, it is a bit too extravagant for you to spend a lot of money for this treasure. You are still the Palace Master of Xuanyin Immortal Palace. Why not serve for all the Xuanyin Immortals? Palace Master, please give it more thought. You don't have to worry about Mr. Long. 2.6 billion. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace frowned and said, Ha ha. If that's the case, then I will compete with you. Master of Jinxiu Palace. 3 billion. Mr. Long laughed and spit out a number confidently. Instantly, the whole place was in commotion again. 3 billion? This is 3 billion immortal stones. Even if you just pile up the elixirs, you can still create a golden immortal. It seems that the young master of the Eternal Immortal Sect has dug up several ancient tombs of the Luo Jingxian and plundered countless treasures. It is really enviable. 3 billion immortal stones. Even if I go all out to sell them, I guess it will cost me selling for tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid the master of Jinxiu Palace will back down now. For 3 billion. I'm afraid I can't afford it even if the entire Xuanyin Immortal Palace is sold. When the master of Jinxiu Palace heard 3 billion, he frowned and turned to look at Lu Li. Junior brother Lu, are you sure you have enough immortal stones? If you don't have enough immortal stones, I'm afraid you will be blocked by the Buzhou Immortal Sect in the future. No more transactions can be made. Of course I'm sure. Lu Li smiled and said very confidently. However, it is too slow to call out now. Everyone's time is precious. Why not let me call out the price directly? Good. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace chose to believe in Luli. The next moment, Luli pondered for a moment and shouted directly, I bid 6 billion immortal stones for this fragment of the gate to the immortal world. What? The beautiful woman in gold clothes was shocked. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace also widened his eyes on the spot after hearing this. 6 billion? Directly doubled? Who are you? If you don't have the immortal stone, don't come and cause trouble. Even if it's 6 billion. I'm afraid Daluo Jinxian won't be able to get it, Mr. Long said in a deep voice. It's only 6 billion fairy stones. Since I can shout out, I can naturally give it to you. Master Long, do you want to continue to raise the price? If you want it, I can be a man of beauty and withdraw from this auction, Luli said slowly. After hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on young Master Long of the Eternal Immortal Sect, with an expression of watching a good show. Does Mr. Long dare to bid? Don't dare? The rubble that is destined to be the gate to the fairy world will be given away to others. Dare you continue to raise prices? That would cost at least 6 billion and 50 million. Buying a piece of Fairyland Gate gravel at such a sky-high price seems to be a big mistake no matter how you look at it. Hee. This mysterious person, who is with the Lord of Splendid Palace, is not simple. Hee. A cold look flashed in Mr. Long's eyes, and he finally chuckled and said calmly, Since this mysterious fellow Taoist wants it, I won't fight. However, I want to see if fellow Taoists can offer 60 billions of immortal stones. Where are you fellow Taoists? The beautiful woman in golden clothes looked around the audience and asked. However, no one continued to raise prices. Okay. Since no one bids for it, this piece of stone from the gate of Immortal Realm will fall into the hands of this mysterious Taoist friend who suddenly made a name for himself. Congratulations. I wonder if this Taoist friend will give the immortal stone directly or to the corresponding person. Treasure? The beautiful woman in golden clothes cast a smiling gaze. I don't have immortal stones. However, there is an immortal technique that should be worth 6 billion immortal stones. As Luli spoke, he flicked his fingers, and a bit of golden light flew out of the windowsill and fell into the hands of the beautiful woman in golden clothes on the high platform. This is a supreme magic, unique in this world. Oh, I wonder what magic is worth 6 billion. Can you open our eyes to it? Mr. Long interrupted and sneered. Sure, Luli said calmly. This magical technique is called the Great Immortal Technique of the 10,000 Immortal Sacrifice. Fellow Taoist Han will know who the inheritance comes from at a glance. The beautiful woman in golden clothes was stunned when she heard this, and her consciousness escaped into the golden light. In an instant, she saw the phantom of an immortal, surrounded by countless golden and silver immortal tadpoles. Its aura was boundless and suppressed for eternity. The figure is extremely familiar. It is the immortal King Luguan. Chapter 566 Breakthrough is imminent. Fellow Taoist gents, why are you stunned? Tell me how much this magic is worth. Isn't it worthless? Impossible. Looking at fellow Taoist Han's shocked and horrified expression. This magical technique is definitely a supreme magical technique that will shock the heavens. Seeing the beautiful woman in gold standing on the high platform in shock for a long time, the immortals in the entire hall became impatient and shouted. Hearing these voices, the beautiful woman in golden clothes came back to her senses, holding the little golden light in her hand as if holding a peerless treasure. She took a deep breath, and then slowly said, This immortal technique is worth 0.10 billion immortal stones. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. What? The Eternal Immortal Sect's young Master Long's eyes widened, and he uttered 2 words in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. 10 billion fairy stones? The Master of Jinxiu Palace also trembled all over and his eyes widened. TSK. 10 billion immortal stones? Rich and wealthy. Who is this person? Who can cast an immortal technique worth 10 billion immortal stones? He seems to be here with the Master of Jinxiu Palace of Shuanyan Immortal Palace? I don't know what magic it is. I'm really curious. I know. It's definitely the magic of the Immortal King. His Immortal King Immortal Technique. There were gasps of air throughout the hall, and countless immortals stood up from their chairs in shock. At this time, the beautiful woman in golden clothes looked in the direction of Luli, and asked with a hint of excitement and apprehension, Fellow Taoist, do you really want to use this magic to buy this piece of gravel for the gate of the fairy world? Sure. Luli nodded. Good. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman in golden clothes suddenly showed gratitude and respect. This immortal technique is worth 10 billion immortal stones. But according to the rules of Wanbao auction, it is purchased at a 10% discount. So the discount is 9 billion immortal stones. Does this fellow Taoist have any objections? 10% off? No objection. The price was quite generous, so Luli had no reason to refuse. Then, this mysterious fellow Taoist bid 6 billion immortal stones. Is there any other fellow Taoist who will bid? The beautiful woman in gold clothes looked around the audience. No one said anything. Mr. Long also fell silent. He turned to look at the white-haired mysterious old man wearing a silver bronze armor mask who was sitting behind him, and asked with a gloomy face, "This Han Jins and the Lord of Jinqiu Palace are very close. Could it be that they did this together? You want to deliberately sell a favor to the master of Jinqiu Palace? Impossible. The master of Jinqiu Palace doesn't have such a big face. So let Buzhou Xianen risk losing his reputation to send favors." The white-haired mysterious man shook his head. Yes. It seems that the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, who suddenly appeared that day, are quite blessed. They actually possess an immortal king's magic? Mr. Long showed a cold look on his face. He has found out clearly that Luli, who suddenly appeared, is a disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace who is living outside. He has a cultivation level at the peak of a true immortal and appears to have deep magical power. Don't worry. Those two golden immortals are already ready. When Jinqiu returns to Xuanyun Immortal Palace, they will take action directly. By then, the gravel at the gate of Immortal Realm will still be yours. The mysterious man in white said slowly. Okay. Dare to spoil my good deeds? You are seeking death. Young Master Long had a cold, murderous intention in his eyes. Since no one has made an offer, this piece of gravel from the Gate of Immortality will belong to this fellow Taoist. At this moment, the beautiful woman in gold smiled sweetly, and her voice spread throughout the audience. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, a clone had descended into the room. It was Han Jin's clone. Fellow Taoist, congratulations. This piece of gravel from the Gate of Immortality is yours. Han Jins handed over the piece of gravel from the Gate of Immortal Realm. The gravel has turned into the appearance of bluestone, but it still exudes bursts of ancient mystery, mysterious and immortal aura, which is boundless and powerful. Thanks. Luli reached out and took it. The moment the gravel fell into the palm of my hand, there was a fluctuation of vitality above my head, and the void rippled. The phantom of the gate to the fairy world automatically appeared, and the infinite and vast vitality of the fairy world gushed out, irrigated the immortal body, and gathered into a sea of vitality in the kingdom of Buddha. The roots of the colorful Bodhi tree passed through the Sumeru mountain, took root in the depths of this vast ocean of immortal energy, and began to suck in it crazily. Countless Tao talismans condensed among the branches and leaves, manifesting into fruits. Mana began to increase dramatically. It is indeed the gravel of the Gate of Immortal World, a priceless treasure. This piece of gravel of the Gate of Immortal World seems to be able to activate the body of the Gate of Immortal World, guide the infinite immortal Qi and the laws of the Tao, cleanse the immortal body, transform the physical body, and allow people to understand the Tao at all times. Mystery. I have vaguely sensed the secret of the law of reincarnation, and I am just around the corner to transcend reincarnation. Palace Master, come and take a look. Luli was secretly happy and handed the fairy gate rubble to the Lord of Splendid Palace. Thanks. The Master of Splendid Palace was excited and delighted. He carefully held the rubble of the Immortal Realm Gate in his hands and carefully sensed the mystery within it. This was something she could only dream of. Fellow Taoist, your immortal technique is worth 9 billion, minus the 6 billion worth of the rubble from the gate to the immortal world. I will give you 3 billion immortal stones in return. Do you want the immortal stones, or other treasures of equal value? Han Jins asked with a hint of respect. No need. I don't want the immortal stones sold by this immortal technique. Luli said something unexpected. Ah? Han Jins couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? That's 3 billion fairy stones. Just say you don't want it. I guess this immortal technique was left behind intentionally by the person who asked me to give it to you, Buzhou Immortal Sect. I got that immortal technique, and now I have exchanged it for a piece of gravel from the Gate of Immortal Realm. We have already taken a huge advantage, and it would be too shameless to ask for the immortal stones from the Immortal Sect. So, let's not give up on these 3 billion immortal stones. Luli explained with a smile. This, after listening to his words, Han Jin smiled and shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. But one thing for another. Since Immortal King Lu Guan can pass on this immortal art to you, then this immortal art is yours. You will give it to me. Selling immortal technique to Buzhou Immortal Sect is already a great favor to Buzhou Immortal Sect. If we owe you the immortal stone again, it would be our fault. Please accept this immortal stone. Otherwise, these 3 billion immortal stones should be stored in your Bujo immortal sect first. Lu Li pondered for a moment and said, he will definitely meet the immortal King Lu Guan in the future. When the time comes, he sells his magic and takes the gravel from the Gate of Immortality that he sells, which is equivalent to using the immortal King Lu Guan's money to buy Lu Guan. It is simply unjustifiable to take these 3 billion immortal stones from the immortal king's things. Therefore, this immortal stone must not be taken. That's fine, fellow Taoist. Are you sure? Han Jins asked again. Sure. Lu Li didn't hesitate at all. This made Han Jins even more surprised and admired. He probably won't come to get the 3 billion fairy stones. This kind of courage is worthy of being the person that the immortal king likes. Fellow Taoist, I would like to ask, what is your relationship with that immortal king? Han Jin still couldn't help but feel curious and asked tentatively. Maybe it's the relationship between disciples. Right? Lu Li replied. Inheritance? That's it. Han Jin took a deep look at Lu Li, smiled sweetly and said, if my fellow Taoist needs help in the future, even if he comes to Bujo Xianin will do their best to help. This woman probably misunderstood something. Good. Lu Li thought for a while, and didn't bother to explain. He nodded, turned around and asked, Palace Master, do you have anything else to buy? Ah, no more. This piece of gravel from the gate to the fairy world is enough for me. The master of Jinxiu Palace held the rubble of the Immortal Realm Gate as if it were a treasure, and shook his head. In that case, let's go back. Lu Li was ready to leave. Hearing this, Han Jins was stunned on the spot. Aren't you two going to stay a little longer? I was thinking of hosting a banquet to entertain you later. No, we have other important matters. Sister Han, let's meet again when we have time in the future. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace guessed that Lu Li was in a hurry to meet the new headmaster of De Lutian, and immediately shook his head and said, Okay. When sister, you break through to the peerless golden immortal, I will definitely bring a generous gift to congratulate you. Han Jin said with a smile. Thank you very much, Sister Han. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace smiled happily. Farewell. Lu Li bowed his hand. Then I'll give it to you too. Han Jin sent the two of them outside the mountain peak. Lu Li and the master of Jinxiu Palace did not waste time and went directly back to the mountain gate of Xuanyin Immortal Palace. After cleaning up, they directly picked up a treasure ship and flew to the Daluo Tianshan Gate. Junior brother, don't worry. We can reach Daluotian in one day, the Lord of Jinxiu Palace said with a smile on her face. That's good. Lu Li nodded, feeling a sense of expectation in his heart. I wonder if the leader of the Dao Alliance would be surprised to see him. Junior brother, during this period, why don't you and I understand this piece of stone that is the gate to the fairy world? At this time, the master of Jinxiu Palace couldn't wait to open his palm. On the palm of the hand, the blue stone exuding the aura of the avenue floats, incomparably mysterious. That's fine. Naturally, Lu Li would not refuse. His great Luo Songhai pill has not been completely refined yet. So why not take this opportunity to study it together? Maybe you can really understand the mystery and break through the immortals. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, and a wisp of spiritual thoughts wrapped around the gravel of the gate to the fairy world. At the same time, in the kingdom of God, the Buddha statue was solemn, with the great Luo Songhai Dan hovering above its head, and the dense vitality of the great law, as vast as the sea of smoke. On the other side, the main body swallowed the lotus seeds of the great Tao Holy Lotus in one gulp. In an instant, the three clones were surrounded by colorful colors, and the endless aura of the great law rushed into the colorful Bodhi tree. And the mysterious aura began to emanate from his immortal body. Above the head, a looming shadow of a roulette wheel appeared. This roulette wheel is only pure black and pure white, just like a millstone. Countless mysterious Taoist runes are twisted into a rolling stick, which is constantly turning and rolling on the roulette wheel. The disc of reincarnation? The Lord of Jinxiu Palace on the side looked at it, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. This is the nightmare of countless true immortals. The manifestation of the great way of reincarnation. The disc of reincarnation. Although the true immortal transcends life and death, a ray of soul is still on this disc of reincarnation. It is constantly being crushed and crushed, unable to escape. And one day, the soul will fly away. Only by transcending reincarnation can we truly be free and free. She also didn't expect that junior brother Lu in front of her would realize the secret of reincarnation in an instant. And he was indeed the seed of Daluo Golden Immortal. It seems that she can't neglect it. The lord of the splendid palace thought to himself, calmly concentrating. An array of spiritual thought wrapped around the rubble of the gate to the fairy world. He began to understand the mysteries of the world, hoping to break through to the golden fairy realm as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a big black hand came out of the void and silently grabbed the treasure ship's fairy weapon. There was a sudden spin, and the treasure ship and the fairy weapon disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 567 Heavenly Immortal. Not good! Someone attacked! The master of the splendid palace instantly sensed that something was wrong, and without hesitation, with a thought, he activated the self-destruction formation on the treasure ship's ferry boat. Infinite light immediately emitted from the treasure ship, and the aura of destruction rose into the sky. Boom! The immortal weapon suddenly exploded. However, the power of destroying the sun and moon generated by the self-destruction of this treasure ship was like an expanding bubble in the big black hand, and it failed to shake the big black hand away. No! It's Jinxian! The master of the splendid palace suddenly changed his expression. Ha ha ha! It's the Golden Immortal! You're just a heavenly immortal, so don't bother. If you can't escape from my grasp, just surrender and capture him. A sound of wild laughter came from the void. Immediately afterwards, the big black hand turned into infinite darkness and surged in from all directions. No matter who you are, how dare you sneak attack me? I am the master of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. If you sneak attack me, you are challenging the majesty of all the immortal sects in the immortal world. No matter where you escape in the future, you will be hunted by all the immortal sects. Just wait to die. The lord of Jinxiu Palace gave a sharp shout and raised her jade hand. An immortal talisman flew out of her sleeves, slowly unfolded in the air, and turned into a 3-inch green sword, slashing at all directions. A ray of blue light soared into the sky, bursting out with divine power that tore apart billions of universes. It was so sharp that it cut a crack in the void directly through the infinite darkness. Is this the golden immortal sword light of the Xuxian sect? Is this your trump card? Not bad. Not bad. If I came alone, I would really let you escape. Unfortunately, I always like to use more people to bully fewer people. Old ghost, it's your turn to take action. The laughter sounded again, showing a bit of pride. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice sounded. Challenging the majesty of the immortal sects in the immortal world? Pursuing and killing them? The immortal world has been shattered. You immortal sects are nothing more than lost dogs. I'm still afraid of you chasing me. I really don't know what to say. While he was speaking, a ball of green ghost fire exuding extremely filthy air suddenly struck and hit the cyan sword light. There was an explosion. The cyan sword light was burned by the green ghost fire, and it directly shattered into dots of golden light and dispersed, and was swallowed by the darkness coming from all around. Seeing that he was about to be caught on the spot, the master of Jinxiu Palace looked solemn and said a spiritual thought. Junior brother Lu, this disaster is too great. Unexpectedly, 2 golden immortals actually took action, and at least it was terrifying in the middle stage of golden immortals. Mighty! I'm afraid I can't escape this disaster, but I can't let you get involved. I also have a magic talisman that can move the time and space of heaven and earth. I asked it from the hands of a Daluo Jinxian. I will blow up my immortal body and send you away. Don't go to Buzhou Immortal Sect after you escape. I suspect that these 2 golden immortals are targeting me at the auction. You go directly to Daluo Ocean, and you can help me get revenge if you have the chance in the future. As she spoke, a breath of destruction began to come out of her body. No need. It's just 2 golden immortals. If you trust me, Palace Master, you only need to activate the magic talisman, and I will have a way to deal with them. At this time, Luli opened his eyes and said lightly, Huh? Just 2 golden immortals? Just? The lord of Jinxiu Palace was stunned on the spot. This is a peerless golden immortal. Luli, a true immortal, didn't take them seriously? Even if he is the seed of Daluo Golden Immortal, he cannot possibly defeat 2 peerless golden immortals. Although he was shocked and doubtful, the master of Jinxiu Palace still chose to believe Luli. Behind his head, a golden divine light soared into the sky, manifesting into a huge ethereal shadow. With a wave of his big hand, in an instant, the time and space of the universe was upended, and the heaven and earth moved in all directions. The darkness dissipated before my eyes. Lu Li and the master of Jinxiu Palace had escaped from the clutches of the Golden Immortal and appeared in the vast starry sky. Not far away, there was a huge green planet. Before they could stabilize their bodies, a burst of laughter burst out from the void. It turns out to be Daluo Jinxian's moving talisman. How can I escape from my magic? You are worthy of being the master of the immortal sect. What a trump card you have. That's a lot, but it will be mine later. People followed the sound, and the boundless darkness surged out from the depths of the universe like a tide, drowning the bright stars. An extremely vast, powerful, dark and cold aura once again enveloped the entire universe, imprisoning all time and space, comparable to 20 supreme gods. Mid-stage golden immortal. The master of Jinxiu Palace's expression darkened. She didn't expect that the enemy would catch up so quickly. What frightened her even more was that another peerless golden immortal was hiding somewhere. The majestic and peerless golden immortal hides his head and tail, and actually wants to sneak attack on two juniors. Isn't this a bit too low priced? As Luli spoke, immeasurable golden Buddha light appeared behind his head, condensing into a giant Buddha rising from the ground. Majestic and boundless. At the snap of a finger, a jet of black light appeared out of thin air and hit the giant Buddha hard. It was like ink dripping into clear water, instantly polluting the golden giant Buddha into black. The kind and solemn face actually showed a ferocious look. But as the halo of Buddha's light turned, the giant Buddha returned to normal. Huh? A voice sounded, and in the void, a giant bull with strange horns on its head and a black body appeared between heaven and earth. His whole body exuded a cold aura. In an instant, the soul felt that the end had come and death was coming. Ghost Emperor. Seeing this giant bull that reaches the sky, the master of Jinxiu Palace couldn't help but turn pale, and exclaimed. A spiritual thought immediately came. Junior brother Lu. Something is not good this time. These two peerless golden immortals are actually the ghost emperors of the ghost world. It is said that the ghost world exists in the land of reincarnation, and only Daluo Jinxian can withstand the 6 laws of reincarnation. The two golden immortals in front of him are actually the ghost emperors of the ghost world, and they can directly capture souls. So, drag the person's soul into the land of reincarnation and perish on the spot. Ghost Emperor of the Ghost Realm? Luli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing this. During the time he stayed in Xuanyan Immortal Palace, he learned a lot of secrets of the heavens, and also knew about the existence of the ghost world. It is the place where all creatures in the world reincarnate and are reborn, filled with the endless power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. No matter what goes in, everything will be wiped out directly, and it will be reincarnated into a living being. Even if Jin Xian goes in, he will also end up with the same fate. Only Daluo Jinxian, who has achieved immortality, can enter the ghost world and walk freely under the 6 laws of reincarnation. Of course, there are spiritual beings in such a scary place. Once he becomes an immortal, he will be the Ghost Emperor. This kind of Ghost Emperor is very terrifying. He can directly control the power of the 6 laws. With a single thought, he can force a person's soul into the ghost world and be reincarnated directly, leaving no chance of life. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace did not expect that those who came to intercept and kill him at this moment were actually 2 peerless golden immortal level ghost emperors. It's really over now. You actually recognized our identities at a glance. It seems that I can't keep you here. Unfortunately, you don't have a complete supreme immortal artifact with you, but a fragment of the immortal realm gate is enough for us to make this trip. In the endless darkness, the sound of wild laughter sounded. The big black hand once again blocked out the sky and caught the 2 Luli. Follow us back to the ghost world. There's no need to resist pointlessly. On the other side, the sky-reaching giant bull uttered a gloomy sentence. On the strange horn above the head, a faint ghost fire lit up and rotated and enlarged at an extremely fast speed, instantly forming a huge green portal. The cold breath of endless death and terror spurted out, turning into an incomparable and mysterious power of the law of the avenue, covering the universe in all directions. The Lord of Jinxiu Palace sensed this aura and was shocked on the spot. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 2 peerless golden immortals in front of her really wanted to capture her and Luli directly into the ghost world. Land Carp? The master of Jinxiu Palace looked at Luli. Don't panic. Luli smiled calmly. The words fell. Boom. Luli and the giant Buddha exploded on the spot, turning into countless golden dots of light that instantly illuminated the sky and the earth. If you look closely, you will see that the tiny specks of golden light are the crystals of the kingdom of God. They are square in shape, exuding the sacred and solemn aura of immortality and indestructibility. Looking further into the crystal of the kingdom of God, There are clearly sitting statues of Buddha, immortals, demons, shamans, golden crows. The divine emperor's Dharma. These Dharma images are extremely powerful. He is a true immortal. The number is billions. Billions of true immortals? The big black hand that fell down suddenly paused, and an extremely shocked voice came out. What the hell? The giant bull could not help but widen his eyes. There are billions of true immortals hiding in the body of one true immortal. What kind of freak is this? Before they could react, the billions of true immortals all opened their eyes, suddenly came to life, and invariably used various shocking spells, including Immortal Guidance, Mingwang 10 Realm Fist, White Bone Divine Power, Golden Crow Burning the World. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know how many world passages were opened. The gate to the fairy world, the passage to the Buddhist world, the passage to the demon world, the altar of the shaman god. All kinds of vast vitality pour out from them, pouring into the billions of Dharma images, visible to the naked eye. The auras of these Dharma signs are rising steadily, soaring into the sky, as if they are going to directly break through that layer of restrictions and reach a new realm. Fairy! No! This kid is going to break through to the heavenly realm, the mysterious ghost emperor in the dark hands explained. This kid's magic power reaches the sky. In the realm of true immortals, there are hundreds of millions of magic figures in one body, and his magic power is comparable to that of a golden immortal. If he is really allowed to break through to the level of a heavenly immortal, his magic power will probably be comparable to the peak of a golden immortal. We must not let him break through. The giant bull's face also changed drastically, and he was about to take action on the spot. Unfortunately, it's still too late. There was a click. Only an extremely clear sound was heard, which suddenly sounded and spread throughout the 3 realms and 8 wastelands. This voice is very familiar. The master of the splendid palace, the giant bull that reaches the sky, and the ghost emperor hidden in the darkness followed the sound. And a blue shadow walked out of the void. In his hand is a black and white rotating millstone, with a rolling stick composed of countless talismans fixed on it. It is the disc of reincarnation. Unfortunately, the disc of reincarnation has been pinched by the big hand of the cyan figure. This means that he has understood the secret of reincarnation, is no longer shackled by the wheel of reincarnation, and has officially entered the realm of immortals. This cyan shadow is none other than Lu Li. Chapter 568, Scared Back. Junior brother Lu, have you broken through to the level of heavenly immortal? The Lord of Jinxiu Palace said in great surprise. Yes. Lu Li nodded and said with a smile. The moment I moved here, a clone immediately separated into the void. The 2 ghost emperors of the ghost world did not notice it, but they allowed me to easily refine the great Luo Songhai pill and comprehend the immortal world. The broken stone of the door directly breaks through to the realm of heaven. Impossible. How could you hide your figure from our eyes? According to common sense, your soul aura cannot escape our detection. The giant bull that reached the sky let out a cry of surprise. What a coincidence. Lu Li smiled. You are ghost emperors, and my leader is also a ghost emperor. His name is Yiming Ghost Emperor. He holds a Naiha golden bridge in his hand. Although it is only a Taoist weapon, there is still a trace of the power of law left in me. It is this power of law that allows me to hide easily and quietly break through to the heavenly immortal. If I guess correctly, the Naiha golden bridge should also be a broken supreme immortal weapon. What? Naiha Jin Xiao? Where is it? An excited voice came from the big black hand. Could it be that it's really the immortal weapon? There was also a trace of uncontrollable excitement on the face of the giant bull. You want my master's Naiha golden bridge? Okay, I'll take you to him. Lu Li smiled. The words fell. He took a sharp breath. Call. Just like a giant whale sucking water, billions of divine crystals were swallowed by the land carp in one gulp. Boom, boom, boom. These billions of crystals from the kingdom of God are entering Lu Li's body, and all the Dharma forms are breaking through to the realm of immortals. The shadow of Lu Li's body became extremely solid. In an instant, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura burst out from his body along with countless golden lights, breaking through the heavens and the universe. In the perception of the 2 ghost emperors, the Lu Li in front of them stood in the infinite darkness, like a king of the fairy world, looking down on the world. Immortal, eternal freedom, like a Dalua golden immortal. How can this kid's magic power be so terrifying? In the dark hands, the originally extremely arrogant voice now became hoarse and deep, revealing 3 parts shock, 3 parts horror, and disbelief from all sides. How could there be such a monstrous heavenly immortal in the world, with such magical power that even the golden immortal could not see through it? Comparable to the great Luo golden immortal. How can this be? You? Who are you? The face of the sky-reaching giant bull also became extremely ugly, staring at Lu Li in confusion and confusion. There are absolutely no such evil immortals in the world. If there are, they can only be the reincarnations of those powerful ones. Who am I? You will know in the future. Lu Li smiled, raised his big hand, and pointed it towards the big black hand that covered the sky. No! Do it! The mysterious ghost emperor hidden in the pitch-black big hand took a look, exclaimed, and immediately activated his killing move. Boom! The big hand exploded and turned into endless dark green will-o'-the-wisps, which fell overwhelmingly. In just a blink of an eye, the dark green will-o'-the-wisps all over the sky had already attached themselves to Lu Li's body, erupting with extremely strange power of law, trying to destroy his immortal body, burned to ashes on the spot. This will-o'-the-wisp fire is not ordinary. It is the Yuluo evil fire that is specially used to burn the divine body in the land of reincarnation. It contains the supreme and terrifying power of the Yuluo Dao's burning law. Even the golden immortal body of Arhat Buddha will be turned into ashes in an instant if it gets even a little bit of it. Ash. However, Lu Li just lowered his head and glanced at the Yuluo ghost fire on his body, and smiled slightly disdainfully, his expression not showing any strangeness. Next moment, a golden flame, as bright as the sun, burst out from his body, swept thousands of miles, directly swept and covered the Yuluo evil fire all over the sky, wrapped it up, and then suddenly shrank back, completely integrated into Lu Li's body, disappear. In an instant, Lu Li's whole body bloomed with unusually emerald green flowers that looked like flames. They were mysterious and unusual, and were actually condensed from the divine talisman of the Supreme Avenue. Yuluo Dao Law Talisman? You actually swallowed my Yuluo evil fire in an instant and understood its laws? How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, a figure suddenly appeared, with a look of shock on his face. This is a strange man with only one black vertical eye and a snow-white horse head. He is over 100 feet tall. He wears a 3-foot-long high hat with a spiritual flag stuck behind his back. There are circles of weird and evil things lingering around his body. Black ripples exuded an extremely cold and dark aura of death. At this moment, its eyes were widened, staring at Lu Li in disbelief. The great avenues of the heavens are all within the gate of the immortal world. Although your laws of the Yuluo Avenue are extremely mysterious, I have refined that piece of rubble of the gate of the immortal world and understood half of the mysteries of creation. With the help of your Yuluo evil fire, I also directly understood the other half and formed the great Dao talisman easily. Why not? Lu Li explained calmly. When he raised his finger, mana condensed at his fingertips. Golden light emerged, and an extremely vast aura of destruction was about to be blasted out like a cosmic explosion. In an instant, the hair on the horse-headed monster's body suddenly stood up, feeling that he was in mortal danger. This is a supreme magical technique that can kill it on the spot. It was terrified in its heart. He actually had the idea of escape. It was unbelievable for him to be scared by an immortal and run away. But the fact was that if he didn't run away, he would really die. However, at this moment, Lu Li suddenly stopped his hand, flashed, and stood in front of the master of Jinsho Palace. Almost at the same time, for golden rings appeared out of thin air around him, fell down, shook for a moment, and appeared on Lu Li's neck, hands and feet, trapping him tightly. Suddenly Lu Li's whole body tensed up, and his magic power was instantly imprisoned. Before Lu Li could react, the sky-reaching giant bull let out a loud roar, and a golden light came from its mouth at high speed, turning into a golden rope and wrapping it around Lu Li's neck. Just like that, the sky-reaching giant bull bit the golden rope, raised its hoof, turned around and dragged Landkarp into the huge dark green portal, dragging him directly back to the ghost world. Oh! You want to drag me into the ghost world? Why don't you follow me to the Styx demon ancestor first? Lu Li glanced at the golden rope, raised his palm with one hand, and made a stroke toward the sky. A tearing sound. The dark aura that covered the sky was directly cut into a huge gap, and a torrential sea of blood poured out from the gap, flooding the entire starry sky. In an instant, the energy of the true devil filled the universe in all directions. A horrifying aura enveloped everyone's hearts. That's an aura even more terrifying than Daluo Jingxian. Demon ancestor. The monstrous sea of blood set off turbulent waves, and the turbulent water waves rose into the sky, Between the rotation and squirming, a terrifying demon god was about to condense and take shape. No! My soul-enchanting golden rope and life-threatening 4-elephant ring are contaminated by this blood and water. And I am about to lose my senses. This guy actually summoned the Styx blood realm, one of the 3 major demon ancestors in the demon world. Isn't he a Buddha in the Buddhist world? How can he easily break through the demon world and summon the demon ancestor? What kind of freak is he? The giant bull that reached the sky let out a shocking roar. The words have not yet fallen. There was only a thunderous explosion that shocked the whole world. Lu Li's whole body erupted with extremely dazzling snow-white thunder and lightning, which slammed into the golden rope and golden ring, devastatingly destroying the power of the 6 principles within it. There was a click. The 4 golden rings shattered into a crack visible to the naked eye at the same time. And then, countless green figures emerged in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the figures stood on an ancient and mysterious altar, carefully sensed. Each figure has surging and boundless magical power, suppressing the peerless golden immortals in the world. The auras are connected, brewing an extremely terrifying and destructive law aura, which will soon be revealed in the world, killing all living beings and leaving all peerless golden immortals. Xiandu feels that it is in danger. Horrible. Horrible. Too horrible. With this magic, even a golden immortal would be reduced to ashes. How could there be such a terrifying heavenly immortal in this world? This guy must be the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Run! A strange horse roared in great terror, and a black light that destroyed the sun and moon erupted from its body, wrapping it up and rushing directly towards the portal to the ghost world. Damn it! If I had known better, I wouldn't have accepted this business. As soon as the giant bull spoke, he also threw away the golden rope, and his whole body flashed with white light, turning into an uncaptured trajectory and rushing directly into the gate of the ghost world. At this time, the master of Jinxiu Palace realized what he was doing. After witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. These 2 peerless golden immortals in the ghost world, the black and white light on their bodies is exactly the aura of self-destruction of immortal weapons. Moreover, this kind of terrifying power is a top-notch fairy weapon. This is the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost Realm, a terrifying existence. At this moment, he was so frightened by Lu Li, an immortal, that his heart collapsed, and he ran away with his life? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Want to run away? It's not that easy. Leave something behind. Huh? At this moment, Lu Li was just about to activate the Immortal Sacrifice's immortal technique when he suddenly let out a startled sound and reached forward to grab it with his big hand. A boundless Buddha's hand, with dazzling golden light, grabbed directly on the 2 ghost emperors. Swish. The 2 ghost emperors rushed directly into the portal of the ghost world and disappeared. But the self-destructing immortal weapons on their bodies remained, held in front of them by Lu Li's Buddha's hand, like 2 groups of sun and moon about to explode. But Lu Li squeezed it gently, and the black and white light disappeared like foam, revealing the true appearance of these 2 treasures. It's a black gold judge's pen about a foot long. There is also a dilapidated and old thin book. The boundless power of the 6 principles emanates from these 2 ghost weapons. There is also an extremely strong breath of Yuan Qi. These 2 ghost weapons contained Yuanshi Qi that was even richer than the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud of Palace Master Yu. This is also the reason why Lu Li kept his hand and let people go. Junior brother Lu, are you okay? The master of Jinxiu Palace flew over with some apology on his face. I was the one who dragged you down just now. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid these 2 ghost emperors would not be able to escape from your hands. Palace Master, you think too highly of me. I deliberately scared them away just now. If we really wanted to fight, I would at most injure both of them. Their 6-path power of reincarnation is really weird and powerful. I haven't understood the condensation talisman yet. It's easy to injure them, but it's really not easy to completely retain these 2 peerless golden immortals. However, it's not a loss to get these 2 treasures. Lu Li lost his breath and narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the notebook in his hand with a slightly happy expression. These 2 things are the same as Naiha Jinxiao. Chapter 569, seeing the golden K sword again. Obviously, the judge's pen and Gu bow are broken supreme immortal weapons. After refining, with his strong magic power, he was able to dominate the golden immortal realm without fear of any opponent. The 2 ghost emperors left these 2 treasures and ran away, probably on purpose, letting Lu Li pick them up so that they would not be hunted down. However, these are 2 treasures. No matter how generous the 2 ghost emperors are, They cannot just throw them away. I'm afraid there is a trap here. If you try to refine them rashly, you may fall into their scheme. Luli looked at the pen in front of him and made rapid calculations in his mind. After all, this is something from the ghost world. If there is some terrible curse hidden inside, it is really possible to steal the chicken but lose the rice. Junior brother Lu. Let's leave quickly. If those two ghost emperors come back with their helpers, we will be in danger. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace on the side said solemnly. That's right. These two ghost emperors from the ghost world have no grievances against us. Someone clearly asked them to take action. Palace Master, you should be aware of the people who can ask two peerless golden immortals to take action. Luli put away his pen and asked with a slight frown. There are a few people. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace nodded solemnly. Good. There was a hint of coldness in Luli's eyes. It doesn't matter if you can't guess it. Palace Master, when I reach the Golden Immortal Realm, I will personally go to the Ghost World to find the two Golden Immortals just now and ask them clearly. Even if they can't escape, even if they flee to the ends of the earth. Of course, no matter who the great Luo Jinxian is, I will settle the score with him when the time comes. Of course I believe this. Junior brother. Then I'll ask Junior brother to help me avenge myself. The Lord of Jinqiu Palace smiled and said, Okay. Afterwards, the two moved time and space, escaped directly into the void, and rushed to the mountain gate of Dalu Ocean. At the same time, in a palace on the mountain peak of Wanbao Auction, two ghost-like black air shadows condensed out of thin air. Two fellow Taoists. Did you succeed so quickly? Congratulations. The rubble of the gate to the fairy world belongs to you. The white-haired mysterious man wearing a silver bronze armor mask sat cross-legged in the void and opened his eyes. Hearing this, Mr. Long, who was standing at the windowsill, turned around and immediately asked, Two seniors, you have taken the treasure. The soul of the Lord of the Splendid Palace should be given to me. Here's your head. A shadow of black energy cursed angrily. As soon as these words came out, the white-haired mysterious man and Mr. Long were both stunned on the spot. Confused. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? The white-haired mysterious man frowned and asked slightly unhappy. Humph. It's all because of the false information you gave us. We made a mistake and lost two treasures. I came here to ask for compensation from you. Another black energy shadow said coldly. What? You actually missed it? How is this possible? Mr. Long was shocked when he heard this. You two golden immortals should be able to catch a peak heavenly immortal easily. How could you miss? Could it be that a golden immortal or Daluo golden immortal took action? The white-haired mysterious man asked in surprise. Humph. Of course, it's easy to deal with the splendid palace master. But the true immortal with her is not easy. The black air shadow replied coldly. True immortal? The white-haired mysterious man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What's so great about a mere true immortal? The two seniors could just blow him away and kill him right away? How could he still miss? Mr. Long asked doubtfully. True immortal? Have you ever seen a true immortal with billions of true immortals hidden in his body? And his magic power is comparable to that of a golden immortal? Have you ever seen a true immortal promoted to heavenly immortal, with his magic power equaling that of Daluo Jinxian? I really don't know how high the world is. If it weren't for the two of us run fast, I'm afraid we both have fallen into his hands. The black energy shadow was still extremely shocking and frightening. What? How is this possible? Mr. Long was shocked when he heard this and said it was impossible. What do fellow Taoists mean? That true immortal has boundless magic power, comparable to the peerless golden immortal. And then, when you take action, he directly breaks through the heavenly immortal, and the magic power increases again, reaching the terrifying level of the Daluo golden immortal. The white-haired mysterious man could no longer be calm. No! He suddenly stood up and asked with great solemnity. That's right. The Black Chi Phantom recalled the terrifying scene just now and swallowed in shock. That guy first created a clone and hid it in the void on the side. He avoided our eyes and took the opportunity to break through to the heavenly immortal. Moreover, it seems that he also took De Luotian's De Luo Sanhai pill and refined the piece of stone from the gate of immortal realm. Once he broke through, his momentum was boundless and his magic power was overwhelming. He used an amazing magic trick that actually made me feel two senses. When faced with the threat of imminent disaster and annihilation, he fled back to the ghost world in panic. White-haired mysterious man. Mr. Long. The two fell into silence, and their expressions became increasingly serious. Fellow Taoist, are you kidding? Is this really possible? Is there some hidden secret? Or you want more remuneration? So you made it up. After a moment, the white-haired mysterious man frowned and asked. Before he could finish speaking, Black Chi Shuang said angrily, Bart, the peerless golden immortal, would do such a despicable thing? The black ghost shadow on the other side said in a dark voice. This time we are in trouble. However, we will not refund the reward to you. You don't even want to come to us. We are going to hide in the ghost world. We will not become the Luo Jingxian in this world. Never step out of the ghost world. Just take care of yourself. One sentence fell. The two black air shadows disappeared from the spot with a bang, completely turning into nothingness. Wait a minute, fellow Taoists. The white-haired mysterious man still wanted to ask a few more questions, but it was already too late. He could only watch the black air shadow disappear without being able to sense even a breath. He frowned, flipped his hand, and a bronze mirror with mysterious ancient characters appeared in the palm of his hand. Under the stimulation of the immortal power, golden light immediately shined, like the rising sun, slowly rising into the sky, spinning around in all directions, scattering purple golden light. After scanning back and forth several times, the white-haired mysterious man shook his sleeves, put away the mirror, and said solemnly, There is no response from the ghost mirror. Those two guys really ran away and returned to the ghost world. He actually ran away? It seems that these two guys took the money and did nothing. Sure enough, the guys from the ghost world are not reliable. Mr. Long had a gloomy face. What those two guys said just now is most likely false. If I guess correctly, the master of the splendid palace probably had some trump card that made them feel troublesome. So he let them run away. The white-haired mysterious man said coldly, It must be like this. A true immortal breaks through to a heavenly immortal, and his magic power is comparable to that of Dalio Jingxian? How is this possible? How can such a terrifying person exist in the world? Those two guys made up lies, and didn't even make up a decent one. You're trying to trick me like a 3-year-old. That's unreasonable, Mr. Long said angrily. In the entire Eternal Immortal Sect, in all the records of the Immortal Tao, there is absolutely no immortal whose magic power reaches the level of Dalio Jingxian. Scared away two peerless golden immortals with a magic trick. Absurd! Those two ghost emperors of the ghost world took money and did nothing. They also made up lies that even a 3-year-old child would not believe to fool people. How abominable! Put this aside for now. The master of Jinxiu Palace escaped this disaster, and I'm afraid he will be suspicious of you. At this time, the white-haired mysterious man said in a deep voice, It doesn't matter. She has no evidence. Besides, if she escapes this disaster, she will probably calm down and focus on her cultivation. She just wants to break through to the golden immortal realm and has no time to seek revenge. However, when she breaks through to the golden immortal realm, I am afraid that the Eternal Immortal Sect has already unified this level of the Demon Crossing Tower, and she cannot cause any trouble. Mr. Long waved his hands and sneered, showing the confidence that he was in control of everything. Hearing this, the mysterious white-haired man nodded. Even if the master of the splendid palace achieves a breakthrough in seclusion, it will probably take 100 or 200 years. In 100 or 200 years, the Eternal Immortal Sect has swept across all directions and unified the Immortal Sect forces on this level. By then, what can a mere golden immortal do? This is all settled. But why does he always feel a little uneasy? The white-haired mysterious man frowned and pondered for a moment. As soon as he thought, countless golden lights appeared behind his head, and a supreme mysterious aura erupted. It is a pure blue talisman. On the talisman, the fairy light shines, like billions of stars blooming with light, among which countless small sealed characters dance and rotate, evolving all things in the sky. This is a talisman of the Immortal King, which can deduce the changes in the heaven and earth, and predict the fortune and misfortune of the past and present. It is one of the most precious treasures of the Eternal Immortal Sect. Immortal King Talisman? Seeing this supreme immortal talisman, Mr. Long was immediately shocked. Young master, I always feel that something is wrong. I am a peerless golden immortal, and all whims have their own reasons. How about using this Immortal King Talisman to speculate on good fortune and misfortune? The white-haired mysterious man asked with a frown. A mere splendid palace master. There is no need to go into such a big fight. No matter how strong the splendid palace master is, how can he change the world? Besides, activating the Immortal King Talisman requires immeasurable immortal power. It is a critical time recently, so it is better to keep the immortal power unchanged. Everything should be changed for the better. Mr. Long waved his hand and persuaded. That's true. I listened to the young master. The white-haired mysterious man thought for a while, and finally put away the Immortal King Talisman. This is the Immortal King Talisman after all. Even though he is an unparalleled golden immortal, if he is forced to activate it once, it will take at least thousands of years to cultivate. There is still no need to pay such a high price for a heavenly immortal. By the way, it's over here. We need to go to De Luotian's mountain gate immediately. If nothing else happens, De Luotian's new head teacher will be our eternal immortal sect. A smile suddenly appeared on young Master Long's face. The white-haired mysterious man was stunned for a moment. Young Master, what do you mean by this? Father just sent the news. We have found Sun Jin Luan one step faster than De Luotian. As long as we find the reincarnation of Sun Jin Luan, De Luotian will respect my eternal immortal sect in the future, Mr. Long said with a proud smile on his face. Okay. The white-haired mysterious man was overjoyed when he heard this. Without further delay, after buying this Golden K immortal sword that contains the energy of the Yuan-Shi, we will go to Dalio Tianshan Gate immediately. Immediately, their eyes returned to Han Jin's palm, where a 3-inch brass sword was floating. There are several chipped edges on the sword body, and the word, Golden K, is engraved on it. The aura is dim. Chapter 570 Gourd Immortal. The mountain gate of Dalyu Ocean is in the starry sky. Huge palaces one after another, like a cluster of stars, are located in the endless starry sky. They gather the vitality of the universe and infinite light, and condense into a colorful treasure tree, covering the heavens and all directions. They are Daluo. When Luli entered the starry sky and saw the endless colorful treasure trees in Daluotian, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Why is this scene in front of me so familiar? Shock! The lord of the Jinshou Palace on the side smiled slightly and said, Daluotian was known as one of the 3 immortal sects in the 36th heaven. This 7-color avenue treasure tree covering the heavens is even more shocking. There are 7-color avenues hanging on it. Take one of the magical fruits, realize the great truth on the spot, and ascend to immortality. It's really amazing. Luli looked a little weird after hearing this. Just as he was talking, a fairy in white with stunning temperament flew over and landed 10 feet away. She smiled and said, The Lord of Jinshou Palace is here. I, Daluotian, am sorry that I missed you so far. Please forgive me. Lord Jinshou, I am a disciple of Dalyo Tianyujing Palace. Chun Mi, and I was the one who received you, the palace master, last time. It turns out to be fellow Daoist Chen. Long time no see. The master of Jinshou Palace returned the gift with a smile and introduced. This is my junior brother Lu. He has news about the Sun Jin Luan and wants to meet with the new headmaster of your sect. Naturally, Luli has no news about the Sun Jin Luan. However, when the lord of Jinshou Palace said this, Daluotian's people would naturally take it seriously and take Luli directly to see the leader of the Dao Alliance. Once we meet, everything will be easy to talk about. I've met fellow Daoist Lu. The fairy in white turned her eyes, smiled, and saluted. The new headmaster is still preparing for the big gift, and he can't see people for the time being. I also asked fellow Daoist Lu and Master Jinshou to come with me first. You two have come from afar, and I am here for you. A place to rest is ready. Good. Luli was not in a hurry these days and nodded. Then, the two of them flew up with the fairy in white. After a while, they appeared in a star palace. This palace is floated by cloud-like fairy energy, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, and seems to be a mysterious fairy formation. As soon as you enter, you will see the boundless sea, as calm as a mirror, and the breeze blowing on your face, making people feel unusually quiet and condensed. This sea is extraordinary. It is actually made up of the power of the infinite laws of the Great Road, as well as various rich and powerful elixirs, and the house sun hanging in the sky. It is a supreme fairy treasure that makes people suddenly wisdom and inspirational. By practicing here, I am afraid that you will soon enter a state of enlightenment and get twice the result with half the effort. Master Jinshou Palace, this is one of the secret realms of Daluotian's cultivation. I wish you a smooth breakthrough to become the peerless golden immortal. The fairy in white said with a smile. Daluotian's secret cultivation realm? The lord of Jinshou Palace couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Fellow Taoist, how can you be so embarrassed? I'm not a member of Dalyu Ocean. How can I practice here? She also saw that this was definitely an excellent paradise for supreme cultivation. Better than any paradise in the world. Practicing here is almost equivalent to constantly eating elixirs and practicing deep in the gate of the fairy world. Now De Luo Tian is short of manpower in order to teach the great gift. The master of Jinxiu Palace is the master of a faction. I came to greet you alone, which is already rude to others. The palace master does not blame me. I, De Luo Tian, am very grateful. This is just a mere cultivation in the secret realm is nothing. The fairy in white smiled lightly. This should be selling a favor. The lord of Jinxiu Palace and Luli looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly became clear. However, this favor really had to be taken. The piece of gravel from the Gate of Immortality had been completely refined by Luli, and the lord of Jinxiu Palace just smelled it. If you want to successfully break through to the Golden Immortal, you really need the help of De Luo Tian's secret realm. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist. The master of Jinxiu Palace solemnly raised his hands and thanked him. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be polite. The fairy in white waved her hands and asked with a smile. If you need anything else, just ask. This Daluotian is really grand. Luli nodded secretly and said, the master of Jinxiu Palace is practicing here, and I don't want to disturb him. I also asked fellow Taoists to take me around. I want to see all the major immortal sects in the 36th heaven. Ah, junior brother Lu, won't you come with me? You have just broken through to become a celestial immortal. It would be good if you stay here to cultivate and stabilize your realm. The lord of Jinxiu Palace was stunned when he heard this. Did you just break through to become an immortal? The fairy in white clothes on the side was also shocked. She thought Luli was at the pinnacle of immortality. His astonishing magical power was unfathomable and simply terrifying. I have stabilized my realm. Luli smiled. This secret realm is indeed good enough. But if he is allowed to stay here to practice, he will be able to consume all the power of the Dao Law elixir in one breath, without even a drop left. The Lord of Splendid Palace will not get any benefits. If he wants, it is absolutely impossible to break through to Jingxian. Consolidating your realm so quickly? The master of the Splendid Palace blinked, then realized what he was doing and smiled sweetly. That's true. With your peerless talent, junior brother, I'm afraid you've already stabilized your realm the moment you broke through. It's just me worrying too much. She even suspected that even Luli could understand the laws of the Golden Immortal and break through to the realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal. This secret realm of cultivation is also of great benefit to him. Now, Luli proposed to walk around, naturally leaving De Luo Tian's secret cultivation realm to her to enjoy alone. Junior brother Lu is really a good person. The Lord of Splendid Palace felt an extra sense of gratitude in her heart. In this case, Lord Jinxiu Palace, please practice with peace of mind. If you need anything, just ask. There are immortals in a secret realm who will answer you. Fellow Taoist Lu, I will take you to Sifong Palace. There are many Taoist fellows from the immortal sect gathered there. It should be quite lively, the fairy in white said. Good. Luli naturally had no objection. The next moment, the fairy in white gently flicked her sleeves, and a burst of snow-white fairy light enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived at a square fairy platform. This immortal platform is boundless, floating in a universe, with stars in the sky shining brightly, and a waterfall like starry light hanging down. Various treasure ships, fairy mountains, palaces, thrones, thatched cottages, lotus terraces, are floating on the fairy terrace. The dazzling treasures are all celestial beings. In addition, there are three immortals on the Sendai, or groups of immortals, sitting cross-legged casually, drinking and talking. These immortal weapons belong to the forces of the heavens. Fellow Taoist Lu, why don't I take you to introduce them first? The fairy in white smiled. De Luo Tian is busy, so I won't bother fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist is free. I can just walk around. Luli smiled and shook his head. Lu Dao is friendly and understanding. The little lady is very grateful. I'll excuse you now. The fairy in white smiled sweetly, bowed and saluted. After she left, Luli glanced around, felt something in his heart, and couldn't help but be secretly frightened. There are a lot of heavenly immortals here, and there are even 18 peerless golden immortals. He even sensed that some immortal weapons that had cultivated human form had also cultivated to the golden immortal realm. And the power of laws was extremely powerful. If the guess is correct, there are some ancient antiques hidden among the immortal weapons of the heavenly forces, which are also peerless golden immortals. It is the true pinnacle of golden immortal. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. glancing at Lu Li in surprise. He is an old man wearing green fairy clothes, with kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and white hair hanging down his shoulders. The whole body exudes a soft and pure white light, covering the whole body 10 feet. It is the real golden immortal law. The aura is hundreds of times stronger than Tei Shinshin. This is a peerless golden immortal at the pinnacle of the golden immortal. One step further is to realize Daoyuo, the eternal, free and immortal Daoyuo golden immortal. Boy, were you spying on me just now? The green-robed immortal looked suspicious. He was absolutely certain that the Lu Li in front of him was indeed just an immortal, without any trace of the golden immortal law in his body. However, just when he wanted to take a thorough look at Lu Li's immortal body, a hairy feeling would arise in his heart. Feel. This portends danger. How can this be? How could a heavenly immortal threaten him? A supreme golden immortal? However, the ray of immortal consciousness that just emitted was so secretive and clever that even he almost missed it. If he hadn't been a supreme immortal weapon, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Senior, did you admit the wrong person? Lu Li started to pretend to be confused. I'm just an immortal. How could I spy on the existence of my seniors? It's really you. The old man in green looked shocked when he saw it. If he were a normal immortal, when he met me, he would have been frightened to death, with a solemn expression on his face, and couldn't even smile. But you, on the other hand, were calm and composed, smiling lightly. Not you or who? How did you practice so much that I felt threatened in the realm of immortals? It's a secret. Lu Li smiled. Hearing this, the old man in green glared and was about to get angry on the spot. But when he realized that the magic power of the immortal in front of him was as powerful as the golden immortal, even he might not be able to defeat him, he immediately changed his face, smiled and raised his hands and asked, Excuse me, where is the immortal sect from? Origin? Xuanyun Immortal Palace. May I ask who the elder is? Lu Li cupped his hands and asked. Tao Yizong, Gourd Immortal. The old man in green said proudly. Dao Yizong, one of the 3 major immortal sects in the immortal world. No wonder this old man's magic power is comparable to his own. Lu Li nodded secretly in his heart, raised his hands and asked. It turns out he is a senior of Dao Yizong, whom I have admired for a long time. By the way, I have an unkind request, and I would like to ask my senior for help. It turns out to be Xuanyun Immortal Palace. It seems that this time the fairy world is reorganized. Xuanyun Immortal Palace will soar into the sky and reach the top of the 36th heaven. However, as soon as you and I meet, you have a ruthless invitation. You are quite interesting. Let me help you if I can. The old man in green was interested in making friends and nodded. I want to meet Deluotian's new headmaster as soon as possible, Lu Li said directly. The old man in Xingyi was stunned and glanced at Lu Li again. You want to meet the new headmaster of Delutian? Why? I have news about the Sun Golden Wheel. Lu Li opened his mouth and said without blushing. Oh, do you also have news about the Sun Jinluan? Just now, Headmaster Shinshu of the Eternal Immortal Sect also said that there is news about the Sun Jinluan. What a coincidence. The old man in green clothes said in surprise. Eternal Fairy Gate? Lu Li frowned. He doesn't have a good impression of Mr. Long, and he doesn't even like the Eternal Immortal Sect very much. Senior, can you help me? Lu Li cupped his hands and asked. If it were anyone else, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. However, I am an old friend and acquaintance with the Supreme Elder of Delutian. I can try to take you to meet her. See if he will let you meet her. The new head coach, said the old man in green. Okay. Thank you. Senior. Lu Li felt happy and cupped his hands to express his thanks. At the same time, my heart moved, and a gray stone appeared in my palm. This is a photographic stone. I still remember that year. The leader of the Dao Alliance broke into the Magic Mountain, rescued Ling Jinshuang, and threw him a picture stone, which recorded the secret of the sword of the leader of the Dao Alliance. Although the secret inside the image stone is gone, there is still a trace of the Dao Alliance leader's breath left on it. Lu Li held the shadow stone and began to sense the presence of the leader of the Tao Alliance. At the same time, deep in the mysterious void of Delutian, a peerlessly lazy woman suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of surprise. Chapter 571 Meeting. It's him! The woman was surprised and happy, and uttered 2 words. Who is it? At this time, the woman in red robe on the side heard the voice, opened her eyes, and asked lightly. This woman is sitting in the middle of the mysterious void, surrounded by golden divine flowers blooming. exuding an extremely powerful aura that makes it difficult to see her appearance. If you look closely, you will see that each sacred flower has 3,000 petals, and the petals are imprinted with mysterious and unusual gold and silver immortal seals. These sacred flowers slowly danced around the red-robed woman, and between gathering and dispersing, they formed a sacred flower throne. At this time, the leader of the Tau Alliance, holding the jadeite ruby in his hand and wearing a golden and luxurious xiape, stood under the divine flower throne, with dazzling light in his eyes, and the surprise on his face could not be hidden. Upon hearing the red-robed woman's inquiry, the leader of the Taoist Alliance reached out and stroked his hair on his ears and temples, and smiled sweetly. He is a little disciple of mine. I never expected that he would be able to find this place. Hearing the words of the leader of the Taoist Alliance, the red-robed woman let out a startled expression. Her pair of extremely ethereal eyes slowly opened, as if the universe was coming and going, and the clouds were rolling and the flowers were blooming and falling. It's the people from your little black and yellow world who are here to find you. Already? Or your apprentice? Of course, I won't admit the wrong person. However, for him to appear here is really unexpected and pleasantly surprising to me, the leader of the Taoist League said, stretched out, pulled up his hair, and casually pinned Yurui to his waist. Are you going to go out to see him? But you haven't cultivated to the level of golden immortal yet. I don't know how many demons are coveting the moon golden wheel on your body. If you show up, you may be in danger. The woman in red robe said calmly. He came all the way to find me. How could I hide away? It would hurt his heart. As for those immortals and demons with evil intentions, don't you still have them? With you here, even if Dalio Jinxian takes action, don't even think of hurting me at all. The leader of the Dao Alliance smiled proudly. You? The red-robed woman smiled helplessly, with a hint of endearment in her ethereal eyes. Although I am the weapon spirit of the moon golden wheel, my strength is pretty good. But after all, I have just woken up, and my strength has not recovered even 1%. What if you really meet Dalio Jinxian, I can't protect you. However, if you break through to the golden immortal realm, my strength will also increase. And then, there is no need to be afraid of Dalio Jinxian. No, I can't wait to meet my old friend in a foreign land. I have been in seclusion in this fairyland for who knows how long. I haven't broken through to the golden immortal yet. If I stay here any longer, I will become a 10,000-year-old witch. The leader of the Dao League was a little impatient. 10,000 years here. Only 9 days outside. With your qualifications, if you stay for another 3,000 years, you will definitely be promoted to the peerless golden immortal. It's only 3 days. Why rush it? The woman in red robe continued to persuade. My heart is already in a state of confusion. After 3,000 years of cultivation to become a golden immortal, I'm afraid I can no longer do it. Dear sister, let me go out and let me meet my little apprentice. Maybe I will feel happy when I see that guy breaking through directly to the golden immortal. The leader of the Dao Alliance blinked and smiled. She really couldn't wait any longer. Although the guy Lu Li was extremely talented, according to her calculations, he could only cultivate to a perfect body. Even if the demon Lu Li cultivates to become a true immortal, De Luotian, who is full of immortals here, is just a small true immortal. If he is bullied and loses his life, he will have to pay a lot of money to resurrect him. It's a small price to pay. Even if she is the new headmaster of Daluotian, it may not be easy. The sun golden chakra has appeared. At this moment, the woman in red robe frowned and looked slightly solemn. That sun golden wheel was in the hands of Shinshu, the headmaster of the eternal immortal sect. If you go out now, I'm afraid he will use the supreme immortal artifact to directly calculate the sun golden wheel. The existence of the reincarnated lord is very bad. Ah? The sun golden wheel has appeared? When the leader of the Taoist Alliance heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. In other words, my destined Taoist companion will also appear soon? That's it. However, Shinshu has great ambitions. He wants to replace De Luotian and become the top of the immortal sect in the immortal world. If the reincarnated master of the sun and gold wheel is found by him, he will control him. This pair of my De Luotian is in trouble. He came here just to see you in advance. The Supreme Elder is mediating with him. It's better that you don't show up now. The woman in red robe said seriously. Fine. Seeing this, the leader of the Dao Alliance fell down gracefully, lying half on his side, half lying down, and returned to his lazy and charming appearance. He tapped Yurui and said, Then I will practice first and break through directly to the golden immortal. Then go out and scare that guy. Good. The red-robed woman nodded happily. At this moment, the leader of the Tao Alliance suddenly smiled slyly. I can't go out to see him. But you can go out? The woman in red robe was stunned for a moment. Certainly. The leader of the Tao Alliance nodded. I have to find someone to see if it is my little apprentice who has come to see me. Just in time. You go and check for me. If it is really my little apprentice, you can take him by the way. Bring him here so I can give him some guidance on his cultivation. Ling Jinshuang is her personal disciple and the next leader of the Taoist Alliance. And Lu Li is Ling Jinshuang's Taoist companion. She must take care of Lu Li no matter what. Okay. The woman in red robe thought for a moment and agreed. As she was about to start, she suddenly asked in surprise. Why is your little disciple so close to that old gourd and even running to the Supreme Elder? That old gourd? The leader of the Tao Alliance blinked. Is that the gourd immortal who became an immortal through innate yin-yang gourd cultivation? The first person under the great Luo golden immortal? Are you reading that right? No. Your aura is in this person. He should be your little apprentice. The woman in red robe looked strange. With a flick of his hand, Lu Li's figure and face appeared in the air. It's indeed this guy. When the leader of the Tao Alliance saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Something's wrong. The red-robed woman's expression changed, and she suddenly stood up from the divine flower throne, staring at Lu Li. There's something wrong with you, my little disciple. What's wrong? Seeing her extremely solemn expression, the leader of the Tao Alliance immediately stood up and asked, Is this land cart possessed by the devil? If that is true, then let me clean up the door. Not just the devil. The woman in red robe stared closely at Lu Li's shadow and said in a deep voice, It's the demon ancestor. It's the breath of the demon ancestor of the demon world Styx. There's also the breath of the Buddha realm, the breath of the fairy world, the breath of the dragon realm, the breath of the golden crow immortal emperor of the demon realm aura. What is this little disciple of yours? Why is it so messy? No. Why is his magical aura so powerful? By the end, her voice rose an octave. Tough? How strong can a true immortal be? The leader of the Tao Alliance asked in shock. No. The woman in red robe said solemnly. He is not a real immortal, but a heavenly immortal? What? The leader of the Taoist Alliance was shocked. What magical elixir did this kid take, and he actually cultivated to the realm of immortals? His chance must be too great. She had gone through a lot of hardships and all kinds of catastrophes before she could reach the realm of heavenly immortals. This kid actually cultivated directly from nascent soul to heavenly immortals? How can this be? More importantly, his magic power doesn't seem to be inferior to mine. At this time, the red-robed woman slowly uttered a sentence. The leader of the Tao Alliance suddenly widened his eyes, as if he was seeing a ghost. Lu Li's magic power is not inferior to that of a Deluo Jinxian. What the hell is this? However, at this moment, the phantom of Lu Li in the midair suddenly moved, and his eyes gradually became lively and lively. And the whole person actually came to life. Who stole a little bit of my breath? Condensed my Dharmakaya? Hey, leader? Woman in red robe. She was completely shocked. What kind of fairy is this? He actually came here directly with a little breath, ignoring all the mysterious fairy formations. This guy's understanding of the avenue and his powerful magic power have reached an extremely terrifying level. The leader of the Tao Alliance was also shocked at this time. Soon, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, Lu Li, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Lu Li also smiled and nodded. Later, Lu Li practiced with the leader of the Tao Alliance and broke through to the peerless golden immortal. They joined forces to fight against the Deluo Jin immortal of the eternal immortal sect. They completely controlled the sun and moon golden wheel, completely opened the demon crossing tower, and allowed Deluo Tian and Tai Ching sect to join forces, gathered together the immortal sects of the heavens, and after reorganizing the immortal world, they obtained 18 complete supreme immortal weapons. At the same time, they received a message of help from the immortal King Luguan, and directly entered the demon world and broke into the world of the Styx demon ancestor. By devouring the 18 in the golden palace of the peace, he fought against the Styx demon ancestor, one of the 3 great demon ancestors. With the help of the power of the Buddhas in the Buddhist world, he awakened the supreme supernatural power of the Buddha Emperor, condensed the laws of the Great Road, and used a move of Brahma to purify the world and end a demon. Zoo. completely devoured his magic power, and was promoted to the realm of the Immortal King. Finally, Liu Li found the remaining 18 supreme immortal weapons, entered the depths of the Immortal Gate, found the artifact spirit of the Immortal Gate, which was the incarnation of the system, successfully fused with it, promoted to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, and finally swept across the world, reorganized the order of the three realms, and become the master of the three realms.